Why does it say this? It should say... But yeah, welcome everyone. Not Jack is joining me today, even though I updated the figure. Apparently it did not work, because Noobvaldi. But today joining me is Mr. Debacle.
Howdy, everyone.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm great, and I'm ready to watch some more tournament games after an absolutely exciting first day.
Oh, indeed. I had such a blast yesterday.
Yeah, it was good. I had to catch up this morning, but some really exciting games.
Here we go. It should not change. Exactly how it works. Yeah,
Excellent.
I gave up the whole thing with the camera, man. Like, after the stream yesterday, I tried to figure out why it's not working. And after like an hour, I was like, screw this. We are not spending much time on this scene. It's fine.
No, it's completely fine. I don't mind. I'm kind of looking a bit ugly today, so I probably wouldn't want to show my face anyway.
You never look ugly, my dear friend.
Yeah.
Well, I think the biggest surprise yesterday was game number 1 between Tushkan and Ray.
Yeah, I was not expecting Ray's USF to get beaten at all this tournament, but Tushkan really showing how to play with Wehrmacht on what is it? What are they calling it? Cut off in the woods.
Crossing MG in the woods or something like this.
I know, yeah. It's a bit of a nightmare to play that map, but if you're strategically minded, you can get those cutoffs and really make it play to your advantage.
Indeed. I think the most interesting game was Aussie versus
Nostalgia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really felt
that was really interesting.
Aussie, our resident off-meta master this tournament, because Red Wings hasn't made a return.
Yeah.
I did, although the second game he did play USF Armored, right? So I feel like that was a bit of his making a comeback. Maybe didn't want to, was trying to like take the brackets by the horns.
Yeah, sadly he had to resign because he forgot that he has some other real life things to do.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn real life.
Why can't we just be all full-time co-players, man? Imagine a world where we could be like StarCraft. Maybe one day.
Yeah.
Maybe one day. Well, anyways. Let's have a look at the draft. I really want to get this first game going because I'm really excited for Theodosius against Reckley.
Yeah.
So let's...
Reckley... Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Reckley's spending a little bit of time out of Company of Heroes. I haven't seen him on as much, so...
Yeah. Yesterday, Chat checked. He played like 15 games the whole month.
Oh, wow.
So not even a game a day compared to how much he grinded back in the days. Like, that was basically one day for him. 15 games.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, like, well, hopefully he's been making it valuable because he seems to be like a solo doctrine specialist. Seems to find like the best doctrine for a faction and just play the absolute, balls out of it. But I wonder with those 15 games if he did a bit of exploring, and even if he got any practice on a new patch.
Yeah, it would definitely be interesting to see. He had some performance issues yesterday. Only had got 2-1. So he moved on, but lost the game, which it's not always happening for him in the earlier round. So definitely some slacking off there. But like I said, he's not playing that much currently, and I would say the meta is really evolving fast currently.
Yeah, that first week after a patch, I think it's like 6 weeks until it really you kind of know what the play is. Although 30 cows and M3 always seems strong. So
yeah. All right, let's have a look at the banned battle groups and who would have thought. Nobody wants to play against Italian Combined Arms.
or Breakthrough or USF Armored.
Yeah, man. It's interesting why Breakthrough. I think Mechanized is a little bit stronger because of the Stuck Assault group or the Adrad. It has like more of a mid-game timer.
I'm wondering, do they know what maps they're going to be playing before they do the battle group vetoes? Because probably Breakthrough they don't want to be playing against Blitzkrieg just decapping those the whole map.
No. They only do the battle
It's all
groups
together.
first and then the maps.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But I know the power of Blitzkrieg in a 1v1 is can be quite overwhelming.
Yeah, fair enough. Interesting. I think people are still not agreeing on what is the strongest Brit doctrine, even though I think Australians is up there. And I still think once people realize how strong the Flame Nade on infantry sections are with Canadian Shock, with the
Yeah.
recent grenade bars are, we will see a high rise in those bands there in the next
And
tournament.
it's also another doctrine that you can get a call in without having to build tier 3. So it's
Yeah.
almost the power that Armored used to have.
Definitely. So it will definitely be interesting to see what they're playing. So looks like it, even though map-wise, Fableville got picked by Theodosius but banned by Rickley. I think people, there's a lot of like hate-love relationship with Fableville. Like a lot of people love it and see it as one of the best maps ever made,
Yeah.
and some others hate it. Maybe because they played it too much already. It's in the game since 2014, like the franchise. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
it was in Co 1.
I couldn't tell you, sorry.
Then Twin Beaches.
I'm sure
with
someone in
its-
chat will.
Yeah, chat knows everything. Then Twin Beaches with its recent rework to the resource system also will be surely interesting to see.
Yeah, all the contested fuels having +8 instead of +10. So
Yeah.
I'm going to see how that plays out in a highly competitive setting.
Alright, chat. Let's have a look if the game is already up and see you in a sec.
Accidental tac map.
Here we go. Oh, I forgot to set the faction. Alright, Rick. I knew I forgot something.
Nuvaldi!
Yeah, first set of the day. But that's fine.
No, it's fine. If you want to do that, I can do the intros.
Scouts have deployed into the
But
field.
we know of the fancy tools. Good day, everyone. I hope you're hyped for day number 2 of Eagle Streak number 5. We are back on Twin Beaches. We have Rickley as the USF. And on the other side, we have Mr. Theodosius as the infamous Dag.
Deutsche Afrika Korps. Oh, yeah.
What do you think will we see? What will happen this game?
So Rickley's bring to the table heavy weapons, advanced infantry with some rangers, and special ops. So 2 or 3 of those battle groups do have elite infantry, so that's pretty good percentage they might be picked. And Theo's going to bring Panzerjäger, espionage, and armored. So again, all 3 battle groups can be useful on Twin.
Indeed. But I think we won't see Spec Ops anymore. No Weasel. 1.5 minute.
Although
Weasel timing.
could be going for the light howitzer call in with the Vet 1 healing, quick sort of fuel save counter rush strategy.
Fair enough. That might be interesting to see for sure. Build otherwise, nothing unusual is happening so far. Few start with 2 Panzer Pioneers, Bike, and Palm. Nothing unusual there. And Rickley's playing standard USF, double
Yeah.
Scout, and Rifles.
Yeah, no upgrades coming through just yet. And map control looking pretty even with Rickley just sending a unit to connect those munitions now. So we'll have a squidge more munitions when that is connected.
And nobody
but
wants to
for-
go
yeah.
for the hill. Everyone thinks the other players going for it.
Don't want to stick their nose out just yet.
Yeah. So,
But Rickley claims the lighthouse. Pretty strong position there.
yeah, a little bit of dancing around there, but I don't think Theo will lose his safe fuel there. The 8-pointer there.
Yeah, Rickley coming out on the midfield, but the bike there to back up his front line.
So what do you think? Will the bot change that you can now get it right away affect the USF gameplay that much, or is it just a trap? We had
think
some
it's-
controversial opinions throughout the yesterday about
Crates
that.
of grenades are on their way.
I feel like this early in the patch, people don't know how to play it just yet. Like they think it's too risky, too new. Because it's like a big signal that, hey, I'm now 40 fuel down. So if you get an early vehicle out, I'm stuffed for the next 3 minutes. So, like maybe on this map, you'd have to put a Red Wings tactical cache on your safe fuel if you wanted to go for early bars, just so you could get an M3 or at least a super out in a full timing.
We've got it.
Yeah, sounds about right. Rickley tagged really early nades, minute 3.5 after the third rifleman. Basically the good old rifle nade timing from Co 2 and Co 1. Nades after the
So-
third rifle.
If I was Rickley now, I'd decapped his fuel, held mid fuel. I'd feel like you've got to go for bars like now, while you've got that really strong early fuel gain, and then just hope for the best. Because they will. They've Theo's got a 250 out now, and they will do a decent amount of damage on a 250.
Yeah, that's bars are really good against the 250 and the bike. And I don't see Theo regaining control of his cutoff anytime soon. He directly
Yeah,
sitting
he's
in those greens.
Quite spread out, so really making the combined arms work for him. I think he might be a bit afraid of the grenades. But Rickley going for a med 10 and a captain upgrade all at the same time. So ISC still seems to be the popular pick this tournament.
IC will dominate, even though you cannot get captain with the other upgrades as well, but still, getting it for free is a huge
It's-
thing.
It's hard to squeeze in another 250 manpower once you've picked another doctrine. You know you don't have access to the cheap reinforcements, so you just in this setting with how tempo oriented 1v1 is, it's hard not to have a free extra unit. So
Yeah.
I could see in a future patch maybe the captain even for ISC being have to be built as well. I think that'd be a decent change.
I think it would be smart to introduce different kind of captain. We have infantry captain for our infantry support center. We have an armored captain for the mechanized upgrade center, and an air captain for the air upgrade one, which having
Yeah, but
their
do
unique interaction with each of their.
Do you think go the route of it's free and it comes out automatically with the upgrade, or that
Yeah,
you have
exactly.
To build
Everyone
it and
gets it for
maybe...
free.
Okay.
It just has different utilities, right? The infantry captain has it that you get sprint, shared veterancy,
We must take it
something. So the mechanized has something interacting with
like
vehicles.
a repair aura?
Yeah,
or...
something like this. At the air cap, there's also something like interacting with the tech.
Maybe with the Tommy, the Brits commando squad can call down the strafe, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Or you get discount strafes in its aura or something like that would be cool. Or air support that doesn't sort of follow the cooldowns. Anyway, lots of things they can do with it.
Yeah, they also don't have to add new models, nothing. They just can keep the standard model and give it different abilities.
Yeah.
Alright, so far
Sorry about that. Rickley's absolutely
dominating.
this early game. Now
Yeah.
going for the cutoff.
We have Assault Grenadiers out, but they're long range engaging, so not doing that much.
The Armand's just saying you don't have the safe 10 fuel, but I think the safe fuels are still 10. It's only all the contested fuels that are plus
Yeah,
8 now.
only the
2.1 patch. Now Theo in full retreat. He's going to put out special. Yeah.
Do you have like upload problems because you're cutting out sometimes? I feel like your mic.
Oh,
is-
sorry. Probably just a little bit far away from the microphone.
Oh, no worries. Greyhound will hit like a brick.
Yeah. And Theo, did he use his call in already?
Our Greyhound is here.
I don't think so.
Okay, so can have the Panzerjäger or maybe the.
Or did he call in
AT
the
gun.
Assault Grenadiers? during our deep
No,
talk.
it's not
I
on
was
cooldown.
not paying attention.
No, it's right. I just checked. He's not on cooldown, so he's just a bit manpower starved. And yeah, I don't know if ambulance. You've got the vet 1 half track, and he's still got in there. If that was the best choice, seeing he's on the back foot.
Oh,
Take
Starly snare.
grenade now. Gonna,
You're
sorry,
still a little
Greyhound's
bit
gonna
laggy.
pop up.
I don't know, maybe it's on my end?
No, you're right. I might be able to make a tweak. Give me a second.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point. Assault half-tracks will lead our boys to the front.
Like, am I sounding robotic or?
No, you don't sound
I'm just
robotic, you
cutting a
just
little
cut
bit.
out, like, in between words. Like,
Okay,
like
sorry.
sensitivity is not picking up correctly.
Sector's been overrun. It's theirs now. A victory point is
Alright,
fallen into
that
enemy
should have
control.
fixed it, but let me know if it's still happening.
Yeah, we will see. We will see during the game. So Bike has to run. Mr. Greyhound is on the field. With the... Oh, Greyhound will not get snared. I don't think he has access to snares. He does not tag yet.
Got that Panzerjäger though, threatening. It's a couple of shots off.
Theo's back on the map, but struggles still a lot. And have USF with more resources is always dangerous. Considering
Yeah.
how... By the way, chat, you can't hear my fan in the background, right? Or do I have it turn it off and die from the heat?
No, you sound fine on this end
Okay.
on Discord.
The thing is with
yeah.
USF, once it gets a lot of resources, it can buy up those upgrades, right? Like advanced
Yeah.
logistics and so on. And then you, even though you are technically trading well, you're still losing.
Yeah, the economy battle.
Like, yeah.
I almost think maybe Theo needed to focus the fuel side and go Panzerjäger command, just get those camo Shreks out.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
All right, thanks for the
I
raid,
feel like-
Dumay. Much appreciated. We are now in game number 1 between Reckley and Theodosius in Eagle Streak number 5.
Victory point is under enemy control.
And Reekley is in lead at the moment.
Yeah, he's quite dominating the map there. He still has... He has tier 1 up, but no... you know he has support elements.
Yeah, just struggling for fuel. Can't keep his own fuel connected for very long at the moment. Has gone Panzerjäger command. Nearly has the fuel for a Panzer. Sorry, munitions.
Yeah. But Panzerschreck... I don't know. On the one hand, Panzerschreck obviously does more damage. But how likely do you get the second shot out?
Reports of enemy movement
Yeah,
near
I
our
think it's
victory
Oh, now the bars are coming. I think it is a little bit maybe a late because we're
You're
What?
still cutting out.
4
Capture
CP.
victory point.
Technical issues. I love that.
Tank crews
It's okay. We always have technical issues. Alright, Flak is on the way from Theodosius now. Bars are on the way.
Rounding automatic rifles have arrived.
The quad will definitely help with an AT gun on the field from Reckley. He's looking mighty fine though. Do we have any economy upgrades from Mr. Reckley? Nope,
All right.
not yet.
I've bottomed out my noise floor, so let me know if you're hearing extra sounds too much.
Yeah.
We've taken them down to 300 points, Commander.
I think Reckley not going for advanced logistics, even though he's dead ahead, might be a problem later on. Now with the flag on the field, Theo has the tools to come back into the game. And as
It's all gonna
go ahead.
It's all gonna depend on how we can play with that and that Shrek. I think that's his lifeline right now.
It's just the only real threat for Theo is like the late game Pershing call in. Like everything else, Few should be easily able to deal with his current state of affairs. Yeah, you're still
Yeah.
cutting out. Let's
Oh,
join.
I'm not saying anything at the moment.
Yeah, but let's give it a shot for 5 more minutes. If it's not working, we have to join like a channel with a boosted server.
Yeah, no, that's okay. As in like the sounds coming in and out now, or my voice is cutting out.
From us.
Now it's working fine. You're just a little bit loud, so I need to turn down your volume. That's fine, Jones.
That's right. So I'm trying to get close to the microphone now. I'm not sure if it's Discord doing it. I also have like sound software in the
It
background.
is.
So,
You're cutting out, but I'm not sure if it's a Discord issue or is it like.
so I'm gonna do something real quickly. I might drop in and drop back out.
Yeah.
But you keep commentating.
Yeah. All right. All right. Me and my viewers again base pinned.
Territory sector claimed by the enemy.
Be the noise gate.
Yeah, it's just showing me as always on now. So let me know if it's too low.
Yeah. We will see. Let's
Am
go.
I still cutting out at all?
At the moment, not.
Okay.
But
Okay, I'll just
have a
just
look
try
at
to leave it
Theo's
there.
map control, though.
It's still abysmal.
It's non-existing. Yeah, I'm still not. I think Vermont is still better than Deck, at least on Twin Beaches.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment to make. The access to the Kettenkrad, the now camo Kettenkrad is a big bonus.
You're still cutting out. Like, it's so weird. It works for 5 minutes and then it stops randomly for a
I
couple
think I'm
of
just talking
seconds.
too softly, maybe.
I don't know. I think it's a Discord issue.
Let me. I'm just gonna. You might need to readjust my volume.
Okay.
But yeah, I've just turned the automatic gain control on. So let me know how that goes.
Alright, chat.
Is
You have
it-
to say something if it's too loud.
Sorry, guys.
Bike goes down.
We have command points that need allocation.
100
Testing,
map punch
testing.
throws incoming for
Forward units report the Krauts are down to
Guys,
250 points.
Slock,
Reckley.
getting a little decap on his safe fuel. This is looking pretty over.
Yeah. I don't know what Few can do though. Like, he's so pinned in, and he has nothing to compete with the bar rifleman.
Yeah, I almost feel like maybe needed to make an AT gun to threaten the Greyhound.
Enemy
It's
taking our
tough.
points.
Yeah.
Commander, we've lost a sector.
But it looks like it's working now, so it's something there. 105 Sherman on the way from Reckley.
Okay, good.
We will see though.
Yeah, it might have just been Discord being.
No, it doesn't work again. What the?
Oh, really? I cut out?
Yes! It works for,
Oh,
like I
God.
said. Yeah, we will, after this game, we will switch to a server.
105.
Maybe it will be better there, instead of being in the call. But I don't know what View can do.
I think I'm just talking too softly. I think that's all it is.
Meanwhile, Assault Grenadiers are minesweeping the old school way.
They have 200 points remaining.
That's never a good sign.
Yeah.
But you've got to commend the tournament effort. You know, fight till the very end. Don't quit out early.
Yeah,
Try and
it's a
get
tournament
VPs
game.
down as much as you can.
But only 6 VPs are drained from directly.
Point is being attacked. Resources cut off. We have territory isolated.
This kind of reminds me of the game Ray against Tushkan yesterday.
Which one?
The first one. Where Ray was not able to drain any VPs.
Yeah, true. But yeah, definitely with definitely different because on Crossing, you know, all the VPs are in the middle of the map, but on Twin, you've always safe VP, so it's a more decisive victory for Reekley this time round.
Yeah.
And, throwing in the towel there, I think that's pretty
With a
responsible.
105 in the base.
rolls in the base. Yeah. All right, has it cut out in the last little bit?
It was okay-ish.
I'll drop my my floor 1 more decibel. If you start hearing my keyboard, let me know.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in a couple of seconds with game number 2. Meanwhile, we will work on the microphone issue. I'm sorry.
Dan. Yeah, I think I'm just probably looking away.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 between Theo and Reekley. We are back on Twin Beaches. We have Theo as... or Reekley as...
Airborne.
the two... I still sometimes screw up there, but that's fine. We have Theo as USF. What are we expecting in game number 2?
He's straight away locked in Airborne, building the weapon support center and opening with triple scout, triple pathfinder now, and an engineer. And Reekley has gone for
Nothing so far. We have Terror, Luftwaffe, and Mechanized.
With double Pio Grenadier opening, and we'll see what he's about to build very shortly. Yes, another Gren.
Yeah, well, standard, right? What do you want to do as Wehrmacht? I think
Engineers on the
I think
field.
the Grand MG is more standard, but on the other hand, against USF, I would always delay the MG after as a third unit, just to see what my enemy is doing.
And I also thought to the strong like triple Pio openings yesterday that we might see that feature a bit more from these games. But yeah, pretty standard opening here from Reekley.
Indeed. I think triple
And it loo-
Pioneer standard on Twin Beaches.
And
I've-
Theo seemed to turn off his reinforcement, so making sure all those Pathfinders came out on 3 models.
Well, I think it's saving a little bit of manpower, faster MG on the field. Here we go, first 30 colors on the field. I'm interested to see if we see a mortar from Reckley. I still think with the recent buff to all mortars with their lightning fast fire now, there should be decent.
Yeah, I think it's a 2-part. Like definitely mortars have gotten stronger and faster, and they'd be decisive against team weapons. But like you're still playing highly competitive 1v1. So to counter them, you just right click.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was gonna say it looks like Reekley was expecting the Jeep because he's got an early mine down on his safe fuel, but that's gonna catch these Pathfinders out.
HMG team deploy.
And that's 30 munitions for 1 model pretty early. But Reekley ahead again on munitions in the early game. Pretty surprising considering, Theo's got the Pathfinder open. You'd expect USF to have
Jeep.
far more kept at this point.
I think it's fine though. He has a slight fuel lead, with which now changed into a bigger fuel lead with the decap of this
Enemy forces are converging
fuel
on a
from
fuel
Reckley.
point.
We have no Pioneer harassing fuel though.
Yeah. Playing ring around the rosy with each other's fuels.
But I have to admit,
Only-
it's far more interesting to see Pathfinders
Enemy
instead
movement,
of
you're on victory
MG
point.
paradrops, which was, I think, far way more than norm last patch. And considering there
Yeah.
were no changes to them.
Cut off from supply.
I think it's going to depend. He can go for a half track pretty soon. So how well his half track can support this build, because the MG doesn't seem to be very busy.
Really good half-track timing, by the way. Reekley is not even taking up, he getting officer quarters, which makes sense with 4 Grenadiers.
Yeah.
Also,
And
one of
2
the build
Pios,
orders we see a lot, especially after a patch, because people are not sure what to do. So what they are going for are 4 Grenadiers with Veterans 1, because it always works against USF.
And Reekley connecting this triple fuel really well, kind of ignoring the hill, but still getting the lion's share of fuel.
Oh, I think 30 cal has to retreat, here we go.
Yeah, double grens. That's too scary.
Especially with the no scary grenades.
M3
The
has
grenades that
that.
actually do damage.
And Faust's with the officer quarters as well, so the half track can't really harass that mid fuel. A lot of wire going up now, so Reekley looking
One of our
to
munitions points
to
being
stay in for the long
neutralized.
haul.
Map control will now shift it to Reekley's favor, but with the help of the half track, Theo should not lose too much map control.
We got another mine down there for Reekley, so on that middle munitions from the house attention, so that half track could hit it, but after already 1 mine, I think Theo's going to be careful.
Okay, now you're cutting out again. Let's
Sorry,
join.
it's just me talking softly. Yeah, we could try a server. That's fine.
Okay, join me on the MetaPlace server.
Which voice channel do we use?
I will drag you into the right one.
The enemy is stealing our munitions point.
Alright, we will be... While I resolve those problems. Alright,
Hopefully that works a little bit better.
let's hope so.
I think it was just me just talking a bit softly and looking away from the microphone.
Ah,
so
okay.
I do that at times.
We have a quad on the field from Theo. And Rickley going for the LG-40 paradrop, so he went for Luftwaffe.
We've lost the territory sector.
Interesting for sure. Not sure if that's a good unit choice.
Yeah, could just be expecting the advanced logistics to come through, so wants to be able to on an equal footing with the cheap reinforcements.
Quad hit the mine. What I really dislike from Theo so far is he's a little bit too passive for my liking. I know he's known to be a more defensive player, but he has a lot of, I don't want to say AFK units, but the units are positioned like, look on the 8 point, there's an MG AFK. He has the Pathfinder in the building. Oh, okay, now it's fighting, but previously it was not doing much. So he has a lot of units in different parts of the map, which are not doing much.
And cars come out now and force a few of those off, especially that MG on Rickley's fuel.
Yeah, it did nothing, the MG on the field. It got just pushed off.
Yeah, when you're playing USF, you really want to be, I guess, as aggressive as possible. It really rewards play.
Yeah, quad is combat ready again. We have a Zook squad on the way. And as usual, because USF has so many infantry squads on the field, it will go into the overlay, so I'm terribly sorry about that.
Interesting that he's picked, the quad, because he's going to make it hard for himself if Webbles come onto the field, and he's going to be relying on those paradropped AT guns.
Yeah, I don't think you need the quad there.
Seized by the enemy.
I think you can keep the half-track like on its pintle, and once you see an enemy armored unit, you just get the 75 upgrade.
Do you think you're seeing a bit more LG-40 use now that the Shrek Jaegers have lost their camo?
No. The problem with the LG-40 is it does not grant itself cover like other AT guns do,
The enemy have taken
and it has less range than the standard AT gun.
Yeah, I think offset by the retreat though, and just like you don't need to build tier 3 to get some kind of AT gun out. MG goes down for Theo there, so big loss. Grin there to pick it up and merge into it.
Oh, Theo's falling apart.
Yeah, it was really sad to see.
reinforcing our forces.
Trying to soft retreat that MG, really should have just gone for the full retreat, I think.
The measure was not needed though, to be honest. It just was to be safe. He would have gotten away anyways. So I don't know what Fuka did at the moment. He's really locked into the same problem he had last game. He's losing map control more and more slowly, but thanks to the access to plenty of MGs is just slower. But still, I think in the long run he will run into the map control loss problem.
Yeah, I think the extra expenditure on team weapons has kind of hurt Theo's map control, whereas Rickley has gone for mostly an infantry build so far,
Are available in our sector.
giving him a lot more flexibility.
I think you should have maybe get paratroopers in the mix for some infantry firepower. They are not that bad with the M1919 upgrade. However, you need advanced logistics because they're relatively costly reinforcement-wise. I just don't think Pathfinders are cutting it. They're really expensive upkeep-wise and reinforcement-wise. And
Yeah, they got a big nerf in 2.0.
yeah. I don't think that's the right thing over here in this game. You can't play them as mainline.
Activity. Reports of enemy
And we've got a second half track in the build now, probably going to be the gun motor carriage. So I guess expecting those Verbal soon, but I don't think we have support elements teched for Rickley yet, so maybe he's going for the T3 rush. T4 rush, sorry.
It has to be.
Commander, we've lost
By the way, once reserve infantry kicks in, Rickley can just ooga booga everything and it will never lose manpower.
Yeah. And plenty of grins to merge into everything else. think just biding his time until he can get some stoss out. Start mopping up those Pathfinders.
However, we trashed Theodosius on his poor map control, but he has VP lead. He is able to hold the VP lead, even though just by a threat we have now a 75 up on the field, and I think it will help out greatly.
I think, because Reekley is used to losing out his games quite quickly, so it's going to be interesting to see how he plays in sort of the late game, into those late tiers. If he can maintain the pressure, maintain the performance with so many units.
Yeah, fair. We have a new MG replacing the lost one.
Yeah, if you're not building any main lines, you do need to rely on support weapons. Otherwise, you will just fall apart.
I still think the quad. I think without the quad, if he went straight for 75, he wouldn't be in such a pickle. He wouldn't have lost that much map.
I think reading that T4 skip has maybe sealed Theo a little bit, because this gun motor carriage is a lot of use, the odd barrage on the flank, but other than that, it's not really doing much. Folsham's getting straight themselves. I think Reekley's still getting used to the or was that the MG that got it?
The MG got the pin.
Got the pin, right?
Was a little bit greedy, the combat drop over there.
Yeah, but players still learning the friendly fire now, which I think is a great addition in this patch. One of the best changes they've made.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. Especially with the buff of grenades. I think that those are the two best things in a really long time.
One of our sectors is now an enemy.
Yeah, I think almost those console additions that kind of glad to see they've been excluded now.
Map control getting more and more red, so Reekley definitely holding the map.
Got the no, he doesn't have the I forget what the Luftwaffe name is for the cheap reinforcements.
Infantry reserves.
The infantry reserves, yeah. Doesn't have that yet, but just fielding a lot of units, just overwhelming Theo and outgunning him.
Oh, 2-1. Nice rifle
Pathfinder
later.
getting low.
But they will die because Theo refuses to retreat. That was should have been an avoidable loss.
As well. Yeah.
Theo's now combat dropping as well.
Got some Pathfinders coming in. Some paratroopers, sorry.
They're going in hard.
Might get naded here. Well, they can't move. But they're a little bit too spaced out. Oh, just foul in the A.
Oh, and here we go.
G40.
LG40 carrying the war effort.
Oh, lose a lot of Pathfinder models to that Gren grenade.
They're
paratrooper
really
models.
expensive to reinforce. It will hurt a lot, Theo.
Skytrain boys, are eager to make that drop.
But I haven't dropped out so far.
Occasionally, but not as bad as it used to
Okay.
be.
And yeah, Theo went for advanced logistics at about minute 9, so that will hopefully start paying off for him.
Yeah, fair enough. With advanced logistics, paratrooper reinforcement is bearable.
Yeah, just.
But yeah, Theo has such a hard time getting back on the map. He's trying his hardest, but due to his Abi composition with the heavy reliance on Pathfinders, he can't really play on the flanks. They are so combat inefficient on their own.
Yeah, it just doesn't have the pushing power. You kind of have to establish dominance early and then maintain it with your support weapons, but I think has just lost that ability. And quite late paras as well.
I think the only real advances Theo has, but it might be controversial though, is that Wehrmacht has, without a battle group, not a really good late game. Tier 4 offers only the P4 and the Brumba as armor choices. And compared to the USF choices in Tier 4, they're not that good.
I would have said that until 76 mils were buildable in T4, because I think now you can keep your head above water, but you know it is a big fuel commitment.
The enemy is stealing our munitions point.
Well, the P4 gets countered by the 76 half-tracks. Oh, he loses another MG. But might get the D-crew on the flak.
He's gonna opt to destroy it and gets it off, so at least doesn't give it away to Reekly. Reekly go base healing now.
Well, he relied mainly on Veteran Tier 1 heal, which is fine.
Territory sector
No,
claimed by the
a
enemy.
little bit reducing the micro strain there. Paratroopers are moving in. We don't see them that often, even though I don't think they're that bad. They're just relatively niche in their usage.
Heavy machine gun has been requisitioned.
And we got a rebuilt MG for Theo, maintaining that line.
We must take it back.
Has the captain in a very aggressive position, but not being able to use him for much.
So what's Theo's game plan now? Tag up, get Shermans, get another half-track.
I think it has to be. He's sitting on a lot of fuel, just waiting for the manpower to come in, I think.
Movement near a victory point.
I think taking up is such a risky move now. Because he's so low on manpower.
Yeah, Reekly has
They have
plenty
taken
of
our victory point.
resources and his T4 up, so maybe he's just waiting to see what Theo does before he builds either a Brumba or a P4.
I think P4 would... I don't think P4 would be great. He gets a second half-track and the P4 is help countered. Or he gets Zook squads with improved Zooks.
We've got tier 4 going up for Theo now. You are right. The only reason I think to build Panzer 4 would be for Chaffies, but that seems to be far too late for those to be a threat.
Yeah. That's the biggest problem of Wehrmacht without a battle group. Your stock tier 4 units or your armored stock tier 4 units are relatively easy to counter.
Mm. But that is the magic of Scissors Paper Rock Co3 gameplay.
Yeah. Even though I would dream of that before gets a buff. But well, maybe I'm the only one.
So what do you think? Like just go for a lot of Stug? Do you think that's an option for
I
Reekly?
think Stugs are actually an interesting choice. Or tier 2.5 all in play there with the
We have
Marlas
a
and
backlog of
Vibbles.
command points that need using.
Mm.
Bingo fuel
I
lead.
think that's actually a really interesting choice. We will suffer though a lot against the Zooks. Double Zook with improved Zooks, eat
47's
them
are ready to
alive.
deploy reinforcements. Give the word.
Oh, Brumbar in the build. We have our answer.
No Brumba.
Oh, got cancelled for P4?
Now we will see how the performs.
Territory
Before
sector claimed by
performs.
the enemy.
I still think that will cause issues.
A victory point is under
Yeah,
attack.
I think you want to pair it with the side skirts and get the Panzer officer quarters as quickly as you can to make it as
Victory
effective
point
as
has
can
fallen
be.
into enemy control.
Oh, flak goes down, but great nearby.
He might
Yeah, can't-
destroy it though. Yes, access to the satchel. And Theo is
That's true.
determined to get rid of
The
this
enemy
thing.
have taken territory from
Yeah.
us.
G40 sizing up the 5 GMC.
That's actually, I think, a really important pick there. 20 mil flag counters MGs. And makes infantry play with its suppression not that easy.
Also would have counted his recon plane as well, although not that quickly, but still.
We have a Sherman on the way from Theo.
Resources cut off.
How much is the upgun upgrade? How much
I
manpower?
think
and fuel?
40? I want to say 150 and 40, but that's a bit of a guess. I will tell you, it is 175 and 40.
Second P4's on the way. I think Theo should get the upgrade right away. I know it's expensive, and it will delay your second P4 greatly, but with the upgrade you should be able to hold the tide against the P4s.
M4
Yeah,
A1
Theo, I
Sherman
think still paying
deployed.
for losing those 2 MGs and rebuilding them just from a manpower point of view, even with the advanced logistics.
He has the 75 though.
No contact.
Yeah, at least zoning out P while LG runs around.
Defend our victory point.
You're cutting out.
Sorry.
No worries.
The 76 mil was zoning out the P4s while the LG40
Point is
around the
under
map.
enemy control now.
Now the interesting question is how well the LG40 penetrates the Sherman. Look, it penetrated once and it's just a sliver of health loss.
Yeah, and I think it's so easy to just smoke out the LG40 as well and just rush past it, destroy it.
Keep in mind it does not get recovered by its shield because it does not have a gun shield.
Oh, it's getting some pen now though. Someone's gonna
One. What happened
and
to
that's a
Reckley's
gren that
army?
goes down.
Did he had
That's
4
what I mean about-
grenadiers?
It's what I mean about the late game staying power, because Rickley finishes so many games early, he just maybe isn't used to microing so many hits.
But
'cause, yeah,
losing
he's lost
so many
3 grand.
grants.
Fuel point is being lost.
I'm gonna have a look at the stats. Yeah, lost a flak and 3 grens, and Theo's just lost.
1 Pathfinders, 2 MGs.
Yeah, exactly.
I think those
And just
losses
one of
will
his,
really
AAs.
bite Reckley now. He loses capping power,
Pathfinder's
but also snare platforms and just pushing power, and the MGs will get more and more overwhelming.
I think there's another finder loss now. That Shem looking low before pushing in. Strafe all that infantry.
Yeah, Reckley should not waste his ammo with this useless strafe and rather get skill planes.
Yeah, I think it's time to save up. I think trying to keep the pressure with the armor. If Theo realizes, well, he probably has how many grens he's won. He just needs to hold the line for a bit.
He needs to weather the storm,
let
and then he
the-
should get map control advantage.
Yeah. But Rickley can just replace those grens with obers at this stage. Just loses his snaring platform.
Yeah, Ober's a good choice for sure, but a third P4 it is. And I don't think P4s will are the call there.
I think we're going to see an all-in, but I'd
Krauts have taken the lead.
like to see Theo get maybe an AT.
Reports of enemy movement
or
near our
something.
victory point.
Probably will need that 7 upgrade soon.
Yeah, he has 2 Shermans out. I think he has enough pop cap for his 3rd Sherman, and then that's
Oh.
it. Pew might bite the dust.
Nearly loses Pioneer repairing. Reed's got a couple of mines up though, so Theo has to be careful. I mean, I forgot about the GMC, so he might be able to hold the line with these 3 armored units and a Zook squad. I think I would have liked to have seen the Captain Mark target. I mean, I'm always a big fan of
He went
using that
for
ability. The mortar barrage,
mortar
yeah.
barrage though. Maybe throw the captain.
So rebuilding a Pathfinder.
Collapsing. Enemy
I think that's a
taking our
mistake.
point.
Get armor.
Yeah. Yeah, can almost afford the 76 upgrade now.
We have Pathfinders awaiting orders.
And has got a rocket strafe, so see how we can play that. Sherman a bit out of position.
Oh,
Can he
Sherman
smoke? Can he get
might-
out of there?
This is now in enemy hands.
Nope.
Pathing around the GMC.
Still no skill plates! The skill plates would have
What's his
sealed the
useless
deal.
strafes? Did he go for the explosions on the paras or the quick cap?
I think he went for the cap.
They pushed
Yeah,
us
because I
off
think you can get some pretty good surprises with those nades, especially into the late game.
upgrading our Sherman tanks with this
Here we go, 75 upgrade on the way. 76
There is
comes over.
also, I was going to say, there's also the option that Wrigley kind of just threw away those grenadiers to free up PopCap. for his
More
for his
P4s?
Panzer IVs.
Oh, he's
Maybe not all three.
5D
maybe-
chess.
Maybe the first one or two was to free up PopCap, but optimize his unit makeup.
I don't know.
Our capture point
Few should have instead getting the Pathfinder, maybe a Zook squad.
completed. Enemy
Oh, we
movement
76
victory
mil
point.
upgrade now.
And those are really threats with P4s.
The victory point is under attack. We must act. They have taken our victory point.
I'm just surprised how Reekley's able to hold the map even though he had such heavy losses. But now with the 76 upgrade?
Yeah, it's just it speaks to his aggression, I guess, and you know that wide play.
We must pull this back. We're down to 300 points.
You know, I feel like the game pretty even. Got Strafe coming in the middle now, but it's.
Just nothing.
I felt like that a little bit.
It's an interesting question what Reekley will do. Is he going all in once all the P4s are combat ready?
It seems to think Reekley's waiting for the magic 4 critical mass P4 to just all in. I think he might be right.
Territory
With that rocket strafe now on cooldown, doesn't really have anything to the dive. Maybe an AT gun call in now, or just waiting for a third Sherman. Just feel like he's losing the StarCraft unit race right now.
I like that term. I like it. And want to take a bet that Reekley never upgraded his 2-1 to map hack because he does not know that that upgrade exists.
Yeah, it also gives away, like, because I think you usually keep your 2-2-1 kind of where your main units, right? So it kind of gives away where your blob is now with if you use the recon
But
ability.
still, being able to know where the enemy troops are is such a big advantage.
Well, Theo definitely stabilizing. Hopefully he can keep Reekley busy enough to try and pump out a few more Shermans.
He might get to 2-1 though. Nope.
Would be a nice
Red
pickup,
3,
but
that's like lightning fast.
it's too fast.
But the P4 is
Dominic Toretto
isolated.
driving that 2-2-1. Zook's in a nice position. Sherman can... Oh, we got a big push. Reekley a little bit out of position, but LG40's nicely placed.
I think... I don't know. It's looking good, but no kill wipes yet.
Reekley's strafing his own LG40, but gets it out of there.
By the way, now it's a perfect time to go in because the ability ran out, that one. Now they're like crawling.
Oh, one P4 might drop.
Here we go, one
Yep,
P4
one
gets
P4
picked
goes
up.
down. So Theo now, yep, building another Sherman with those resources. Perfect. Equalize. So this is looking like a really good late game. With both players having a pretty equal chance. And Theo maintaining the VP pressure. Although Reekley
Defend our
going to
victory
decap
point.
that
We're
beach
losing it.
VP now.
A victory
So
point
both
is under
players,
control
well,
now.
more so Theo licking his wounds, but going to come out stronger than ever and a big blob onto the beach side. And it gets a perfect hunting ground for the M3 as well.
Sherman on the way.
Yeah,
3 Shermans with 76 upgrade?
Deploying.
I think he's just trying to get parity with Reekley. Like you see them spam P4, so I'm going to spam Shermans, and we're about equal.
The problem is Reekley has a repair problem.
Oh yeah, those he's been really targeting those pioneers, or rather, Reekley's often been repairing when the Shermans push in and nearly killing the pioneers.
That's
Oh,
a
we don't have
disadvantage
side
if you have a
skirts.
lot of tanks.
Yeah. We got another P4 for replacement for Reekley.
I think Rickley needs a repair bunker and maybe a third pioneer just for repairing.
Yeah, it would be a smart play. I think Strummingbird pointed that out as well.
Jesus,
Oh, sorry, it
that's
was
why I
Armand.
don't like the LG40. How it disappeared.
Oh, that's a probably good pickup though. Like if you sit that up near the lighthouse, keep it on hold fire, it can pick up some kills.
A fuel point is being
Oh,
seized
that's
by
risky going for the recrew.
And P4s are bouncing
Especially-
all the shots.
These Shermans are sorry, P4s are completely unsupported. Here we
Skill
go. The Loiter
plates.
calls in. Might lose a the P4s are coming on the retreat path now. They might get found by this MG captain.
We've lost a territory sector.
M3 going into the fray. I think he's
Getting-
definitely going to lose one vehicle.
P4s are trying it, but there's. Oh, he hit the mine! No, we have rockets on the way.
The new rock is their way.
Oh,
They did nothing.
oh, just a misplay on those rockets. A slight angle there. It should be able to pick up this P4 with the Zook squad.
No,
Oh,
the,
it hits the
he
wrong
should need,
goddamn tank.
he needs to go inside of the building so he's not getting suppressed by the skill plates.
He's at least pulling the Loiter off the vehicles though, although they're no longer in the circle. Really should pick up this P4.
Down to 250 points.
Oh, might lose a Sherman now. That's very lucky for Reekley that those Zooks shot at the other P4. That's the danger of attack move. Oh no.
Who is getting greedy?
Destroyed.
Oh, okay, that's yeah. Pull out, please, pull.
Go home!
Attack.
Jesus Christ. Yes, that's game number 1. Game number 2.
I think that's pretty lucky for Theo. And Reekley, to be honest.
It's an even trade.
We've lost a sector.
I would say there's slight advantage for Theo because his tanks are cheaper.
And I think also because Theo's maintaining better fuel control, better map control now after that engagement. And blasted a lot of munis onto that Loiter that didn't really pay off. Vet 376 is really going to hurt.
To repair though, both players having such a repair problem.
Enemy activity.
Going to lose
You're on
those
the
Pathfinders for a greedy cap on the fuel, but
Pathfinders, KIA.
37 fuel income for Theo. Probably going to be able to get that 4th Sherman out, you know, in a minute or so.
Sherman tank, finished and ready.
But I think once Theo can connect those rockets and wipe a P4, it's going to be a different game.
Contact. Capture point is being overrun.
It's I don't know how. I don't see Reckley winning this. He has nothing to kill those Shermans. The P4s
Yeah.
are just able to trade evenly if they've used their veteran C1. But as long as
Diving in with
the
the 76.
as long as the 76 and the Zook squads are close by, it can't happen. This will not be able to pull it off. And skill planes, Reckley's usage of planes are questionable, to say the least.
Yeah, I think Theo realizes now that he just has to keep Reekley repairing, and he's effectively off the battlefield.
2-1 gets picked.
2-2-1 goes down, yeah. And he smells blood now. Lots of low P4s. Gonna pick up these two. I think worth a trade for a Sherman. Can he get the other one? Yes, he does.
And he will get
Looking
away
well
easily.
in favor of Theo now.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a Loiter to save his bacon. Vet 3 MG does not care about the
Nah,
14
man.
mega grenade at all.
That 3-man still damage reduction kicking in.
Calling in, is that an LG40? What is that? Or another Folsherm?
It's a LG40.
Oh my god.
They performed so poorly till now, and he still gets more of them.
But it has to be recrewed, and Reekley doesn't have a lot of units. Eats a Faust. Don't forget your smoke, Theo. Don't forget your smoke.
Here we
There we go.
go.
Oh, attack ground or
Misses.
normal attack misses the M3 very luckily. And that's Wrigley GGing. That was a great game to watch. So I think showing there that the new upgrade in T4, the 76mm Sherman coming in clutch for Theo.
Yeah.
And Wrigley, I think, suffering a little bit from just, large army management. Losing those 3 Grens in the mid game really made his map control suffer.
I agree. I think that was the turning point. Losing 3 Grants in such a short
Span of time,
just killed him. That really broke his back there.
It's I mean, it was so tough just watching Theo whiff those rocket strafes. He really wanted them to come through for him, but then Wrigley kind of whiffed all of his strafes and his loiters as well.
Yeah, I agree. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with game number 3 in a second. Ace game is coming up. Grab something to eat, something to drink, and we will be back in a sec.
No, we won't just
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 3. Ace game decider on the way. We have Wrigley as
the USF, and he's bringing to the battlefield heavy weapons, advanced infantry, and spec ops again. No change there. And he's starting with double scouts and a barracks.
And on the other side, we have Theodosius as the Wehrmacht.
To the field.
Ooh, we finally see the Kedden. Theo's rocking Terror, Luftwaffe, and Mechanized, and starting with the double Pio Kedden. So really looking to vacuum up the map in this early game on Road to Tunis.
Yeah, by the way, he's reversing the Ketten, so it's
Riflemen are ready.
not as noisy. I love that.
I thought they fixed that. I thought it does make sound now. Or was it just that they took reverse off the crad?
They removed... Oh, that might be actually a good question. Where's Miroslav when you need to fact check the casters?
Yeah, I just put fog on, and pretty sure I can still hear the Ketten. So I think it does make noise in reverse now. But I'm happy to be proven wrong.
And it feels like Theo gave up on deck. Deck has such a... People picking it relatively often, but it has such a poor track record.
Yeah, and I feel like you're just putting yourself against USF at the risk of a big armored train just dropping through you.
Yeah, fair enough.
You gave him a red hot go in game 1 though, so commend him for that.
And was then base pinned for 20 minutes.
Yeah, so probably doesn't want to relive that experience.
We have riflemen taking the field.
Second rifleman is out. We have second grenadier on the way from Theo. Where the advantage of the Ketten, even though you have one fighting unit less, it's the insane cap speed. And if you keep... Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just going to say that the moving while camouflage now is incredible. Like, you don't need binoculars anymore. You just drive the Ketten up to the enemy.
Oh, I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, although you probably need that like tier 1 officer quarters to get it off. But yeah, enough mines and the Ketten will get Vet 3 pretty quick, or just keep it close to the action.
Yeah, that's also a good point. I think it takes that if you have it like next to an AT gun, it should be Vet 3 really fast.
Yeah, or even the new God tier mortars will vet it up quite quickly. So I'm interested to see if we're gonna see either the player make a mortar this game, because it's a decent map for it.
Infantry support research.
I still think the new models are amazing. It's just a question of tempo.
Mm.
And 1v1 being the most tempo-oriented game mode that we have.
Yeah, and you've got only one player to worry about, so you can kind of move your units in danger pretty easily.
Don't look at chat. Look at the game. So you don't
sorry,
cut
am I
out.
cutting out?
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So we triple rifleman is out from Reckley. We have infantry support center coming up, and we have an MG from Theo. So Reckley is not a believer in early bars.
I think that's the right choice here, because a 2-2-1's just going to clean up if he went for bars.
I think now,
We
with the early bars, there are two ways to play USF, at least on paper. You go bars, and then you go tier 2 with the half tracks. Because
You'd have to,
Greyhound
otherwise,
is
yeah.
just too far away. Or you don't
Just
go
too
right
expensive.
away bars, you go for mid-game bars, but then you can go for Greyhound. At least that's how it feels. We have a mortar on the way from Reckley.
Yeah, I think you're right until we see some other styles of... I mean, you're really just relying on a Zook squad. And if they have anything that can zone a Zook squad out, you're stuffed.
Support upgrades are en
Yeah.
route. Mortar crew and tube, standing by.
Mr. Mortar's on the field. I heard with the recent buff to it, the airbursts
Huzzah.
are
Reports of enemy
not
movement
fun.
near our
You don't have time to react. It's basically like the old airburst, where you have like a second before you get wiped. But I
Yeah,
don't know if it's
yeah,
true.
yeah.
They've captured a victory.
We'll find out, I'm sure. So the Ketten going on a world tour here, decapping Wrigley's fuel. Scouts coming back to answer that. Big
Terrorist
push in the
unit.
center into the MG, yeah, and we don't have a BG pick for Theo yet.
He has to retreat as Flamer Pioneer. He has to retreat as Flamer Pioneer. Might be too late. And he
Yep,
drops it.
it's gone. But hidden behind the bush, Wrigley may not see that right away. But
No,
nothing
he's
to
picking
pick
it
it
up.
up for Theo. You hate to see it.
Oh, you get double punished when you lose the Pioneer, and then your enemy gets the Flamer.
Yeah. Wrigley going straight for the cutoff now.
We have Jäger with
Mortar's gonna-
G43 on the way.
All right.
Nice smoke, by the way.
Hopefully-
I really like it.
But should be able to his own fuel held. Has Wrigley got grenades yet? No.
No.
So I think could have kept that fuel capped in that smoke.
Enemy movement
Said for the
near our
cutoff.
victory point.
Again, not a really good early game there for Theo. Feels like his early games are always a little bit lackluster at the moment from
Defend
Theo.
our victory point. We're losing
Yeah, I think maybe went a little bit too wide for Wehrmacht this early on.
Yeah. The soft retreat on the Flamer Pie was just weird. He was soft retreating, there was no grenadier behind, nothing.
Yeah. It's right. He's getting punished behind cover. G43s though.
They're not that bad now, the G43 boys.
No, especially on road to Tunis. This is a map where they're going to shine. Mortar getting pressured, has to backpedal, and Theo's responded to the cutoff with capping both flank fuels. So I think Theo reacting well to the cutoff.
Yeah, he's doing well, and he's doing better than I give credit to him.
The DAC game.
Yeah. Yeah, compared to the DAC game, definitely. It's
Which is that Flamer rifle? That's a big pickup. That was quite an annoying unit to
yeah.
have wandering around.
But no, the biggest threat will hit the field.
Territory sector claimed by the enemy.
The Greyhound will be out in a
Greyhound.
second.
What is the response for Theo?
M8 Greyhound is deployed.
Greyhound is out.
Sweet.
Mr. Greyhound getting Pintle first and then Skirts. No AT yet from Theo.
Sectors is now in enemy hands.
Yeah, would theoretically have enough for a martyr, but it's a while until it comes out. We don't have a doctrine picked for Theo yet, but not all CPs to give an immediate answer unless you the LG.
Maybe mechanized? How well does the Adra deal with the Greyhound? Probably not that good.
We're still like 1.5 CP away from any answer though.
Suck.
Yeah.
We've got him.
Just gonna have to rely on snares, I think. And
Oh,
lucky
Digger
line.
might
Don't lose it. Second.
So-
Time IO.
retreat.
A fuel point is being lost.
And Ketten, by the way, hiding on the edge of the map, waiting for its opportunity to cap. Greyhound has
So the
all the
cutoff-
upgrades out. We have support elements coming in from Theo. And we have an LG40 drop.
Hey, there we go. Because yeah, it definitely has the option to make Panzer Jaeger, but opting instead for the LG40. So this is something we might see in response to the latest patch.
Deploying engineers now.
So there'll probably be an LG40 nerf in the next patch.
Yeah, of course, because it performs so well every time we see it. Oh, don't do running and gunning with G43, boys. They don't have that good moving accuracy.
Sector gone. We must take
Yeah, I think you kind of want to deal with this flamer first, but not really use his MG that effectively. It's on bed 0.
Oh, he has to retreat. But the LG40 gets a shot in.
Gonna save some models on that Jaeger at least.
Greyhound's
Oh, no.
coming in.
That's a second flamer pie that goes down and a second rifleman flamer now.
Theo just can't keep up with the pressure. With the Wimbledon coming out, though, it might change, but still.
If you looked at this game, you'd think we were playing Code 2 Rifleman Company at the moment.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Those are some meta flashbacks. Unpleasant
it's looking-
ones.
Looking devastating for Theo. Unless he comes out, he's got a verbal in the build, so can hopefully regain control with this unit, but looking tough. I think we're going to see a Chaffee in response from Reekley, but we are building bars, so may lose a bit of resource, like the resources enough for a quick response.
VARs have been
Maybe the bars. The Wimbledon will not get this window of opportunity. There is no follow-up tech, no possible. Maybe the AT gun. But still. Wibble has to do some heavy lifting.
And the Ketten, some quick capping. I wonder if he has the communication cables yet. And no,
Yeah.
he does not. But with their vision provided, I think they're really strong now. I think Shark was saying the same thing yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. It's capture points don't lose their vision. Communication cable might be useful now.
Enemy
Oh,
movement.
a little bit overextended.
AT gun's on the way from Requi, and I think AT gun will give you a little bit more time for comeback, especially on such a
Yeah.
large map as Road to Tunis.
Yeah, he's not that far away from a Chaffee, so I think LG40 is going to give Theo some. Sorry, the AT gun is going to give Theo some breathing room with that that. Vehicle. And that Ketten just getting more veteran every time he gets decapped, so
Territory lost.
can't be in Theo's favour. Some 5 chess going on.
Territory point is no longer under our control.
Maybe a second Vibble next. I'm just scared what he will do against the Pershing. He obviously does not know the doctrine pick from Requi.
Clearly keeping his cards close to his chest.
Yeah.
But where do you go here from Theo? What's I guess we are.
I'm
building
thinking
a
about
Jaeger.
it, but Jaeger maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, he's got a Jaeger in the build, so maybe a Jaeger Shrek.
I don't know. Shrek Jaeger, I don't think it's the choice. I think once you have more anti-infantry power.
So he's going more
Maybe.
G43s. I'm wondering if Martyrs could do okay. With the Vet 1 setup mode, they can do a little bit of damage on the Pershing. You need to get lucky.
You need pretty good dices for that.
Like every mine I put in front of a Pershing, it explodes. So I kind of don't want to say you can rely on a mine to do the work.
So, is obviously if Few has the units to stabilize now.
Defend our victory
At
point.
least I
We're
think
losing
so.
it.
I'm just thinking about it. What's his long game plan? We saw it last game that Luftwaffe is on the clock.
Victory point has fallen into
So
enemy
even if you
control.
stabilize with it, because it's such an amazing early mid game, you have nothing in the late game.
We've taken them down to 300 points.
What
Commander.
are you going to do afterwards?
Yeah, it's going to be because you saw how awful Tier 4 did against 76mm Sherman, so you kind of don't want to touch that building.
Yeah. Maybe full tier 2 play? Mardas? But Mardas got coated by AT guns and did not the mobile.
It's just, I don't know, theory crafting. I mean, yeah, you really want to have more VPs capped at this point and trying to choke out the USF player before you can get to the Pershing, but it just doesn't look like a viable option right now.
Crews reporting in. Anti-tank crew killed in action.
Theo lost the Grand, by the way.
Oh no, I was going to say he needs to get some wipes at least because Reekley's just got so much infantry.
Oh, he donated an AT gun. Why did Theo destroy it? He should have
Victory
stolen
point
it.
is under enemy control
Having
now.
the best AT gun in the game.
Would have given you a chance against the Pershing.
At least a paper chance. Oh, stealing the M1 would have been huge.
I don't know, like maybe. Oh, Greyhound's going for Ketten.
Nah, Cat never dies.
Enemy movement near a victory point.
I don't know, maybe some Nebbles to deal with the AT guns, but like no matter what he does, he's still got to worry about this Pershing that's coming. And I don't think Theo even knows yet, but maybe like by deduction, you know, he hasn't seen any other battle groups, so it has to
Yeah.
be heavy weapons.
You have points available.
I don't know.
I think Reekley's got to make a mistake somewhere for Theo really to claw this back. And it, this
It's
point
a
doesn't look
big
like it's going
mistake.
to, yeah.
At least Theo has no reserve infantry, so he can slowly starting to trade more efficiently.
Yeah, just kind of floating forces a little bit. Not sure if he is going to go for that T4 or doesn't seem to want to build the other tier 3. That Greyhound just menacing the Wehrmacht troops. We got to push on the mortar, but it's going to get home safe.
I don't know what Theo can do. He's not even stabilizing that good at the moment. He's
No,
barely
he's just kinda
able-
Barely keeping his head above water. Gets a cheeky stuff on the Greyhound, but attack move is not going to secure the kill there. I was just going to do the Kettenkrad vet check, and we are only 240 points off vet 3, so unlimited invisible recon is upon us. Just look anything to keep this game a bit fresh, because both players seem to be in a holding pattern, just waiting to see what the other's going to do.
Okay, Sector 18 on the way from Reckley. Well, Reckley will sit on his ass till he gets the Pershing out.
It feels that way, hey. How many more CP has he got? There's 5 more CP to go.
Team on the field.
But Theo's decent muni floats, so maybe hoping for the loiter to do the work for him.
They have 200
Pushing
points
so
remaining.
fast, it's not going to hang around.
Yeah.
Commander, we have a large amount of command points available.
Some aggressive AT positioning. Looking at shot rebel. It's rotating. And once again, Weekly has a triple cap. So, bit of a slow, patient game. We've got some side skirts coming in for Theo. Gonna make this verbal a little bit more durable.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to be a little bit quiet there.
Oh, you're right.
I had to type with the referee there for a couple seconds.
Captured a victory point.
Some contention.
Yeah.
Some exploits, perhaps.
Not exploits.
Taking our victory point.
I'm sure. Is it Dexon complaining? Nah, I'll wait.
I won't discuss like things like that on stream.
I'm kidding. He's been very vocal about, anyway,
Yeah.
about the beacon usage and the shaving off of 7 seconds.
Yeah, I know. But I think it's intended by the devs.
It is like a small. They seem to be taking out all the skill checks, that you can do, like now with the captain
Captain
goes
Dan
down.
died.
That's a wipe.
It's something.
Small skill checks do like the building on the points, and now like points don't have recon, so you don't really need to put your units on the edge anymore. So kind of just equaling out the playing field a little bit with those small micro things you can do.
By the way, you don't want to run and gun with your G43 Jaegers that are not like in Code 2.
Not amazing. Yeah,
They have horrible
amazing
moving
moving
accuracy.
accuracy.
Victory point has fallen into enemy control.
The most obvious grenade going out and a full retreat from Reekley.
Enemy contact.
Got those air barrage on the MG. It's going to send it home.
The sector's been overrun. It's theirs now.
And we have got martyrs out for Theo. So I guess this is his response. It's just gonna stay in tier 2 and hope for the best.
Marta has to
We
do
have
some
got the
heavy
victory.
carrying though. And I don't
Yeah,
think
we've
it will
got-
do anything.
Your victory point.
Maybe 6 martyrs will work
Sector
against the
1.
Pershing, but we've got the Arvet 3 Ketten, so
Victory point now under
yeah,
enemy
I think
control.
Theo's in with a chance.
Theo's actually slightly negative for the KD, even though he is the better elite infantry on paper.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the double bar rifles for you.
Commander, we should spend our munitions.
Yeah, I feel like maybe tier 3 with a Nebula might help open up this defensive line a little bit from Reekly.
I think the problem is, like, the general idea from Theo is good. The problem are the AT guns. AT guns counter Martas pretty efficiently.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which means, if though you have a really good AT unit against the Pershing, you can get triple Marder out relatively cheap compared to the Pershing and then keep it at bay. But double AT gun will just zone you out so much that you can't really do that.
Like, I wonder if Theo's worried about a Chaffee push, because he doesn't seem to be committing to pushing.
Enemy movement near a victory point.
I was going to say the only other option he would have had with this doctrine would have been the Flak 88, but he's kind of hard built. He's gone for infantry reserves, so locked himself out of that
He
choice.
builds the Flak 88 in the middle and then he gets bombarded by the mortar and he dies.
Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing I was thinking of. Theo could build his own mortar to counter mortar in those AT guns, but it doesn't seem likely at this stage.
Yeah. We have a second Wibble on the way. Theo slowly running out of
Down to
VPs.
100 points.
Yeah, we might not even see the Pershing at this stage. Might close out the game before it hits the field. I'm sad to say.
1 CP, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's just the power of USF on Rotatunus.
I think Theo realizes what's upon him, so he look at his queue.
What is he?
Getting a Wibble, a second Marder.
Yeah. I reckon All-In's just going to work in Reekly's favour, because he's just going to CP, then call the Pershing and it's GG. Like, I don't think Reekly can misplay the thing. There's no way to not do with it. Yeah. Orange Pest, not happy with the lackluster Jaeger performance.
Yeah.
Even with the officer quarter, still haven't. Only once hit 3. 29 kills and 7 kills for the other, and 8 kills for the third.
75 points. Say again, 75 points.
So not able to equalize the Bar Rifleman and the Greyhound combo.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
Yeah, definitely a tough game there. Wibble hits a mine.
I hate to see it. Yeah. Just-
Why is he pushing? He needs to get the PD cap.
I think he senses what's coming and is just trying to make some kind of play. I could have been the Ketten though, so very lucky there. Although I think with the bonus health, it may not die to a mine. Plus health at 3.
Territory lost.
And yeah, here we go. Grant will get away scot-free again. And the double AT guys are zoning out everything.
Heavy M20.
Yeah, we've hit the CPs for Pershing, but I think Reekly is pop. Oh no, it's out. He's not pop capped. He's still got plenty of pop to spare, even with the Pershing.
Yeah, what are you going to do, Theo? Will you
Yeah,
roll
just-
over and just die?
Slash L, yeah. I think that's defense.
It's funny, even though the Call and Pershing is such an amazing unit, we barely see it in any tournaments.
Yeah. But Reekly's, I mean, yeah, done a hold, just waited.
Further training will improve the
Probably
survivability.
gone for blood much earlier, but that could have spelt defeat for him. Just waited. Till he had like nearly 100% chance of victory.
Yeah, here we go. Wibble goes down.
Yeah.
movement near our victory point.
Rifleman with the
I
flamer
think-
might go down. It
The
drops the
flame is
bar.
dropped again, and the bar.
They have taken our
He's
victory
not
point.
pick it up with. Oh, this is heartbreaking.
Survival training course is
Yeah, I
complete.
think if there had any chance he in this game, he wouldn't have dropped those flags. RNG just on his side.
Pershing is on the run, gets double shot. And the mine! Is that the
think-
turning point?
Check with the Ketten vision.
Enemy
Stay
movement
at
near our
range.
victory point.
Is he gonna do the lockdown? Lockdown.
I think he has to chase.
I think he's got a chance.
Victory point.
Lockdown. Oh,
One
miss.
more
That's
shot!
not what you want to see.
Fallen into enemy control.
Oh, he's thrown away.
No,
Oh,
he was
God.
not focus firing correctly.
No. No. How? That's devastating. He was so close.
So
He
close
locked
to
down. They have
great.
like 70 injured,
Enemy in
and with
control
the
of all
vision,
victory
he can
points.
pick off. But yeah, there's so much pressure in a tournament setting. Like we have the beauty of foresight, hindsight, everything, replay, or in the spectator view.
We've lost an
Off his
anti-tank
harder, so can't support this.
I think he's just going
It's
in, but
verbal
he's
rush.
mad.
our munitions point.
He's Pershing. He's
Pick up the AT gun with the Grand and merchant to it. Do it. Do it.
some.
You have to
Oh,
do
he's
something.
Martin now. Please just spin that. Spin
Why
that
is he
round. Oh, he's
destroyed?
destroyed.
Take it.
He's
Defend our victory point.
getting away now.
Man point should
Like, I don't
be
think he's
possible.
another chance. This engine damage comes off.
Victory point now under enemy control.
Well, at least he destroys all the AT gun. That's a huge pickup for sure.
Yeah, destroys. Got right coming out now. Weekly really trying to get that Ketten. I know it might eat a 18 aid.
Victory point is under
Oh
attack.
no.
We must act.
A glorious Ketten.
A victory point has fallen into enemy control.
He gets away.
No.
Yeah. Vet 3 can.
Will Reckless Greed kill him though?
Gonna get the Greyhound that was in bait.
Just lost our Greyhound.
Only 5 points to hold now.
The light tank is accounted for.
And Chaffee on the field as well. Please use lockdown. Lockdown and Ketten binoculars. It just went from the most boring game for about 20 minutes into the most exciting match.
Like those last 2 minutes or 3 minutes were really intense.
Yeah. I feel like we're gonna see some plays here with the little chat and the big fee. We do have down.
The enemy have taken territory from us.
Ketten is a flank.
He needs to get the VP cap though.
True, yeah.
And he needs to kill the AT gun.
Near our victory point.
Skill planes are 40 seconds away.
There. Germans have 25 points.
25 VPs remaining. He needs to get the VP.
Chaffee has arrived.
Oh, loses the Ketten, unfortunately. Loses a lifeline.
Enemy movement near our
Strafe coming in. Yeah, Pershing is hitting these martyr shots, and that strafe does nothing to the AT gun.
Yeah. It's the
Didn't even have
desperation
brace.
speaking.
under enemy control now.
He's going in. Mana's coming from behind.
Yeah, this is. You know,
Commander,
I'd like to say GG. It was just so slow in the mid game there. That's yeah, good game to Reekley. You know, he knew his strategy and he played it well.
Yeah.
And 38% map control there in the stat screen. That's brutal.
Aww. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with the next game in a couple of seconds.
Nice.
See you in a sec.
I'm just gonna
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the finals of the winner bracket. Theo against, not Theo and Reckley, it's the wrong draft. One day I will click the right links. One day, but this day is not today. Here we go, that's the right link. Ray against Reckley. Let's have a look. We have Italian CA again for both.
Breakthrough also for both players. Pershing for Ray does not want to play against the Pershing commander. Might have seen those Reckley games. And Armored for Reckley does not want to play against that. And then both players have picked Aussies for the Brits.
I think banning Pershing against Reckley is a smart idea, as we see the last last set.
And we're going to be seeing Villafiore and Crossing in the Woods. So a nice mix-up of matches compared to Tunis and Beaches that we just got.
I really want to... I wish you can hear what people think when they draft. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I'm still surprised that people ban Famenville, for example. And I was scared that with introduction of this tool, we only see only Road to Tunis. But we don't see it that often. We just never see Angerville, even though people voted into the map pool.
Yeah. Maybe it's just the competitive aspects of that map are played out. Like it's been played so much that everyone just knows how to play it.
Yeah.
But perhaps you could get players to do a small like justification for their bans, like you have to write 50 words per choice, or I don't know. They probably.
I think they would kill me. I'm glad that I was able to yank off this tool from the Age of Empires 2 community and adjust it to our needs. Otherwise, people will never get their bans done properly. They would just kill me.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
All right, will be really, really interesting. So let's have a look if the game is already up. I think I like Villafiore. At the beginning, I wasn't a huge fan of it. But after some time, yeah, it's growing on me. The uniqueness about the middle, where it changes depending on the phase of the game.
True.
And then the sides, how important the sides are.
Yeah, it is a good dynamic map, and I think it can reward both factions, you know, or both sides, Allied and Axis.
Alright, game is up. Let's join. But I think we have to wait a delay.
Oh, that's fine. I'm nearly finished my my snack.
The most important thing, to eat and stay hydrated, especially on such a hot day like today, at least in Europe. The weather, man. It's killing me.
Yeah, it's been the hottest summers I've had in Britain. Definitely reminds me of being back in Australia.
Oh, Jesus!
I think I've also spent too much time here. My body's lost its my ability to withstand the heat.
I could live in Australia, but at least you have there's AC over
aircon
there.
everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. You ride a bus in London and you're just dying. Like I don't know. None of them have aircon. It's
I'm so glad.
It's terrible.
You can really see it by town if you're riding like a modern day bus or like one of the old ones or the trolleys, like the rail cars.
Yeah.
The old ones don't have AC, so you go in during the summer, you would collapse because it's like it's already really hot outside, and then you go inside there, and then it's like second war, which you reach, and it's even hotter inside of it. And the more modern ones have AC are so much nicer.
Yeah, I don't know. Like even the modern-ish ones seem to have AC, but like everyone opens the windows anyway, so it all just goes out. I'll be right back.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah, guys, but like I said, stay hydrated. Game will be starting in 2 minutes, so see you in 2 minutes. Grab something to eat, grab something to drink, maybe a quick bathroom run, because I think we are in for a banger.
Ray taking no prisoners today.
No, he does not. All right, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 of the finals of the winner bracket. We have Ray against Reckley. Ray as the USF. And on the other side, we have Mr. Reckley as the Wehrmacht.
Wehrmacht.
What are we expecting, my dear friend?
So Reckley is bringing to the game Terror Battle Group Luftwaffe, or Mechanized, in response to Ray's very aggressive MG drop on his fuel in Villafiore. It's double scout, triple scout, probably opening for Ray, and an airdropped MG,
Yeah.
and then a double Pio Gren opening for Reckley.
MG inside of the building denying the cap of the... it will take forever till Reckley can get rid of it.
Instantly, it just pings at Pio, and he has some other things to think about.
Yeah.
Just brutal start on this map. Fuck.
Yeah.
Weapon paradrops are ready to go.
So, I guess, yeah, what's your response from here? Like, unless you've...
I wouldn't go
got your
MG.
Luftwaffe,
I wouldn't go MG. I think if you're playing against MG spam, don't get an
Get rid
MG,
of
get
MGs.
more grants.
Okay.
Because...
Oh, you wouldn't go MG, yeah.
Yeah, I
and
would go
we
MG.
could fight it. Gotcha. Oh, it has got access to an early mortar, though, so maybe might be that in response. Grim's just walking to another machine gun. Gonna hit just.
Oh, they just got into green.
We got some Pios harassing Ray's scouts on the flank. MG moving up through the center. But still a fuel deficit for Reckley.
Reckley
Slowly
will have
climbing
a...
back.
Is it a world of pain?
Yeah. Yep. Ray, none of what happened yesterday, is not going to lose a game as USF.
Yeah. Yeah.
Engineers on the
We
field.
have a
Oh, we might have a
very
wipe on the
lucky if
game.
it goes down, yeah.
But Pioneers...
Do no damage.
We need coordinates.
Got a bit of a machine gun standoff in the middle, but neither has clocked each other.
Infantry support research underway.
Gren's behind the shot blocker.
MG42 has no sight because of the bush inside of the... on the stairs, on this one thingy.
Yeah.
The
Just
good
walks
old
back and
dance.
Not to get. Yeah.
Ooh, he just
looks-
threaded the needle.
Ray lost the dance there. Has to get that MG. Ooh. And just focusing down the scouts in the building.
They've cut us off.
Got a flamer on the other machine gun's flank, so probably going to force that off. He needed to stay in there, I think.
MG on the few gets finally forced off.
Paratroopers are standing by for drop.
So I guess it was a nice distraction in the middle while
Ready. And a captain
Reckley nearly loses his MG.
He might still lose
He
it.
does.
Ah,
Might lose a
no! He
Gren.
might lose the Gren and the MG because the models are really low HP.
Oh my god. I think if he'd gotten that other scout a little bit earlier, that yeah, could have been a Gren and an MG. I think that distraction was worth it just to get the MG out of the fuel, losing a Gren for it.
I don't think that was worth the trade. Oh boy, no, the few gets cut off.
Because we got nearly a 9-point. Oh, it's probably too early to look at pop caps yet because Reckley's got some reinforcement to do. But yeah, definitely advantage to Ray. And Ray just getting that cutoff, so like you might have kept your own fuel, you're still not going to have it. Is what Ray is firmly saying to Reckley.
Fuel is just an illusion and a number. don't know.
Oh, you know what? My cutting out could have been.
No.
Yeah.
Share some insight with me.
I know what it is. I know what I've done. My push to mute button is also my camera pan button. I'm such an idiot. Sorry, guys.
We're working forever to figure out what's the F is going on.
Yeah, it wasn't my audio or anything. It was just me pushing myself to mute repeatedly to pan my camera. Yeah, I gotta turn that off in Discord. I just it's been a hot minute.
Just awesome.
Professionalism here from Debacle TV.
M3 half-track moving to the line.
Well, Half-Track is on the field now for Ray. We have heal out from him. We have support center up.
Commander,
Ray can't
we
complain.
lost the sector. A victory point is
I don't know
under
what
enemy control.
Reckley is taking for Panzer Grenadier Company. And Berserkers have, like, I think, a ban rate of 90 to 95%. It's either Panzerjäger Commands or Berserkers.
That's the signal. Movement to the victory point.
Here we go. Pioneer getting pinned.
Sorry about that.
No worries. 251 on the way. That's interesting. I'm not sure if that's the right call.
So, the Stummel, you would think, at this stage.
Infantry
In
reporting.
It
response
has
to
to
the
be the Stabel, but I think
machine guns, yeah.
but it will die right away.
Yeah, Armored is banned. I thought.
Keep in mind, chat, we still have the grand finals later on, where the winner from the loser finals will play against the winner of this matchup.
Loaded up and ready to make a pass.
So there's still some really, really good games ahead of us.
Hmm. And now we've addressed all the technical issues also.
Awesome. Just take us 3 hours.
Anyway. Wrigley just hasn't been able to hold his fuel at all this game. That's the magic of Fiore. But I mean, Wrigley can play the same trick next game, so
True.
I think Ray has to remember that. But at the moment, just the resources do not look like they're gonna give Wrigley the ability to come back in this game.
Sector gone. We must take it back.
Zoom
And
squad
I
on the
think
way
you can
from
kite
Ray.
this Stummel pretty well with the AA half track.
It's not even a double yet because no ammo.
Reporting in.
Yeah.
Getting improvements to
Oh, gets a scout in the middle.
scout squad.
It's something.
But yeah, it has a flank with the MG, so gonna send that
Back to our
home.
victory point. We're losing it.
Oh, maybe not.
Man, Reckley's so behind. He has nothing to contest the MGs. He's boxed into his base. He has no map control whatsoever.
Pack misses its first shot. It's the last thing you want to see in Wrigley's position.
Our forces.
And being in such a boxed in position, support reps are also not that good due to the green wall there. The hedges.
Yeah. And again, Ray just backing up his composition with some Zooks. Looks like he's just
Research.
pitching in to go T4, get some Shermans out.
300 points remaining for the Germans.
Knows he's got the chokehold down. Doesn't really need to worry.
Yeah. I think I get a connecting shot might be enough for a while.
Finally.
Not really. Nope.
Scout getting quite greedy, just capturing the rest of the map that Wrigley once held. Ooh,
And here
still
we
not
go.
taking a good hit in
Zip.
response.
Yeah. MG gets smoked off.
And I think Zooks might even be able to force off this
Enemy
Garen.
250 points.
Oh, a little bit of lag there.
I don't know what Reckley can do, but he has no map. He has literally no map control.
The enemy have taken
he-
Well, yeah,
territory
from like
us.
the get-go, he couldn't cap his fuel.
AT gun paradrops are available in our sector.
Panzer Grenadier on the way from Reckley, but with so many MGs on the field, might be hard to get them into the desired
The
range.
enemy is stealing our munitions point.
Yeah, Reckley sweeping the mine in the middle, so that's one less thing to worry about. But I'm just not sure it's going to be enough to come back from this chokehold. Yeah, and the team weapons are so slow moving up. You lose one unit, you kind of have to retreat them all.
Obviously, Reckley was in the lost a unit earlier. He had struggles with his MG, but I think he made this case even worse by going into an MG.
Territory
Yeah.
sector claimed by the enemy.
Didn't help himself. You got to wonder if mortar would have been enough to get that MG out of that house earlier. Maybe smoke it off and get the fuel.
We've lost the territory sector.
But yeah, you watch Ray's game. He loves playing airborne. Loves the paratroopers. It's a very favorite doctrine of his at the moment.
A victory point
Well,
is
they're
under
really
attack.
strong for
We
a
must
reason.
act.
Mm.
We're losing a fuel point. Enemy activity near our munitions point.
Pigren's gonna get forced off by the AA half track now,
Research completed,
or just
Commander.
soft retreating at least.
Yeah, it's still
Wrigley's
no
starting
upgrade.
to have
Enemy movement near
a
our
semblance
victory
of map
point.
control now
Yeah.
at minute 13.
With only 100 VPs in the bank left.
Yeah.
Victory point now under enemy control.
This is like the DAC Burster strat where you just like
Yeah.
tap the VPs.
You rush the VPs and delete the enemy
Yeah.
dry.
Defend our
Yeah.
victory point. We're losing it.
This Ray's been one step ahead of Reckley this entire game, unfortunately. I think only now starting to be able to make a comeback because Ray's building his tier 4. Like,
They have taken our victory point.
has managed to. I was about to say neutralize the VPs, but Ray's still got 2. So not quite. Only for a small portion of time.
Looking, I don't know what Reckley can do, man. I think, yeah, Asha is tier 4 up.
We have supplies ready to be paradropped, Commander.
But that's the great show of, I think, how strong the airborne jock is at the moment. Like the combat dropped MGs. You basically kill all momentum.
And now chat saying mortar is firmly a no-go as a first unit.
Yeah, no cap. You don't have
They're
capping power,
You're probably right, yeah.
and you don't have something to hold the front line.
You just sit and stare down the MG in that building.
Yeah, here we go. Red pin and Nate on the MG42. Reckley's falling apart, even worse than he was previously.
Well, yeah, he's also only played about 15 15 games in the last month, so
Yeah,
maybe
that's
doesn't
true.
have
He
the,
was.
the endurance.
Maybe that's the reason also why he did not ban Airborne. But look at the KD, man. 2-1 for Ray.
Yeah.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with game number 2 in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 between Daxon, not Daxon, Reckley and Ray. We have...
What? I'm in the wrong game.
What? Ah, you are trolling me, Jesus. We have
Scouts have deployed.
Ray as Wehrmacht, and the other side we have Mr. Reckley as USF.
As I predicted, locking in Armored, we see Reekley play this strategy if you're an auto match enjoyer quite often. And Ray bringing to the table Italian Coastal, Luftwaffe, and Mechanized.
Already.
I could go for some Luftwaffles.
Luftwaffles? Is that some kind of delicious Deutsche treat I'm not aware of?
Well, apparently to everyone who tries to pronounce Luftwaffe, or English-speaking people.
Got any of them Luftwaffles? Yeah, that makes sense. So openers, we've got double scout rifle for Reekley and double pyro MG into a Gren for Ray.
Yeah, nothing unusual so far, I think, for both players. MG stuff from Ray, I think he knows what's coming, so start with MG makes sense. Second rifleman on the way there. Interestingly, no Jeep. We see, at least I saw a lot of
Rifleman
Jeeps.
squad deployed.
Yeah, that is surprising. Especially, maybe doesn't want to give away the armored pick, but yeah, I think he's gonna pay for it when he eats this MG. Like right now. Yep, gets the suppression down.
Like the rifleman
Jumping.
buff, I still think I sound like a broken record, right? Some people say it's really good, or the bar buff. Some say it will change nothing. And I would say, again, at least in the Wehrmacht matchup, the only thing that really matters in the first 5 to 6 minutes is how well Wehrmacht is able to micro its MG42. If it has really good MG42 micro, it does not matter if you have access to early bars or not. You will not see anything. You will just get pinned down.
Yeah, yeah. You just can't misplay your MG. If you misplay your MG, you can lose the game pretty quickly.
Meanwhile, yeah, MG is
Riflemen are being
getting
upgraded.
smoked, so it's something.
Smoked, yeah.
And early nades
But-
from Reckley. Well, after
Rifles
third,
are going to be pushed off now.
they have to run.
Big concentration in the middle, and Reekley just doesn't have that third rifle out quick enough. Was maybe a little bit too aggressive with
Yeah,
his entire army.
he was hoping for the nades to be in time, but it just took too long, and he was not eager to take the risk there.
They've captured a victory.
Yeah, so now I think once that MG commands this side, like your side of the hill, it's very difficult to overcome if you want to go through center.
Commander, it's done.
Heal out from Reckley. Not the most ideal thing, I think, at minute 3. You want to delay it a little bit.
We've been granted
Yeah, I
squad
think
rating.
a half track to overcome this MG is what you want if you're not going to go Jeep. But we've got a mine going down for Ray on the south fuel.
We have an AFK scout on the right hand side.
Protecting the only VP he has. MG got a merge gren right nearby. But the scouts are, so the rifles are going to get a flank. Going to go for the
Ooh,
grenade.
they're greedy. Oh, the grenade will get the wipe.
Might even get some gren models, but it's picked up right away.
Yeah, but he will die
Not merged
immediately.
into, so
Territory out of supply.
Take it! No! He right click faster.
and get the decap off while Reekley was focused on the MG. So not bad tactics.
Scout is minesweeping.
Got Poor Dunham popped in, doing some damage.
Commander,
Ray finally connecting his safe 10 munitions.
By the way, Reckley also revealed its nade, so Ray knows what's coming. We'll play a little bit more careful.
Yeah, a little bit more aware of not having his units too close to that nade opportunity. And no one seems to have gone for the south VP yet. All the attention focused around the mid and north.
Reckley, by the way, doing a great job. Drained already 100 VPs without dropping a single VP. Map control also looking okayish. 2-1, however,
Yeah.
is on the way. And Reckley is some time away from any AT.
Ray also got quite lucky in that his Gren managed to get the healing off in Vet 1, so without the officer quarters. So that's quite beneficial for him.
Infantry support research completed, and a captain has been assigned to you.
Game slowed down a little bit.
So we don't have tier 2 up for Recluse, so I'm guessing he's just going to rely on nades against the 2-2-1, and he might be going straight for Greyhound.
Yeah, I feel like it will be a
control.
Greyhound build.
Actually, fuel control is quite strong for Recluse at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh no, we got a weapon support going up.
He feels like he needs faster AT.
Yeah, as soon as he saw that 2-2-1, he knew he couldn't wait for a Greyhound. Oh, going for the Unga Bunga nade on the 2-2-1. not quite gonna work.
So far though, not looking too bad. Knight gets nicely dodged. Nice sidestepping there. And 2-1 against units in green cover, not that good.
Probably wants to free it up to help this Gren on the other flank.
Near a victory point.
But, you know, also just getting damage in. It's
By
nice
the
and
way,
safe behind some Grens.
Ray killed its own model with a grenade.
Taking them down to 300 points, Commander. Victory point now under enemy control.
Sends himself home instead of the rifle.
Abstract deploying.
An M3 hits a field. It will show the instant vet 1, so Ray will have an idea of what's coming next.
Interesting to see tier 2 with armor.
We got a mortar pit going up, I think.
Yeah, because it's for free with Veterans 1 of the half track.
Oh, yeah.
Enemy forces are converging on a fuel
At first I thought there was... Because you can remove the pit, right? The fighting
Yeah,
gas
get
and get
refunds.
resources. But it does not work with the free one that you can drop from the half track.
Yeah.
I
Free
checked that.
manpower.
No free
Yeah.
manpower.
Damn it.
territory is being contested.
I'm glad that
So,
such a niche thing actually someone thought about that.
so Ray backpedaling to protect his scout car and bringing out a flak in response to this half track. That is going for an AA, so
Theirs now.
looks like Recluse committed to the half tracks now. Because he doesn't have a an
Reports of
anti-tank
enemy movement
response.
near our victory point.
Quad is a soft counter to the 2-1, so it will be kept at bay. I'm still not a huge fan of the quad upgrade.
Victory point is under enemy control now.
Yeah, like, well, it's just going to be tough for him to go tier 3, but I guess you can close out the game with Chaffees, so doesn't need to build tier 4 and can just call in easy 8.
Pioneer on the way from Reckley. No repair at the moment. The oldest problem for USF in the build.
Now.
Ray trying to soft retreat his MG till the base. At what point do you consider just
greedy.
retreating?
We've lost a scout squad.
Oh, and Scout goes down for Recluse, so maybe that's what the soft retreat was about, getting Recluse to focus in the middle while he's wiping a scout on the flank. Because I'm pretty sure the audio callouts work more poorly the further away from the camera they are, so
Mission point.
probably using that to his advantage.
Losing a fuel point.
But look how much more enjoyable the game is to watch once we don't have video. Jeez.
Yeah.
Our half track is scrapped. One of our
Half track
sectors
died.
is now in enemy hands.
Where? Did it die? No, Atrad died in the middle. To the 20 mil, I assume. Atrad is out. Ray's favorite unit.
The AA is already dead. My god. Yeah, I just...
Point is being lost.
Yeah, it's not. I hate the AA half track. It's not my unit to build. But I want to keep it moving too much, so I just get no DPS. Captain looking dangerously low.
Defend our victory
Captain Dan is running for its life.
Tries to save it, but now the
Skull.
M8 might be in trouble as well.
No, M8 wins against the 8-red.
They have taken our victory point.
Yeah, right. Barely able to pen its front armor. Ugh.
If you have like Godsend Micro and the enemy is not paying attention, you could
Yeah, you can kill it
attack on
easily.
ground on the back armor. Get the
Ray maybe
damage.
going for the bait there over the VP mine.
Victory point.
Ooh, that would be
Has a
big.
flak pretty close by. But yeah,
Ah,
Weekly
Skull.
not taking that.
Really getting snared
Grenades
though.
on fuel and awaiting assignment.
Map relatively red though at the moment.
Chase me, chase me.
Chase me. Be greedy. We know, Reckley, you are greedy.
Listen. Listen to your inner voice, Weekly. I got another 8 rad for Ray, so committing to this strategy. So just, well, I guess can bring out
Oh,
the
double
Panther
8
when
rad
the Easy
is
8 comes
dangerous,
out.
but there's a snare platform not close by.
Oh, that 8 rad's gonna go down. Can he get the M8 in response? Has to make this worthwhile.
Trying to get some rear armor shots in.
This flak just sort of could have come up to support, just sitting in base. It's gotta
What
go
is
down,
he?
right?
Yeah, he goes down. I think
Oh,
that was
happening.
a
We've got a
Appears to be out of action.
good trade.
captain running into the middle. Yeah, that's about equal, right?
Ah, 8 rad is how much? 50
I was just-
fuel?
And then 55, 280 for the M8.
Now we get the wrecker and just recover those. We get the 8 rad. No. Look!
That's it.
Okay.
No. Oh. Yeah.
Here we go, we are back. I have no idea, man. I tried everything. It just says it uses connection to the server, and then it says something stream key issue, blah blah blah. And I tried so many things, and I don't know what it is. And Google can't really help me. It is. At least it happened at the end of the game. Alright, Ray 1, 2, 0. Alright, let's have a look what's coming up next. So chat, see you in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see, we are going into Theodosius against Tushkan. I have no idea what the score is, because they were not finished, because the games went so fast that they're not finished yet, so we have to wait for this game, till we can see Nub against the winner of this set. But I think that will be fine. I think it's game number 2. I think they drafted roughly 50 minutes ago, so it should be game number 2, considering it just have started, but I don't know the score. So it might be whoever is up. But I think that's fine. I rather have this game now than have a long break time till the next game starts. So we get some content, and I hope everyone likes that.
It's too bad we can't just ask them in the old chat when we're spectating.
That would be hilarious.
It'd be so abused.
Nah. Co-people abusing things never happened before. But yeah, I hope everyone is enjoying the tournament. I know there's some meta issues, and I was bold to do the tournament 1 week after the patch, but I still think in the end it was the right call. We saw, especially in the earlier rounds, a lot of build style diversity, even in the higher rounds. But we see a lot of different things. We are now... Yeah. So, and if you like what you're seeing, feel free to drop a follow over here on Twitch, or a sub on YouTube. We're streaming there as well. And if you like even more what you're seeing, feel free to drop a subscription on Twitch. Every bit helps. Or you can become a Patreon of RTS on our website, on MetaPlays RTS. Which is basically our Patreon, where you can support us to grow. Or if you want, you can directly donate to the prize pool, which 100% of all donations to the prize pool are going into the prize pool. So nothing gets... no money lost there. So let's have a look. Game number 1 is, or the game number 2, we don't know, is
on Road to Tunis.
All right, ladies and
We've got
gentlemen,
Tushkan.
as the Brits,
Riley,
or Theodosius the Wehrmacht, because I get, yeah, and Tushkan as the Brits.
So Tushkan straight away locking in Air and Sea. We're going to see maybe some demos, maybe some commando airstrafes, and Theodosius locking in Luftwaffe, but not yet dropping in a Fallschirm Pioneer. Starting with a Ketten Pioneer and a Gren. And a double Sapper Dingo open for Tushkan.
Ketten, I think he was the only guy that I see building Ketten. He's still reversing, even though, yeah, he should read patch notes. Kerper.
Dingo on station.
Let him live in his old metas, okay?
Yeah,
I'm for one, I'm happy.
Dingo out from Mr. Tushkan.
I'm just happy we're seeing the Ketten come out, because it's not a very popular unit, just being a non-combat unit.
It fell out of favor after the first months of the lifespan of Co3, because it was ridiculously broken, got nerfed for a good reason. And
I think with
now we
the,
don't see it, even though I still like it. Yeah, I think there are certain build orders where you can justify it, at least in the team games.
I just think it's going to be hard for their players to justify spending the extra munitions on the cables just to get the vision. But I think that and its Vet 3 camos is really going to make it a strong unit if you can make it last.
Yeah.
A new infantry section is ready for battle.
Dingo already paid itself, forced off the Grenadier with a good chunk of HP damage and the model drop. Tushkan will
strike, yeah.
really like that.
And Sappers should be able to force off this Pyro. Ketten getting some good ground in the bottom. Might want to think about laying a mine to try and trap that Dingo with, but it's a risky strategy.
Tushkan not able to gain control of the viewpoint. Even though he had an amazing first fight there, Theodosius in the end had a better position, and Tushkan had to retreat.
But yeah, it does have a flank sapper just capping up his side pretty happily, so this is all a bonus what he's doing on Theodosius's fuel.
Ketten getting those sweet cap.
Infantry
Theodosius!
Rashfla calls it.
Sniper!
Sniper in the build.
Sniper, Wehrmacht Sniper got buff, Veteran C3 got red of fire or vision? It got something.
We'll find out in a minute.
Imagine remembering patch notes.
So 50% rate of fire when attacking from camouflage is what it says, and 10 plus vision range of at 3.
It will be like a Major König. He will win the war, or he will die in the second minute to the Dingo because those their options.
Yeah, sniper with Dingo and Ketten seems very bold.
Yeah, I think Ketten and Sniper synergize is insanely due to the vision.
And like, I don't think Tushkan realizes he's got no snares just yet, so we're about 10 seconds off the T2 going up for Theo.
Theo got some good
kinda missed
damage
that.
rolls though on the grants against the Dingo.
Yeah. How far are they off Veteran C1? Still a while away. Jibba, Tushkan is a Kotu veteran, 2v2 champion, and he took a game off Ray's USF yesterday, so quite a decent player.
He's also really good in
Yes.
Co 3 2v2. I had some unpleasant run-ins with his
he's-
mates against him and his
Kicks-
mate.
Kicked my butt many times. Oh, Dingo
Ooh.
eats a Faust.
He was not expecting the early snare tag there. Dingo will go down.
Might get some repairs in there.
No, he
Has to
will
force off-
survive. Oh,
I think
no.
the sniper could have shot the Dingo there because it's got pretty good pen and damage. I was so lucky the sappers were there for repairs and the flamer.
But Theo actually Theo has okay map control considering that he has nothing on the field.
So base heals for Theo
We've
and
lost the
an
sectors of the
LG40
enemy.
called in.
Commando paradrops have the green light. Humber armored car ready for reconnaissance.
Cheeky mine going down on the cutoff. Maybe going to try and bait the sniper or bait with the sniper. And a decap on Theo's fuel. Ooh, Humber's gonna spell some trouble for this pioneer and the sniper as well.
Oh,
LG40's
Dingo
got some lifting to do.
gets the shot in. Someone hits the mine.
Oh, sapper.
Royal Engineer has to go home. Damn Vulch people.
RAF's finest.
It was a pretty good comeback onto the field for Theo. Kind of won every engagement, now forcing Tushkan back into his own zone. Gonna do some decapture in the middle.
Panzer Grenadiers.
We're losing a
You like that? Fuck those. Those Jaegers, man, they did nothing.
Yeah, yeah. I think I said tier 2 accidentally, but it was tier 3. And we got some LMG commandos dropped in the middle, but they're not going to be able to get the temple in the middle.
I think it's a mosque.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, there's no minaret. So maybe it's not a mosque. I don't know. I'm not an expert on religious buildings.
It's good against the heat, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's a good call. So Major König has how many kills? 6. Could be better. Should be better, actually.
I mean, with a dingo on the field, that's not too shameful, you know. Like, he's been under a lot of pressure.
Oh, the commandos are sneaking up.
Trying to snipe this sniper.
And Sniper is dead.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Not even efficiency 1.
That's devastating. And that's why I don't make snipers, kids. Damn it. Exciting to see, though. Like, thanks, Theo, for giving us, you know,
He gets a
6
second
minutes of
round.
entertainment. Rebuild. While like 3 counters are still on the field. That's
That's a ball.
it's a bold play, Cotton.
He's playing the long game, bro. He's playing the long game.
Territory sector
Daniel
lost.
pointing out that Theo didn't really make use of his detection pioneers there. Probably should have them at all times with the sniper.
Anti-tank weapon and
Humber going in for a dive. Sniper runs away.
Yep, Sniper will has a lot of good day.
So do you think we're going to see Stugs this game?
He has to go for Stilks, otherwise he will never have any proper AT on the field.
overrun.
True. Ooh. Ketten could have maybe used its binoculars a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Oh
Victory point is in the
Jesus.
enemy
I
hands.
think Tushkan is way too passive on the flags. He should have like
Yeah.
kept everything by now.
I mean, he had a full health Humber. I don't think he needed to back up on the Ketten there. So this is game 2, by the way. Yeah. So we're still not sure of the score from game 1. I'll have a look and see if it's refreshed. No.
Yeah, we don't have the score, so I will assume it's game number 1, even though it's not.
We're losing a victory point to enemy action.
So I think it's only, yeah, we've only lost that sniper so far this game, and kill ratio pretty even for both players.
Yeah, but that's a bad sign. If you go sniper, you wanna have more kills than your enemy.
For sure.
The beggars are threatening a munitions point.
By the way, do you know my biggest goal in co-history is?
No.
To kill a sniper with the knife throw of the SSFs.
Have you come close?
No, not even a single time.
Use a determined challenge. I like it. We should they should add that one to the weekly challenge rotation.
Yeah, yeah, that's the
Give you like
perfect.
5,000 points. They should have some like VIP only able to do in multiplayer.
Yeah.
None of this skirmish BS.
Does even the AI build snipers though?
Damn it, no.
Infantry training is underway, Commander.
So we've got infantry training coming in for Tushkan.
We have a Recce upgrade and the bread upgrade.
Yeah, so really difficult circumstances for this sniper. But, you know, the sniper Ketten recon's working pretty well. Hasn't been able to get that LMG commando up in a dangerous position again.
Yeah, but that is just a matter of time. I'm interested to see what feels. Oh no, we know what this game plan is. Tier 4 is coming up. The good thing though, Tushkan also has no late game. Like has also only early game doctrine, no late game
We're
there.
losing a victory point.
Maybe we see the buffed Centaur.
Yeah,
Or was
Yeah,
it
the
last patch where it got buffed? I'm
another thing to insta-kill the sniper.
Point lost.
getting one shot.
I'm gonna-
Control.
Pack 40 coming out now, so those vehicles are going to have a tough time with 2 AT guns on the field.
At least no the real AT gunners on the field, no the scam
we've got a bit of a-
LG40.
Got a bit of a AFK AT in the middle.
Sector lost. You have
And
command point.
LMG commandos making their way up again, gonna meet these Pigrins. Bundle nade whiffs.
I think Tushka is giving too much space for Theodosius. Theodosius should be punished way harder.
Oof.
Rifle
Brings his
grenades.
dingo up,
Tank
eats a
grenades
pack
now
shot.
available.
Yeah, in real life,
I
the Dingo would have been in a world of pain now.
Yeah, I think Theo's just playing a really good zone defense. Lots of very like ranged units.
I think he needs a little bit more of infantry. I think he lacks the ability to maintain a proper front line, so the sniper can just shoot away. He's always like soft retreating and trying to plug those gaps,
A victory
so
point.
Major
Yeah.
König is not getting overrun. We see a dead
He's always
dingo. What? Theodosio showing us anti-micro, not snaring the Humber, therefore Humber survives.
Victory point under enemy control.
yeah, he always seems to be on the back foot with his composition at the moment, but maybe he's planning for a few more Panzergrens.
I think it will be Obersoldaten. Stoßtruppen. They are called Stoßtruppen. One day I will learn it.
Stoss. Yeah, he does have tier 4 up, you're right, you did call that out before. That's gonna be a big headache for
P4 actually not that far
Tush.
off. Free fuel is missing.
Tushkan just getting his tier 3 up as well, so
I'm surprised how much fuel Theo was able to gather.
well, considering he didn't go for any vehicles, I think theirs is the second. Oh no, is it Brit stack, then Ver, then USF for like tier 4 cost? I'm pretty sure.
Sniper finally hit Veterancy 1. Now it has its ability to pin unit. Pin shot is actually really nice.
We have command points available for use.
Ooh, that might be the perfect opportunity to wipe the section.
Yeah.
Nope.
The LMG section, Commando.
Not today, kiddo. P4 is
Humber there trying to pick up the scraps, but it's only going to see AT gun.
I have to say, P4 timing really, really good for Theodosius. Tushkan can only build his Crusader in roughly a minute, and that means
Yeah,
that
just-
P4 has some free reign.
Hasn't been able to use his vehicles that effectively at all. So like, Theo's had no pressure to need a vehicle.
The beggars are threatening a victory point.
Some artillery going down in the center.
Enemy is down to 200 points. Victory point lost. The enemy has control.
And P4 eating a lot of AT shots there in return.
Ooh, we might see a Panzergrenadier. No, Panzergrenadier also not edging so much.
The enemy
By the way,
is
we
back.
did he refit the Humber or did it die?
I feel like a refit because I can't see a shell. I'll check the Yeah, he refit it because he didn't lose it.
Fair enough. Not sure if that
On the
was the
stats
right
page.
call.
Just wants a
It's
nice
about
quick
Matilda.
Matilda out and maybe some foot guards and follow up.
Stoßtrupp on the way.
Possibly didn't have a lot of like success with the Humber with so many AT guns on the field. A bit of a lull as both players get some elite units out of their final tier buildings.
P4 going in. Ooh, we get some nice shots in.
Matilda heavy tank has been completed. We're
Some
losing
mines
a
going down in the
victory point
center
to
for
enemy
Tushkan,
action.
but they're going to be seen.
Anti-tank crews are on standby.
LMG Commander getting found before it could
Victory
camo.
point under enemy control.
Yeah, after his first kill of the sniper, LG Commando is not up to the task.
Victory point belongs to the enemy.
How do they measure against the Stoss?
I think Stoss should
Yeah.
beat them. Don't
Should
walk
be,
about
yeah.
over your own mind, kids,
Yeah.
because things like that then will happen.
LG40 is trying his darndest against Matilda. Got some more artillery going in, but that could be a fake barrage.
Ooh,
No, it's a real one.
it's a self-wipe barrage.
What did he wipe?
His own infantry section.
Oh no, friendly fire taking dangerous hit for Tushkan. Learning the hard way. We might lose a Gren for Theo.
A victory point is being overrun.
Playing with anger that he might even, it's still going. He's absolutely destroying himself. You just sees
Victory point is
sees blood, man.
Christ. This arty wiped me so many units. So I
He nearly
feel
wiped his own AT guns.
Looks like it. The nerf that we needed all along for base arty was more friendly fire damage.
I was gonna say Zun2 in a game earlier today. I was playing with a section and had it well out of the danger zone, and just this wild scatter shot nearly wiped my whole squad. And I was like 30 range away from where I threw the flares.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, that friendly fire is tough.
It's nuts. I like it, but it's not a mechanic and you have to get used to it first. I think.
Yeah, not charging into danger. Well, it should be obvious.
Yeah.
No, I think it's yeah.
YouTube chat
Maybe.
asks Sniper got
Crusader cruiser
some relevance
ready.
now, and I don't think so. So far, feels Sniper is not performing well.
The enemy has it.
I mean,
And
yes and no. It's annoying, but you can't use it that effectively. It's just like one unit here, one
Enemy
model
ground
there.
Forces have claimed a sector. We're losing a victory point.
let's say the biggest ally of Theo so far was the British artillery.
This Gren could go down depending on how the rolls go on the LMG commando, and the no response from Theo. That's his only other Gren. Ugh. That's not looking good for Theo. Now has no mainline infantry.
Yeah, he also getting a Brumba. He's running out of VPs, and I think my point still stands. He needs mainline infantry for screening, for spotting, plugging those
Merging
gaps.
into the stars.
Because he relies so much on the sniper, but a sniper is only good if you have a stable front
Your
line
whole
where you
army
can.
there.
It's a support unit. The micro tanks is just also not that.
Tank crew training completed.
Mr. Brum.
And we do see another Vet 3 Ketten this game.
The
Hero
Bears are
Ketten.
threatening a victory point.
Well, with shared veterancy, some would say it's not a hard task.
Still a hero in my book, Salvadio. I don't care what you say.
The enemy has control.
I respect that.
But I think actually if you zoom in, he's got a Reuter cross around his lapel there. So
Standby.
I want to see that now. If you're
no, I'm just
leaving, fucking hell, you're joking. I would. What the
yeah,
hell?
as Mirage Flight
Was it,
points out, the vision is very good for the Ketten.
Here we go. I reset the camera.
Taking a hit there.
No, the hero
Oh,
died.
no! I
Vader gone.
fucking cursed that Ketten crowd out of the game.
But he gets the Matilda.
I'm glad we built up a bit of a narrative for him before he,
He
before
died.
disappeared. And there's nothing to tow away that AT gun now. It's completely vulnerable. Does keep the sniper alive after that push.
Dingo's coming in. It could tow.
Thought about it, but the LG-40 still there. These sappers are doing a terrible job of baiting. Brumbar pushing into the AT guns now, and they're not at a great angle.
Oh,
Ooh, it just
big
walked out of the
counter
danger
attack.
zone.
But skill
Here comes
plates
the counter
are.
push. Not available yet. Still another 10 mini, right?
Are we going to see the battle of the skill planes?
We see it. Here we go.
I'm also surprised no officer quarters tier 4 for Theo yet. Opting for more P4s, I imagine.
Maybe he forgot. I'm not sure if units people are not getting certain upgrades on purpose or they're just forgetting that they exist.
True, yeah.
Especially in co, where
Pressure,
you don't
the
have
pressure is high, yeah.
Yeah.
Dingo getting hungry for the sniper. Ooh.
He's refitting
But
it. No, check.
Oh, greedy. So greedy. Refit vehicles cannot reverse, so its first action was to drive towards the enemy.
So all the hero units died.
We're losing a munitions point.
Theo, by the way, misclicked. Now he realizes it. He mounted the Brumba.
So we'll nearly have enough resources for another tier 4 unit from Theo.
Hands.
Just waiting on manpower. So I think surely more P4s are the play. Or do you back tech here? What do you think the next move is for Theo?
I will get a P4, another Stoßtruppen, and then Uga Buga and an enemy.
A-15 Crusader is
With the
on
skill
station
planes.
and ready for orders.
Yeah, see, like, I play a lot more 2s, and I would want maybe a mortar to smoke off those AT guns, because I feel like they're the biggest threat through the middle at the moment. But yeah, that is my 2v2 brain.
Yeah, my 2v2 brain says always more units, more Uga Buga.
We're losing a victory point to enemy action.
This Sapper not retreating. It's trying to queue up the
Enemy control.
the strafe and nearly pays for it, but all the units get out of there
Victory point is
alive.
being overrun.
But yeah, I guess as Luftwaffe, Theo does have the strafe available to make those
Enemy hands.
AT guns move, so might utilize that. Has plenty of munitions banked.
Second P4 on the way. I think I would refit the Matilda
Um,
and get more
yeah,
Crusaders.
he lost one Crusader, yeah.
Yeah.
I think another great change was the refit timer. I think it's
How long is it?
been saw 2 minutes.
Oh, that's okay. Even though I
Yeah,
still
it's all
think
needed.
refit is too strong. You should lose at least
Yeah.
some resources.
I mean, I kind of get it because the Brits have such. Oof.
I think the Bomba is dead.
Yeah.
But
There's
I
no
think the
stun
Crusader is
round for
dead
this.
as well.
Needs to turn.
Command points should be allotted, Commander.
One more shot. Major. Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
god!
Major König just got headshotted out of life. Magic.
Dying breaths of the Crusader. Just got obliterated.
Tank knocked out.
Yeah, just didn't respect those AT guns with the Brumba.
Royal Engineers out of contact. Resume
So that's
repair.
looking like a fairly even trade now. Sapper and a Crusader for a sniper and a Brum. Oh, it's definitely in Tushkan's favor.
I think this, and then losing his hair is actually good for Theo because can spend his micro on more useful units.
He better not rebuild it.
Nah, man, no. Minute
Better be
20.
another Stoss. Like, he could have had 2 Stoss on the field, but then I don't know how he would have gone in that mid game. LG40 doing some good work on that Crusader. I'm gonna send it back for repairs.
The beggars are threatening a victory point.
And Theo with some commanding map control now has soon to have all 3 VPs if he stops building sandbags on the South VP, or the West VP, sorry.
Grenade. Skill plane.
Sorry?
Top side. Nothing
Ooh,
happened. Both
that's-
got touched. Red
The only
free,
engagement on the field and probably the worst skill plane deployment we've seen in this tournament so far.
But the strength is so awful, man. I don't know why people use it.
It gets a pin. That's it.
All victory points. Act now.
Or not even a pin sometimes.
Matilda getting
Ooh,
some side shots in,
Yeah, Matilda look very risky.
A fuel point is
but
being overrun.
it's smoke saves the day. I think once Theo is able to outmaneuver the AT guns, like now, he will win the game.
We are losing a victory
Oh.
point to enemy action.
That AT gun's going down.
And
We'll
now the
probably
Ooga
destroy it
Booga
knowing
all-in
Theo.
push.
Our territory.
Yeah.
The enemy has our victory
Crusader's in an irrelevant position for this Unga Bunga. Got a camoed AT gun moving up very slowly.
The LG40 is actually doing a decent job there. It's performing way better than I anticipated.
And he could swap it over to HE and do some damage to the other, AT gun as well if he really wanted.
We
It's
have
such a campy game
having-
from both players. Like, really focused towards middle.
Just having some discussions in chat about Strafe versus Loiter and Loiter versus Fragmentation Bombs. So
A-15 Crusader is on station.
pretty
and ready for
informative. I
orders.
think I enjoyed the frag bombs too. Frag bomb on a retreat path is one of the most beautiful things in Co 3, I think.
Frag bombs just synergizes so much with all-in pushes because you get rid of
Yeah.
AT guns. But if the enemy has no AT gun, then frag bombs are kinda, at least in my opinion.
I think you can also overwhelm the opponent with like so much smoke that they don't know which is hitting where. Is that a strafe? Is that a fragmentation run? It's
You
pretty,
can see it on the different
effective
colors
psychologically.
though.
Yeah,
Frag bombs is red smoke because red is the danger color, and yellow is the slightly less danger color.
Victory point is in enemy hands.
Here we go! Skill plates have been clicked! Danger color!
Here comes the push.
Circling the area. We'll clear
Here comes the counter loiter.
target mark.
More red smoke!
Hold on to your hats. This is a big one.
It's times like this you'd wish you'd
Had the
maybe
verbal.
picked the AA emplacement instead of the LG40. But yeah, the LG40's been doing good work all game. Nah, nearly vet 3 now.
When AT gun went off, look how much Tushkan's army has shrinked over the past minutes.
Just rely on Crusader 2s as well. Not really going to be enough to put a dent in these side
Veteran
skirted
C
P4s.
red set on the LG40 because it has no cover. Maybe one day the LG40 gets a small gun shield.
Sector. I see the bastard. Circle in your mark.
Got a strafe that's quickly retreated from through center.
Target buttered.
Theo realized
smelling
there's
blood.
blood.
Yeah.
None of the gun shields block
Oh,
shells.
might lose a
Alright.
P4 though.
I get fact checked
Oh,
again.
has...
I think Theo throwed the game.
Crusader gone. No contact.
Damage reduction, LG40.
We need more damage reduction in the game because it's always so much fun.
Yeah, Matilda was a choice.
Victory points are under enemy control. We
Where
must
is this P4 going?
Base inspection, Reckley style.
taking damage.
Or not.
The enemy has pushed us
I
back
think
from our
with
sector.
the infantry reserves and the map control, Theo can afford to be play Company of Droves. So I think he's still in a winning position here.
Yeah, the trade was decent for Theo. He lost both P4s, that's true, but he got rid of a Crusader, bought more time for himself. Look at the VPs Theo's basically recovering on a really
Yeah,
fast pace there.
Tushkan can't replace that Crusader, and I don't know if a Vet Zero Guard's going to be there to go. But we'll get to Vet 1 pretty quickly. And
He
Grant's now,
has
so
infantry train. Ooh, I think Grant is
I think in
greedy.
the lull that it takes him to get one out, it's gonna
big game, yeah.
he's gonna lose too much tempo. Like, he's already off the field. Like maybe if he refit the Matilda. I just think it's too risky now.
Typhons ready to provide air support.
I think he could have gone for some maybe Crusader 2s with the munitions instead of the
We're
Loiter.
losing a victory point.
Might have done a bit more damage. But guards at least let him hold one VP.
Yeah, but that will bleed a lot.
Victory point under enemy control.
Yeah. Yeah, Aaron C not really paying off for Kaiser. And we didn't see any Hesh action either from the center.
Nobody likes the Centaur, sad go. Went from being Omega meta unit into disappearing into oblivion.
Yeah, when it's a call-in, you know, part and parcel with meta.
I think adding it to
Yeah.
a tier 3 would, or tier 2 should do the trick there.
LMG Commandos finally hitting Vet 3. LG40 going down again. Oh, we had some Fortune Pioneers called in as well. Nice.
Yeah, way early as a repair squad.
Yeah, but my attention span is waning.
No worries.
Stuff's taking a big hit. Engine damage on the P4. It's going to get out as another P4 comes in on the flank. That might be enough time for him to be able to get a Grant out. Recapping his own fuel.
A victory point is being overrun.
We have second pack 14 away on the field.
Like,
Looks like LG40 paid the ultimate sacrifice and got destroyed.
Victory point lost. The enemy
Crusaders
has
being
control.
refit probably to get a Grant out.
Do we have tank training? I should have checked way earlier. Yes,
Oh,
we
I
do.
don't think so.
We do.
Oh, we do. Oh, wow.
Without
That's
tank
why we're getting
training?
so many good shots.
Yeah, probably.
Commander, enemy forces hold all victory points.
G40 still
Oh.
sitting there being decrewed.
Yeah. And it's going to get destroyed now. Although I think it's almost worth leaving it on the field so Theo keeps recrewing it and losing men.
I
now.
don't think he will recruit it anymore. He got the
Yeah.
pack 40 now. Oh, he
Well, he
got
did
it,
think about it with the Pigrins until they started to threaten that middle VP.
I said, like I said earlier, he loses the sniper and he will recover the game.
Yeah. I think we're just going to see a critical mass of P4s soon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really want to give up that Vet 3 Matilda. You definitely want to keep it on for another Grant. Oh, you wouldn't want to refit it for another Grant. Plus, he's got the
We're
refit
losing a
cooldown now.
victory point to enemy action.
Double cap at the moment running for Tushkan, so at least something. And to wipe there because Grants do those things. Third P4 on the
Yeah,
way.
Tushkan
Point is being
somehow
overrun.
staying in this with a far smaller army.
I think Theo's just too conservative there.
Yeah.
Enemy has our victory
Well, you
point.
saw what happened when he went for his last all-in.
Fair enough.
Victory point belongs to the enemy.
Jesus, the Grant, man.
Oh no, looks cannot send units in against that.
Nah, but Grant eats infantry for breakfast.
Yeah, I think Theo's sleeping on the officer quarters in general, and maybe that's why he's having so much trouble keeping these units alive.
Strafe
And,
did
just such low
nothing.
vet. I think this is it. I think he's feeling it. And a miss.
He's feeding it with the low HP P4. Why?
We've got 75.
Oh man.
Beggars are threatening a victory point. Victory point lost. The enemy has control. A munitions point is being overrun.
Throw it.
So Theo got enough for a loader in the bank.
Grant medium tank available for use.
Pretty good grenade there. Takes the model off the P-Gren. Looks like they're mounting up for another push in mid, but Tushkan's really suffering from repair issues now.
Yeah, he needs more repair squads.
Not double Gren though. Double Grant.
Cutting it a bit. Damn it! The enemy holds all
Needs to take out those. Oh yeah.
The section of guards has been
I don't think
Oh,
that's
that nade! But the guard paid the ultimate sacrifice, I guess.
And so's this
Infantry
section.
action.
I think these are the death throws for Tushkan. Just
Yeah.
lost too many units in that push.
section command.
And a Bran and bazookas all dropped. Big throws indeed. But I'm guessing maybe Tushkan lost the first game because he's really fighting for this one. So this is his chance to get a game 3 maybe.
We're losing.
By
a
the way, we have my
victory point.
favorite unit at Wit 3 now. The Obersoldat, the Stoßtruppen. Jesus Christ.
You nearly did it again.
Victory
Of
point
Wit 3 now.
belongs
They
to
know
the enemy.
one-man armies. They don't care about They don't care about your feelings. They just run in.
Oof. Please don't repair that, Grant.
The Matilda just being a bullet sponge, man. It can't penetrate anything. But
Now
what
it's got
can
that
penetrate
310 frontal
either?
armor, yeah. It's really a mistake to target it.
From me. Come on, Jerry. Let's see you get away from this one.
Skill blades! More skill blades, please! What a messy game, but Tushkan is so dead, man. We can click the button.
Oh, he's still got 2 VPs though, so if he can pick up some of these packs maybe, but he's gonna destroy them instead.
Man,
probably
if
the smarter
Tushkan
choice.
wins this game,
I see the bastard. Circling your mark. Is reporting in.
then I don't know, man. Then I'm losing hope in Theodosia's capabilities.
Oh, he could definitely pick up those bazookas with a sapper. He's just going for sappers now.
Yeah, he needs cap power and repair power. So the cheapest infantry is probably the best.
Yeah.
Reports just in.
He's got 2 grants, sorry now. Staying in there by the skin of his teeth.
Jesus Christ. We don't know if that's game number 1 or game number 2 because we joined late. I think it's game number 2.
Doing a bit of unnecessary recon in force with that Grant takes a hit, and here come the P3s.
The all-in comes in. Yeah,
P4s,
no.
sorry.
All-in.
I think this is it. But they're still aiming for the
At
Matilda. They're
least,
still aiming for the sponge.
at least the sponge is dead now.
don't think Theo realized those sappers had a bazooka.
Skill plates have been
Another
clicked.
loader coming in.
Lost contact
Surely
with
this
our
is it.
Yeah, that's good.
We're losing a victory point to enemy action. The enemy has our victory point now. Section CP is taking damage.
Battle at the Grad, bro. The Grad.
Absolutely paying for it.
Ditch effort. We're down
But
to
that's game.
wounded clear. We have a long fight ahead of us.
GG. Lots of throws and counter throws, loiters covering the battlefield. That was electric to watch.
What a game, man. I think Few would have been better the mid game if he just have skipped the sniper, man.
Yeah, the second sniper, I think.
He dumped so much
That's the
APM
same.
into the sniper that it did nothing. For content, exactly. Major König is always good content. Alright, let's go. I think it's game number 3. Let me check quickly. Alright, chat. Do you want to see game number 3? Or do we want to go into the next set? I think we want to see game number 3, right? Let me quickly... We know we don't want to see any more games. Shut. Jesus, Paper! Why are you so... like that, Kappa? No, it must be like this. No, Dexton couldn't control his emotions, so we had to take some measures.
Oh no. Are we still... We're still live?
Yeah, we will be back with game number 3 in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Ace game between Theodosius and Tushkan. After the amazing game number 2, what are we seeing? What will happen? We have Mr. Theodosius as the Wehrmacht.
Flying in from the skies, riding the Valkyries into battle, he has chosen Luftwaffe Company.
And on
And
the
he's
other
opening with a Ketten again.
on the other side, we have Mr. Tushkan as the
The
British
British infantry.
with ANC once again.
Grenadiers have been mustered for
Sorry, I didn't
battle.
mean to talk over you. I thought you were leaving a space for me to come in. So, Kaiser, opening with a dingo again. So we're kind of seeing this game play out.
Wait, we watched
hopefully
that.
similarly.
We watched game 3. Jesus Christ. Okay, chat. That the game what we
Yeah.
watched were game number wasn't game number 2. Thanks, Theo.
All right.
All right, gents.
This is it's a completely different game.
Okay.
But the hype was there. That's
The
what really
hype was
matters,
there.
You know? Hey, wait! I've seen this before.
Wait, we have. All right, chat. We will be back with the next set. I'm sorry.
Ah, you're fine, man.
Oh,
Easy.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 1. Why does the overlay say Tushkan and not Nub? I would change that.
Deploying engineers
We have to
now.
do this, then this, but that's fine. We will be ready in a second. It's the heat, man. It's melting my brain, and then I do things like this. But now it should be fine. Here we go. Game number 1 between Nub and Theodosius on Twin Beaches. We have Nub as the USF. On the other side, we have Mr. Theodosius as the Wehrmacht. What we are expecting, my dear friend Daniel. Glad to have you back.
Hey everybody.
Rifleman squad deployed.
Yeah, good to be back. Thanks for having me, Alvati. Excited to cast this. We have the Kettenkrat again, no surprise. We'll see if he continues to reverse it. I guess that lets us know he's not watching the stream, if
Yeah.
so. And you can hear it puttering away over on the top side of the map, capping up those gimme points.
But yeah, we don't know
see more
100% it's
rifles.
game number 1. Yeah, we see riflemen with heavy weapons. And USF going for the hill, for the new 8-point hill.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting change. It definitely makes this map less punishing. It felt like before, if you fell behind in terms of the fuel control, you'd really get out-tempoed. And we saw a lot of games, especially DAC or US, just winning. Teching to the M8 or teching to the 8 red or the Black Lantern winning. So games should go longer now in Twin Beaches. So curious to see how this plays out. I'm really surprised to see
Riflemen, take
all
your
these
field.
barracks openings. I managed to skim some of the VODs, and it looks like maybe only Ray did WSC. Is that right?
Yeah,
as
only
US?
Ray did it. Maybe
I
people...
don't know if other people just aren't comfortable, or the mortar changes have people scared of spamming MGs, but we'll have to see.
I think the problem is that people don't enjoy this playstyle that much. Meanwhile, Ray just loves winning, in quotation marks. So,
That is a very fair point, Alati.
and keep in mind, Ko is not as competitive that people will do anything to win, even though it sometimes looks like that. If they don't feel like they like that playstyle that much, they won't do it, even though it's that insanely broken.
Yeah, maybe not as much as I'd like in
Riflemen
auto match,
already.
but people definitely, I agree, will sometimes play stuff just because it feels more fun. I know I play rifles because it's more interesting than moving 30 cals around.
Enemy movement.
My personal experience, I'm a pesky meta player, right? I don't care. If MGs are on the menu, I play MGs. If something else is on the menu, I play something else.
Victory point has fallen into
Yeah, this
enemy
is just a
control.
terrible fight here for Theodosius. Even though Nub didn't move his rifle, this single rifle squad just managing all three
Oh, there will be a lot of map power
Wehrmacht
loss.
squads. Yeah, he was already a little behind on tempo. He is capping up the bot side of the map though, so this isn't as devastating as it looks. He actually has
Infantry
better muni
support
control right
research
now.
underway.
And he is going to deny this fuel in this bot VP, so not as bad as it looks, but obviously you don't want to retreat 3 units that early. And really, he did almost no damage to Nub. It was 3 rifle models in exchange for 6
Territory's cut off from
Grand
supply.
models, so pretty
Reconnect
brutal
with it.
engagement there.
Yeah. How much is a Pioneer reinforcement?
The munitions point is being
Do you know
attacked.
that by any chance?
Oh man, not off the top of my head. It's 20-something, 22.
Is it more than a Gren or less than a
28.
Gren?
I think it's less, but yeah, I don't want to... No one quote me on this.
Yeah. So, a lot of manpower loss. On the other hand, now Nub is deciding to nearly throw his engineer.
Territory's being contested.
Yeah, it didn't move it quite quick enough into combat, and so the Gren got a lot of good shots while the engineers were approaching. Gotta say, with the way the map spread is now, I think Theodosius is in a good
Support
position
research
to
completed, and a
go into the
captain
mid game, not
assigned
doing
to
so terribly.
Well, he did
He's
cat,
managed to slow down the tech a lot.
he got the cutoff, but it does not matter because it's connected over the middle.
Yeah, I know. I think that's an often overlooked aspect of this map, is those +5s are kind of cutoffs in a way. Good stalling here on the cutoff from Nub.
Supplies are cut off. We have full
That's
zone
actually going to
online.
delay Theodosius's first vehicle significantly. Although he's pretty close to the 221 in terms of fuel if he wants it, so I think he's probably feeling okay about how this early game went.
Yeah. Nap is not that far off from his LV as well from the half track.
Yeah, just waiting on manpower.
A fuel point is
It's
being
so
lost.
confusing that the cat now can drive around in camo.
Point. We're losing it.
Oh yeah, it's at Vet 3, right? Yeah, Vet 3 it can camo while moving.
But I think also, didn't it just drove around in camo while it was next to cover? Or I'm just
Ooh, it shouldn't.
tripping.
Well, I wouldn't put it past the patch to have, you know, new and fun bugs, but I don't think it's supposed to do that.
Commander, we've lost a sector.
No,
Oh,
it's
yeah, I
not
swear I
going
just saw it happen,
into
too.
camo. Then it was just tripping.
Uh-oh.
What is he doing?
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a... changed his mind there. Man, meanwhile, the Grens actually force off these rifles. Not sure if that was just
The grenade.
bad RNG or, yeah, the grenade did, but he looks like he was winning that fight, so yeah. Nub having some trouble
Nice try,
finding
retreat
good
grenade
fights
feel.
here. Yeah, a little off. It's hard to know the retreat paths sometimes on these wide
Both
maps.
half-tracks will lead our boys to the front.
Theodosius getting Jaegers again, and we had some pretty intense discussion earlier on chat about Jaegers. People are not a big fan of them.
Yeah, I haven't been too impressed. The survivability loss seems to have hurt them a lot, but we will see them more from Theo, so we'll see how they perform. This half-track, I feel like, came out kind of late. I mean, it must be, because he's queuing up a second one, so I think some macro slippage there. And that really hurts, because one of the best things about this half-track build is how quickly it hits the field. I mean, it's usually there before counters are out, and so you have this nice window to have tempo and take map control, and instead...
He cancels
map
one.
control pretty even.
Assault half-track.
Oh, he
hitting
did
the
cancel
field.
that second one.
He gets the assault half track out, so he went Pershing. We have the Twisted Tootsie car on the way, but without Zooks. For all those
It's
old
got the
timers in
captain,
Code
which
2.
is fun.
Yeah. Did it got some changes to it, how units inside of it get their moving accuracy affected? I'm not sure.
Yes, I think it counts as moving now, is my understanding. Whereas before it was like you didn't have any debuff. Good. I love these sandbags
Yeah.
Theo's built on the on the fuel here.
I like
Full
them a lot.
coverage for these Grand Squads.
And Nap decides to throw in his Pioneer and lose a lot of manpower for no reason. Satchel out though.
Okay, that's gonna destroy those bags and make these Grens get off the point. So just really didn't want him to finish that cap, I guess. He's got the muni for it. I think that's a pretty good use of the satchel.
Yeah,
He really
it's
wants to
okay.
reclaim this fuel. He's got no fuel besides the 10 outside his base right now, so it's high prio to win a fight somewhere on the map and get some fuel.
Rolling out.
According to Mirage Flam, there were no changes to the half track, to the moving accuracy, so as usual,
Might have been previous patch.
I make things up.
I remember reading something about the moving accuracy in vehicles, but maybe that was a previous patch, or maybe
Sector
you
gone.
have incepted
Must
me.
take it back.
Good retreat here on the fuel.
We have the 75 upgrade out. I think it's with the new skin as well.
Yeah, looks good. And
Captain
I
might
think
bite
this
the
double
dust.
half-track build with exchangeable parts is so good. I hope he uses it a lot. What I want to see him do is convert to the medical
Heal.
conversion to heal stuff on the field and then bring it back to a combat version. Don't see that too much, but I think it's pretty good.
Technically, you would say 5 fuel. 5 ammo if you get medic first and then change into quad or 75.
Oh, there you go. It's a pretty long cooldown. It's 2 minutes.
It's 2 minutes.
To swap between them. So,
We must
which I like. I think it's good design because it's a very, very flexible thing. But 2 minutes is a long time if you make the wrong choice, or if you realize you want to switch back. Like you really are locked into that decision for a pretty meaningful chunk of time. So,
Routing automatic rifles have
it does
arrived.
require some forethought, some good decision making. Just how I like my abilities.
Yeah, I agree there. I agree. I think this is a niche ability, but a useful niche ability. You won't see it every game,
Longer under our control.
but you see it, it makes sense.
Yeah. Ketten, getting chased down. He's sending both half-tracks. He really wants to kill this Ketten, but I don't think he's going to get
No,
it.
man. Cat is a terrorist unit. It never
Okay, it
dies.
is cloaking on the move. It is cloaking
Yeah,
on the move. I
so
did see that.
So I was not tripping.
Heavy machine gun has been requisitioned.
Pretty good game so far here from Theo on what is generally considered a U.S. favored map. Actually, might take out this M16. And it's worth noting, because of the double half-track build
Track.
and the lack of muni control on the top side for Nub, he's got no muni, so
Riflemen are being upgraded.
none of these rifles have double bar, which is going to hurt him in the mid-game here.
Yeah. Interesting to see bars. I think now going bars first and then half tracks makes more sense. People might fight me on that. But
Yeah, I don't know. The single bar isn't a huge
Requisitioning grenades for the front line.
difference maker in fights. I mean, it definitely helps, but it feels like you really want that second bar for it to really be an impactful upgrade. And if you get it really early, you're not going to have that muni. But I think, like anything, it's probably map and build dependent.
well, I think Veterans Runner Grenadiers beat Riflemen in the early veterancy, right? So that's why Officer Quarters build were so popular against Riflemen. And with the
Right.
bars, you should offset that. But I might be wrong there. We have tier 4, by the way, up from field. We have some Stoßtruppen. I called it by the right name for the first time this tournament.
We've lost the
This
territory.
LG40 capping alone down here. This is an interesting choice. It'll probably be okay on retreat.
Just click the retreat nade.
Or like a barrage. Cheap
Oh,
barrage.
nope.
It is.
HMG team
There's the
deployed.
grenade.
Oh, here we go.
There's the barrage. Nice. Okay.
Right,
Nice
he
shot
gets
there
it.
from Nub, and he does get it. So it ends up being a pretty big mistake there. And the
And
LG40
friendly
is a
fire
really
might
nice...
kill him, though.
Oops.
Oh, people have to get used to the friendly fire change, man. We have seen some
yeah.
things this tournament.
Yeah, and when you don't have tier 3, I feel like picking up an AT gun, even as mediocre an AT gun as LG40, feels really good. So that's a nice pickup there for the US player.
Enemy movement near a victory point.
3 casualties for the veterans. Big brain gaming.
Yeah, there's a question. Do you gain vet when you damage your own units?
They have
Oh,
Because you get vet for taking damage. So can you let the Magnus pick guys up and just farm vet on your own units?
Daniel with the big brain strats over here.
I hope that's not viable.
It would be hilarious, though.
enemy forces are converging on a fuel point.
I think it would be fun to see it in one tournament game, and afterwards it would be super toxic.
Yeah, never again. Well, this engineer in a bit of trouble here.
We have a G43 Jaegers.
Wow, they're missing a lot at point blank. I mean, it makes sense, right? It's hard to scope in at that range.
They have not that good at moving accuracy, right? They're not like G43 Grants in Code 2, where they have amazing moving accuracy.
Yeah.
That was a weird smoke.
Yeah, I guess.
The enemy have taken
Maybe he was
territory
scared of
from
an
us.
MG.
Yeah, could be anticipating that.
P4 number 1 from field will hit the
Victory
field.
point. We're losing it.
Yeah, and this is where dropping that LG40 really sucks, because if he hadn't, he'd be facing
Victory point.
almost no
under
AT.
enemy
I mean,
control.
exchangeable parts is almost off cooldown, so there'd be maybe one 75 mil, but you know, now that the LG40's on the field, I feel like it's actually, Nub's in a position where he kind of doesn't have to stress about getting a ton more AT yet
But
until
he
the second
does,
P4 comes out.
Well, Nub's end goal is stalling into the Pershing anyways.
Yeah, he's got six and a quarter more CPs to go, so a little ways away.
Depending on how much damage he's able to do against the P4, it might be collected faster than you think.
Yeah, that's true. You do get a lot of XP for damaging vehicles.
But the most interesting question is, are we going to see a Brumbear that will act as a minesweeper like yesterday? And then just die?
Well, for Theo's sake, I'll hope not.
Command point should be sped when possible.
Do we still have no double bars? Yeah, looks like Neb's spending his munitions elsewhere, throwing a lot of grenades, I guess. And I guess he did have to replace and upgrade
One half
half
track.
track as well.
The due dates are also kind of like a trap. On the one hand, they do a lot of damage, so you kind of want to throw them though. But if they don't connect and you don't do damage with them, it's just a waste of ammo.
Down. No survivors.
Oh, we lost the squad somewhere. Mr. Rathman
Victory
died.
point has fallen into enemy control.
Oh, looks like died to that Gran up there.
And they dropped the bar.
Oops.
But he will now pick it up with another bar rifleman, so in the end he will have one double bar
Commander,
rifleman.
we've lost a sector.
This is how you do it if you don't have the muni.
you just pay the tax to the LG gods and throw riflemen till you get the bar drop.
Exactly.
Enemy in control of all victory points.
We have double 75 or 76. I don't know.
75.
75.
And Theo in a dominant position here. This Ketten's been very annoying. Putting up a pretty convincing justification for building this unit. I mean, of all the maps, I think this is one of the ones that the Ketten's the best on, because it's so big and there's great sight lines for the Ketten, so it can very easily see danger coming and scoot out of the way.
Beginning improvements to our infantry.
I think few will be though in a lot of the pain. Like the double 75s are really good with the barrage, and they kind of zone out
Yeah.
pretty well. And I
Oh, this other
can't.
rifle.
Oh,
We've lost a squad
What?
of riflemen at
Oops.
the front.
He lost another one. Not sure what he was looking at. It was not that rifle. It was just soft retreating and went down. So now he's down to one rifle. He's got to rebuild, and that's going to slow everything else down a lot.
Logistics will reduce the cost of reinforcing
Can't
their
cancel.
forces.
Oh no, he's got advanced logistics, but
One
he's
of
got
our
no units to
mission points
reinforce.
being
So
neutralized.
don't know how much good that's going to do him.
Commander, we have a large amount of command points available.
he did it to get more bars. Because he dropped it, but no the engineer has it. Oh, glorious. Few are such an amazing elite infantry army, by double
Territory point is no
Stoßtruppen,
longer under our control.
the emotional support, G43 Gren, Jaeger.
Yeah. Yeah, and 3 grins to merge into these Stas. So with the rifles going down, there's no vet. And that means these Stas are pretty much uncontested. The 75 mil can try to barrage them, but they're going to happily pop vet 1 through these MGs, and I think Nub's in a really rough position now.
But I can't stress out enough, Luftwaffe has no late game.
Enemy activity near our
Once the
munitions
Pershing
point.
Yeah.
hits, you will have hard time contesting it. He has no units that can really deal with it.
Yeah. Will the Pershing come out in time is the question.
Commander,
As
Because you're not
long-
wrong, there's no good answer to the Pershing. He could go, he's gone tier 2, so like Martyr is an option. And the fuel's going to come in so slow here, I think. I'm not sure if Nubka's even going to be able to hold his cutoff. And he doesn't have the fuel for the Pershing yet.
territory out of supply.
Pershing is 180, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So still quite a few minutes away. Unless he can get control of one of these fuels.
Captured a victory point.
He needs to regain fuel control and cut off control. Captain, by the way, has comms cable.
Yeah, it's nice having vision on points. That definitely feels good.
Yeah, the double Stoßtruppen are definitely putting a strain on Nub's ability to keep map control.
Yeah, if you don't have a vehicle to deal with them, or like you're not sort of at or ahead of the curve with the rifle vet, there's just not an answer here for them.
OP4 might be the pick. No, not really. Or Nub is committing.
Won't let up. We're down to 250 points.
Can't go too far because he doesn't know where the other P4 is. It's actually kind of lurking on the other side, which I like. I think, you know, the big vulnerability of the half tracks is they're, you know, yes, they're mobile, but
Our territory's
because they don't have a
compromised.
turret, they have to like
Connect
really
with it.
position carefully, and so it's hard for them to, you know, run around the map.
You need to keep vision on the flanks for them, otherwise they might
Yeah, and
die
this,
out of
I
position.
really like this here from Theo. He's basically baited these half tracks, and now he's gonna flank them.
Resources cut off. We have
that might be
territory
game.
isolated. Half track is scrapped.
Yeah, the losses do give him the CPs for the
Yeah,
the
but with no map
Pershing,
control.
but he doesn't have any map control.
Wilco. Reinforce as required, Commander.
And we've got enough muni banked for the loiter. He's at plus 72, Theo. So
Yeah, nearly 100% map control.
yeah, there are a decent amount of VPs left for Nub. Like the Pershing can theoretically win this, but it doesn't seem likely.
Enemy movement. You're our victory point.
It's unlocked. He's at plus 3 fuel, so it's still gonna take him a little while to get there.
He needs 180, he has no at 11 fuel, so 2
Yeah.
minutes.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now he's at 11. So now it's happening. But yeah, this Ketten's just been so annoying. I bet it was the Ketten that kept this fuel outside of his base.
Like Kozak once called those units terrorist units. You never killed him.
Yeah, and it's gonna get plus 60 health pretty soon, and then it'll be even harder to kill. Oh, plus 50%. I gotta see this because it already has the comms cables for the 33% capture rate, and then it's gonna get another plus 50%. So it's gonna be like having breakthrough
Enemy movement.
on
You're our
all the
victory
time on
point.
the Ketten.
Like the old Ketten in release state.
Yeah.
A victory point is under enemy control.
Chad points out Pershing can one tap the Ketten. That's a good point. So I guess.
Yeah, but you have to hit it in the first place.
NM-26 Pershing.
You
Look
do.
how fast it
Your
is.
command.
And it's in cam
Yeah.
all the time. Even though it should
fuel
not,
point
but
is being seized by
weirdly
the
it
enemy.
is.
All victory points are under enemy control.
Reggie 40 tried to hit it. Missed.
LG40 can't even hit regular sized vehicles. It's never hitting the Ketten.
Yeah. Pershing is out. Before is in a pickle.
Okay, instantly gets loitered. Man, I almost wonder if he should just ignore the loiter and go for that kill. I don't know.
The damage
He
is
doesn't
not
have any
that
time.
big.
He's triple capped.
Yeah.
No, it's really not.
Nearby squads will be reinforced, Commander.
Not relative to the Pershing's health pool. He's going top here, but I feel like you really have to secure the beach outside of your base as just like a first step anytime you're coming out on this map. Otherwise, you're just always going to be flanked and you'll never hold your cutoff. But maybe just trying to avoid the loiter.
Pershing, man. If there was ever a unit that can be called a one-man army, that's the Pershing.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Really great positioning I want to call out. Theo's P4 hiding there behind the Broken Castle wall gets some really good flanking shots on the Pershing, and that move right there may seal the deal here because now the Pershing's got to be pretty careful. And it's going to slow down Nub's return to the map.
An entire gun crew has been killed. 100 points remain.
Nap is
We're cutting it
just
close.
dying. Pershing, man. He doesn't even have time to repair it because he needs to fight with it to keep back my
Yeah,
control.
well-
Points left for us. Here we go.
Luckily, you can repair on the move, although I think these engineers are going to get shredded by these P4s if they
Weapons,
spot it.
they've decrued.
P4 is just cleaning up now.
Reports of enemy movement. You're our victory point.
Rifle will cap this bot point if the Ketan doesn't want to go drive and block it, so... Staving off defeat at least temporarily, but so few units left for Nub now.
Wait, free Ketten now. Maybe with the new changes,
go.
Ketten becomes viable. A lot of capping speed with it.
Yeah, I know. I want to see it cap something, but yeah, moving at that speed cloaked is pretty nice.
So using binoculars at that free is now a disadvantage because then you reveal yourself.
Heavy machine gun has been
I think few could just all in and win. I think 3 P4s should win. At least they should win.
Do you think? I wonder. If he can get on the flank, then yeah, for sure. From the front, I think it's a little tough. 300 armor. I'm trying to think of what the P4's pen is. I would just be nervous with the LG40 backing it up. I'd be nervous about diving it.
enemy movement near a victory point.
Christian can't be everywhere, and it's his army. So if it's at the top VP, he can't hold the bot VP.
Yeah.
Rifleman ready.
Maybe sit on the beach so it's easier to hold the VPs there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think anytime you're in this kind of position on this map, you just gotta go beach. It's the only way to hold 2 VPs with 1 unit.
The problem is though,
Nervous.
Jesus Christ. Pershing not fooling
Yeah.
around.
No, these guys are just gonna get ran out. But this could be an opportunity for the P4s here. Oh. Snuffs goes down a little too quickly. P4's not gonna have an opportunity. And now these Jaegers are probably gonna go down too, right? Because they have to run through all this stuff
Oh,
and then
it's
through
a
the
while.
Pershing.
We're down to 25 points.
But only 25 VPs in the bank. Ah, he can focus.
P4's making sure.
The enemy is stealing
Yeah.
our munitions point.
Does
The
he have a
bounce!
loader ready?
It's-
He does, okay.
Yeah.
Lost the weapon crew.
Yeah, that's game. Oh, really clean game from Theo. Felt like some missed micros from Nub, but GG and some good warm-up play there.
Yeah, for sure. It went really, really well. If you leave Theo the room, he will get really strong. He just lacks some... He's not really aggressive in the early game. Or overall.
Yeah.
I think in the current meta, that's not that good for him. We have seen that in the earlier sets when he needs to build up army, he wants to get his units out, he wants to play like safe in his corner, and this does not work out. But if your player gives him the room to do that, he will just scale and scale and scale. So yeah.
He did that this game.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with game number 2 in a sec. Alright, let me quickly restart Co. No, go ahead. You can join. Just mute yourself, and once you are back, it's fine. I will then solo cast till you are back. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Real life is always more important than Co. Can you give what faction is Theo playing? USF. Yeah. It's the strongest faction. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I was muted, but I didn't spell any beans, so that's fine. And here we go. We are game number 2 between Theodosius and Neb on Twin Beaches. We have Theodosius as... Oh, let's start with Neb as Africa Corps. We have on the other side Theodosius as... USF. What are we expecting, my dear friend Daniel?
Well, we're getting, I think, what you'd assume against Dak, which is a WSC Open. Rifle's definitely hard to use against well-microed 250. And actually, Pathfinder's getting selected after the 3rd scout, so some optimization there, making sure he's getting his subsequent units out as fast as possible. So I think we'll see some MGs, we'll see some bazooka squads, and we'll see some half-tracks.
Good old half-track gaming. I wish the main faction for half-tracks would have been Africa Corps and not USF, but I guess that's the timeline we live in.
Yeah, you know.
I can drop some useless World War II facts. That the battle or the doctrine for the Americans actually did not emphasize the use of half-tracks as much as the Germans did. Basically, the USF used half-tracks as battle taxis or as supply trucks for rough terrain. Meanwhile, the Germans really emphasized the half-tracks as an assault unit where units would jump out during an attack to or close into the enemy and then jump out of it.
Bazooka squad reporting in.
Oh, so you're saying assault grenadiers are historically accurate. All right.
Yes.
This early cutoff play from Nub, I think, is going to end up costing him. It's going to be pretty easy to block the cap, and losing this much HP in models on the PG squad early is just so costly for Dak, and he's gaining.
He's losing more and more.
So that's really bad. He is going to sneak in this cap on this middle fuel, but I doubt he'll hold it very long. That said, so there is a bright spot here for Nub, which is that Theo went Bazooka Squad first instead of MG, which is the safer play, but it's also the far weaker in terms of just direct combat, and it's going to let this PG stall here. So Nub will retain a fuel advantage for at least until this MG can hit the field and get over to the fuel.
It's really interesting to see the Zook squad that early because I think 250 kind of fell out of favor of the meta. We see it obviously from time to time, but it's not a safe bet as it used to be. Basically, people rely on the bike as a CA buff, so Zooks that early feels like a mistake.
Yeah, I agree, and especially with the engineer, because I think that the risk with the 250 is, I mean, if you go MG instead of the Zook squad, the 250 can flank your MG. But if you have an engineer squad, that's enough. Like, their DPS close-up is good against the 250, so I think that's all the protection you need against a dive. And then if you see the 250, you keep the engineer by your 30 cal, and then you just get the bazooka squad later. But now what Theo opted to do for it is giving Neb some breathing room I think he otherwise wouldn't have had.
Yeah, but I still think Dak is... I know we see it a lot in this tournament, but Dak doesn't perform that well so far. Maybe people are picking it over Wehrmacht because feel like Wehrmacht isn't that good anymore due to the recent nerfs, even though I would disagree with that. Dak just struggles so much with map control. And with the nerf to the flag, which is really substantial, that it loses its ability to stun the unit that chases it.
Sector lost. No contact.
I don't know if that's the right faction to pick.
Yeah, I think some of it's probably, you alluded to earlier, people playing what they like and what feels good. more than what's agreed upon 100% strongest in the meta.
Yeah.
And Nub is an aggressive player. He likes to go forward. And Dak is certainly the Axis faction that wants to do that, right? So I think it may just be a personal preference kind of thing. Also, this big map, as we saw Ketten really good, but obviously Crad is great on this map. And I think as much as this is a good USF map, it also feels like a pretty good Dak map because of the huge sides make stuff like the 8-Rad and the Flak Feeling all the more appealing.
The thing is, though, if Nap is able to play around the MGs without getting boxed into a corner, he will be fine.
Yeah, so far so good, I gotta say, for Nub. I think despite what was a kind of questionable push onto the cutoff, we can see that one poor PG still struggling to get HP back. His map control's good. He had control of both plus 16 munis, so his muni income's been great. He's at plus 56 right now. And he's comfortably teching to the Flak Feeling. Well, we're just seeing the support center go up for Theodosis, so it's going to be a little while where it's just this Bazooka Squad.
That's really late tech.
Yeah, he had a pretty greedy, double MG and the Bazooka Squad and the
he built
engineer, so
5
big tier 0.
Tier 0 units, tier 1 units, yeah, so it will take some time. Now S-Mines yet.
He does have him unlocked.
We
Flak
have...
Feeling catches this engineer building. That's gotta hurt.
That might be a goner. Nope. He crushed his old wire, he got slowed! Oh, MG button.
Yeah, wow, I don't see button very often. This is so funny, this PJ is very early. Because of how late Theodosis deck is.
So he gave up the damage reduction to button with the increase to the DR.
Yeah, it saved him here, I think. But man, that one Bazooka Squad holding off the whole Africa core here and buying time for this half-track to come out.
He's, by the way, not allowed to use his 250. He needs heals so desperately.
Yeah, he is retreating all the PGs now, but man, this Flak Feeling window's closing. Half-track's probably going to start upgrading. Yeah, there's the 75 mil coming in. And despite a good early game, I don't know how he breaks this blob in the middle now that the half-track is out, It's going to require some really good micro and or some really clever play. Because with 2 MGs and the Bazooka Squad and the half-track and triple Pathfinder, he's going to have to just position godlike with these PGs to get anything done.
Beginning improvements to our infantry logistics.
Well, he needs to play around on the flanks with the quad. And hope that he's able to catch the 75 off guard.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually... Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, whoa! That was so lucky. That was like a... No, wait. 120, 120. Oh, okay. It does survive with 10 HP. Wow.
My heart stopped there for a second.
Yeah, that's GG, I think, if that goes down, but it
Yeah.
does not, so he's okay still. Yeah, this is one of the maps where I prefer 8-Rad because it's a little bit faster. It has the ability to crush stuff a little easier, and it just lets you play the flanks better.
And also with its recent buff, I think it's really viable now.
Yeah, wrecks the half-tracks. What I like about it versus WSC is it's better at chasing down stuff like bazookas and half-tracks. And because it's faster and a little bit beefier, it's better at all-inning the half-tracks. The Flak Feeling, you're kind of playing US's game where the Flak Feeling wants to go slow and it needs support. Oh, nice grenade.
The new grenades show their strength.
Yeah. Theodosis probably should have just satcheled that MG, to be honest.
Yeah, giving up an MG to
denied it.
deck is a huge thing.
Yeah. He has a good answer to the MG in the barrage from the 75 mil, but it's still obviously, I've said this a million times, but giving up weapons teams is a 2-unit differential, so it's always really huge when you give something up, especially something as good as the 30 cal.
So, I see something unusual happening on the deck, Army. Second quad.
Yeah, so You know, I don't hate this. I think that, again, mobility is so important on this map, and, like, there's a window here. If Theodosius doesn't get a second half-track, where this is going to be pretty unexpected, and so the all-in here, with the PJs plus double flak filling, you should just destroy the half-track easily. And then there's one bazooka squad that double flak filling should kill no problem, right? So I really like this idea. And with the paratroopers getting dropped instead of the AT gun, I actually think there's real potential here for a good all-in from Nub. He just has to pull the trigger before it's too late.
The question, does he have the ball to do that in the tournament?
Bingo fuel in. Heading back to base.
Yeah, well, for his sake, I hope so. I think if he doesn't do it, he's just going to slowly lose, so... I think
Yeah.
we're going.
Here we go.
Infantry
Oh.
reporting in.
No, this isn't
Yeah.
a commit. This isn't a full send.
They've captured a victory point.
Oh, it doesn't get out of the... Where's the other
He's
flak
going
drilling?
in.
He's forgotten
going
his
in.
other flak drilling, though. This is not how this was meant to go.
Veterancy 1. Half-track is running.
Oh,
It has to reload. Who wins?
M3 half-track has been destroyed.
wow. So I gotta say, not ideal micro here from Nub.
Fuel point is being lost.
And yeah, no, it ends up being a 1-for-1, which I really don't think you want as Dak. And he lost those 3 PJ models and the 250. If he had just right-clicked,
He might get an
you
MG
know, people
though.
make fun of. Oh, another 30 cal does go over. I was gonna say people make fun of other folks for single control group their vehicles, but if he had just single control group right-clicked, I
Yeah.
think he destroys Theo. But he didn't, and he forgot about a whole flak drilling, and what go, you know, should have been a great all-in is just kind of a whatever trade.
But it really showed the strength of Mark Target, reducing ammo just enough so small ops could penetrate it from the front.
Yeah, no, great play there with the captain, but yeah, just you hate to see it. Feels like a real missed opportunity. I think Nub had I love this idea of getting the second flak drilling and all-inning,
Territory
but you have to actually all-in.
If you go in, do it. Don't hesitate. Once the all-in is going, you have to go all-in. Don't hesitate.
Hesitation is defeat. Oh, this sweeper retreating for Nub is in big trouble. Surely we'll see a retreat grenade from these paras.
We've lost the territory sector.
No, doesn't even need it, I think. Yeah. That hurts a lot. You really want that extra repair speed.
The enemy is stealing our munitions point. A victory point is under attack. We must act.
The question though is, what's his fierce game plan? Will he stay forever on tier 2, just heavy infantry with some half-tracks in the back line, that he does not care if he trades?
One of our sectors
If he's
is now-
deciding to go
We
up,
have taken our victory
trading
point.
might not be the best thing for him.
Yeah. Yeah, my assumption is that the end game here is upgun Shermans. I think 76 Sherman with paratroopers was always a
Lost
popular
control of the
strategy
sector.
with MSC. Now that you can go ISC and get the 76 Shermans, I think it's just an even better
Yeah.
strategy because it makes supporting paratroopers easier because you can get the upgrades from ISC if
Advanced
you want. and-
logistics, so you don't bleed to death.
Yeah, weapons teams. You can get the survival training, so all your weapons teams. I mean, especially with the DR that you're getting on both the paras and the MGs, it makes that extra 10 HP even more valuable. Right? There's scaling there. So, I think, yeah, gonna be an uphill battle here for Nub.
He has 2 30cals though.
That's true, and that's a big difference maker. There's not, I mean, with triple Pathfinder, that shouldn't be a big deal, but I don't know that we have any utility packages. I think that needs to be a prioritized upgrade for Theo. He's got the supply drop, so it's not like munitions are an issue, and he keeps getting forced back by these 30 cals, but he has triple path, so just spend the 25 muni, man.
Best 25 menu you ever spent.
I'm not sure you can get a better deal, honestly, in Co for 25 muni.
45 ammo for the Brit artillery.
Yeah, but that's one time, right? It's not it's not
yeah.
permanent.
But it feels permanent, Kappa.
There's now.
It does. It does. You're not wrong.
Well, both are taking up to their respective end tech.
Yeah, feels a little scarier when US does it than when Dak does it.
This P4 comes out with 600 HP and does nothing but dying.
Yeah, I don't think we have.
We don't have any
Down to
upgrades.
300 points, Commander.
We do have smoke, no VSL, but
Jesus,
At
this
least he has
nade! Killing 4 models. I think if you go for improved explosives, though, you get full wipes with those nades.
yeah, it's something I didn't think about is the improved explosives on with the new grenades has got to be just terrifying, as you say.
I'm talking about that the whole tournament, but I think once people realize that Canadian Shock flame nades and infantry section buff nades made the flame nades even stronger,
For rocket strikes in our
people
section.
will
Yeah.
just spam those.
Yeah. Man, I just realized this season hold is even better than I thought, though, because it's 15% DR, but you get 20 DR at Vet 2. So that's you have the same DR like almost as a 30 cal on these paratroopers, which is terrifying. It's a 6-man squad with 110 HP. So good luck forcing them off.
Just suppress them.
You know,
bro.
one other thing, I really I love this build versus Dak, and one other reason it's so good is what Theo just unlocked, the dual P-47 rocket strike, pretty much counters the Tiger, which is like your one
Enemy
late game
movement near
option
victory point.
as Dak. So it just feels like Theo has all the answers. At this
Well,
point.
I think Nap can go full P3 spam. He has anti-tank Overwatch and True Shock Tactics. Even though it's not
Yeah, that's a
as
good
strong as against single targets. But if he's able to catch off guard the unit, it's dead.
Yeah, and against the P-47, you know, I guess there's no rifle, but like you can just Captain Sprint, Bazooka Squad, Satchel or whatever, and do the same thing. And yeah, it just feels really risky going Tiger into Airborne, so I think maybe P3 Train is the safest option here. We'll see what he does. He's got 80 fuel, so we'll know soon if he's going P3 or if he's banking for the Tiger.
Enemy activity.
But I have to
Pressure
admit
point.
that I'm a bigger fan of tier 2.5 with Panzerjäger Command, Mardas and Stux.
Yeah, I
Really
agree.
cost
I think
efficient.
I think Dak really wants to dominate that mid game, and the stubby stugs are pretty hard to deal with.
Especially
with these greedy US builds where it's just the half track and the
Territory
bazooka
sector
squad.
claimed by the
yeah,
enemy.
especially once they had Veteran C2 with them extra armor, the Zooks are not able to penetrate them that often anymore. You actually
Yeah.
can fight them back.
Yeah, well, it will be the P3L coming out, so same time as the Sherman. So
But the
gonna
Sherman
get big
is
brothered
like,
a little bit here.
but the Sherman is like a billion times better.
Sherman tank.
Yeah,
Finished.
it'll be a fair-ish fight until the upgun comes in, which I'm sure won't take too long. But 45 more armor on the front. I'm not sure if it has more pen too, but yeah, it's gonna be rough for this P3. We do have the Shrek though on the Panzerjäger, so he does have other AT options against the superior armor of the Sherman. But well, could see a
Oh,
Pathfinder
that's
go
a
down
goner.
here.
Enemies to
Pathfinder.
250 points.
Yeah. Whole machine gun's doing work. Yeah, Assassin kindly giving us the pen values there for the P3, and it does show how outmatched it is versus the Sherman.
Yeah, P4 has to P3 has to run and backed up. Oh no! That's a... Oh, he can drive through it. Never mind.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's in so much trouble.
In Famous, I got a plate smoke, but even that can't save you. And no, he does not have enough
No-
ammo for his snare.
No Muni, so not even gonna get the return kill on the half track. He does pick up a third 30 cal, so there's a minor victory there for Nub. And honestly, Theo's army is pretty small. He's definitely still in the lead. He's got great map control and he's up a tank, but It's pretty funny how many machine guns he's now gifted to Nub.
The the Shrek just bounced on the Sherman front.
To
Oh.
see it.
Good this, yeah. AT gun calling from Nub. By the way, I think
Yeah.
Theodosius is losing those MGs on purpose to clock the manpower upkeep from Nub and his pop cap.
Wow. Real forehead play there.
Falling 200 points. Heavy machine gun has been requisitioned.
Yeah, I don't know what. It's so weird. I think Nub has such a good army, but he's not able to keep field presence. I know with the Sherman
Yeah.
train starting, this will become even harder.
I think he's not patient enough with his PGs, and also I really like to see him move this med truck forward. If he was just played slow with his PGs and backed them off, he could maybe kind of try to out tempo Theo by having the on-field reinforce. And there's only one, as far as direct combat units goes, that there's two paths. The single engineer, captain, para, MG. It feels like triple 30 cal plus triple PG beats that, and then you just have to worry about dealing with the Sherman. And you do have an AT gun, right?
Yeah,
But
it should
He's
be
not been
like
able
that.
to leverage that. But
Flak will die. And
yeah,
that's game.
everything's gonna die.
Nice attack on ground. Now bombing would be way better than the rocket run.
Yeah. You can just see that, like, Nub's able to win this infantry
Upgrading our Sherman
engagement
tanks with
with, like,
improved
a third of
76mm
his
range
forces here. Just imagine, if he just played a little differently with these 30 cals and PGs, easier said than done, of course.
Yeah.
Did we get the upgun now for Theo? Yeah, there it is.
Not sure about the where on the skill scale Theo and Nub are placed. I would put generally Theo higher, but I might be wrong there.
76mm conversion completed.
Yeah, I feel like Nub's pretty inconsistent. I don't want to give a number or rate him because I haven't seen him play in a while. But Theo's been pretty consistently top 10. I don't know that Nub's ever really been there in terms of tournament play. I think he's more of like a top 50 player ish. But again, I haven't looked at the leaderboards in a minute, so it's hard to say. Man, look at the MGs on the Shermans.
They
They
don't
are just
respect your
shredding this
feelings, man.
pack. Yeah. This is never gonna get recruited now.
The insult to injury rocket run.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory
Gets the
point.
MG!
Yeah, it does more damage, I think, than people think to non-vehicles.
Victory point now under enemy control.
Yeah, once again, Theo showing, very, very cautious early and mid, but very willing to go close it in late, and that's exactly what he's done.
2-0 for Mr. Theodosius. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. You know what time it is? It's time for our second finals, the loser brackets finals. Jesus, so many
Whoop.
finals. Winner brackets finals, loser bracket finals, and then grand finals.
Finals. You've had finals, but what about second finals?
Finals are always the best. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in a couple of minutes. Grab something to eat, something to drink. I think we are in for a banger. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first game in the best of 3 in the losers finals. We have Theodosius against Reckley. We have Theodosius as the USF. On the other side, we have Mr. Reckley as
Scouts have deployed into the field.
the Wehrmacht. What we are expecting, my dear friend Daniel.
That's I don't know what to expect here from Reckley's play. I think most people seem to still prefer Tier 2. I think Stug is kind of slept on, but people like the Whirlwind, and it does offer opportunities to all in. He has Terror, Luftwaffe, and Mechanized, so no breakthrough. I think Mechanized is probably the best choice on this map, so that's what I hope we see. I think the 8-Rad is a decent answer to WSC play. And if Reckley did his research and was watching these games, he should know what Theo's build is going to be. Because it looks like... Oh, no, not quite the same as last game. So triple scout, but advanced infantry. So
He's doing the
Theo
Asher
not
array
being
build.
predictable. Yeah, going to be a lot of beacons. This isn't the best map for beacons, but I think they're probably still fine. We'll see if Reckley builds any MGs. I like what we're seeing here from Reckley. He's not contesting the middle fuel. That's often a mistake against USF, who's usually going to beat you there and be stronger. So just being conservative with his capping, I think this is the right play.
I also like that he went double Grenadier instead of MG Grenadier or Grenadier MG. In my opinion, you go double Grenadier against USF, see what their build order is, and then decide if it's third MG or no MG whatsoever.
Yeah, the scouts are too good against the MG. A build like this, it's just not going to work a lot of the time. Do you see an MG up for Theodosius now?
The good old 30 cal.
Ooh, really good first volley from this, or first couple of volleys from this Gren squad. Taking a model away from the scouts immediately.
Scout is going home.
Yeah, we'll see. This is going to be an important engagement here. I think the 30 cal wins this, but good quick reaction here from Reckley. He should be able to apply some pressure here and flank it. Meanwhile, he managed to gap close with the POWs in the north, so that scout, well,
Will it win?
not going to be sent home probably. Yeah, it's still going to win because it got to Vet 1, I think.
Oh!
15% harder to hit.
The field
Yeah.
decides to retreat.
Not a huge deal either way, but it will give up the VP. Second 30 cal is going to come out. Will it be in time to help win this fight over the hill? Really interesting engagement here with MGs on both sides.
And yeah, MG42, interesting choice for sure.
Yeah. Crucial win here for Reckley. He stops the decap on his own beach fuel and might even kill the scout.
Oh, Theodosius spending all his APM on the hill.
Yeah, and it's not going to work out for him in either location. He may lose this.
Zappa is
Engineer
dies as well. He wanted to throw the satchel.
Yeah, man, huge wins for Reckley here, picking up 2 squads and wresting control of the hill here. I don't know if he'll be able to cap it, but he's going to try. This is really greedy play here. Okay, yeah, he's going to lose this fight.
Well, he will get the full cap and retreat, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
Not the worst thing. Does he have heals? Not yet, so...
No flag.
Oh, he's getting officer quarters, actually. Oh, that's interesting. Don't see a ton of officer quarters, but he does have...
He has 4 units,
Triple
that's
Gren.
okay.
So...
Commander, we've lost a sector.
And he's got great fuel control, so... I don't think it's going to hurt him that much. He is going to get the decap on this plus 16 as well. Don't know if the POW's going to live, but... Really good open here for Reckley.
Reckley might lose the greedy pioneer capping. Nope. Scouts did not went to sniper school.
Orders have been carried out.
Artillery observers
Yeah,
have
you
been
feel?
unlocked. Would you rebuild the lost scout?
Man, I don't... Looking at his manpower, I'm going to say no.
Elite Rangers are standing by.
There's just so many other things he's going to want to buy here. and he doesn't have a ton of manpower because he lost, you know, a good amount of manpower in that fight on the hill. So curious to see where he's going to go next with this.
Yes. Oh, I think the 76 upgrade or 75 upgrade was a little bit early.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking counter the MG with it, but I agree. I would have liked to have seen this be an anti-Gren tool, because losing the engineer and the
Activity near our munitions point.
artillery observer, he's kind of low on anti-imp damage. He just has the 230 cals really as his primary fighting force, which is fine, but they're not as good if you need to take ground. You know, they're great for holding it, but he's got to come back onto the field here against this other MG.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
Pioneer God rebuild obviously needed for sweeping and repairing. Something you can't skip out on.
Victory point has fallen into enemy control.
And 2-1 on the way from Reckley. Interesting choice. I wouldn't have went for 2-1 after I saw the upgraded half track.
No, you're in a great position where your opponent has preemptively gotten AT, and you've seen it. So you can opt into something like the Flak or Jaeger or something. I think Jaeger probably would have been the play here. Get the smoke for the MGs, get the flare. Or just tech straight to the Warbolt too. I mean, you had good fuel control. Feels like the 221 just delays your better options.
2-1 is out.
Now, all that said, 221 is nice on this map.
Captain sweeps the mine on retreat.
Ooh, bit of a miss micro there from Reekley. He definitely could have killed this captain if he had chased it properly.
Sector lost. No contact.
So
221 driver going on a little side quest and missed opportunity there for sure.
he's on an adventure.
Yeah, but again, like the half track's gonna have a pretty hard time chasing the 221 around, and with no bazooka squad and no rifles, it's just this 2-2. Like this half track's the only thing that answers the 221. So a lot of opportunity to like flank MGs and force off scouts. So we'll see if Reekley can make it worth. Getting a
Theodosius.
second one.
That's interesting. First artillery
Yeah.
beacon shows its strength, forcing off the MG on the hill.
Okay, you know, I would like this if he goes mech here and gets the capping and the smoke for the 221s. Because then having two makes sense. I mean, again, because this is such a big map, being able to cap side points with them is great. And with the smoke, it makes it much more manageable fighting the half track. See what he chooses to do here.
I still am a little bit baffled by the double 2-1. What is this Co-1
Well,
gaming?
he wants to upgun one. Upgun one and leave one as anti-inf, but now that the bazooka squad's coming out, I just feel like, again, you can run away. The 221's a lot faster than an infantry squad, but it's going to require some really good map play here from
2-1
Quickly.
upgun 2-1 though is such a micro intense unit, because it always fires at infantry even though you have turned on pressurized vehicles.
It's true.
So
Sector gone.
might
We must take it back.
be a problematic unit choice there.
Yeah, we'll see. Up to 330 cows now for Theo, which means that he can have one in the middle, one on the top, and one on the bottom. Yeah. It's going to make things tough.
What else can
Quickly.
we... You know what would be funny? I know we won't see it, but some Ranger gaming, the
The enemy is stealing our munitions point.
Yeah.
PAX build
He
order.
did unlock them. He did unlock them.
Yeah.
It's possible. I suspect he's going down to infantry assault, but we can pretend that he's he
Yeah.
unlocked them to use them.
Our infantry logistics.
He's got to build a barracks is really the problem. I wish you could call in. This should be like convert or call in.
We must
You
act.
should have
can
called him
build
in
it,
for
though, in the
460
tier
or
one.
whatever.
You don't have to convert. You can build them in your tech.
Yeah, but you still have to build the barracks.
Fair enough.
I think it'd be cooler if they were like paratroopers and you could like came in from off map.
Designate assault positions at will, Commander.
Survival training.
Advanced logistics.
Oh, no,
will
advanced
reduce the cost
logistics.
of reinforcing our forces.
I still think with MG heavy play, I'd rather get survival training first because MGs are not that heavy on their reinforcement cost, but still
Territory sector
not
claimed by
Yeah, I
that
agree.
awful.
I think too that like especially with I mentioned this earlier, but a unit that has damage reduction, that health goes a long way, and in a way it's an eco boost because you're not going to drop models as much, so you're saving that manpower, right?
I think it's one of the oldest debates that we had in Co 3. Survival training and advanced logistics. You take less, you have more HP, therefore less models die, so you save technically more manpower than with advanced logistics. I think
Yeah,
this was so debated so often.
yeah, and it's even more complicated because of the extra XP you get from triage with logistics, right? It's kind of hard to quantify the value of that
Yeah.
as well. So definitely tough. I'm not confident saying that one is strictly better. I do think that there are some situations like when you're running Elite Inf or when you're running Weapons Team Heavy where there's it's better arguments for one or the other situationally, which may I think as much as the manpower cheats are an uninteresting upgrade, I do think that the balance between those two in ISC is certainly one that offers interesting decisions.
I don't mind the manpower cheats because I think it's pretty standard in RTS games that you have upgrades that modify your economy.
Sure, yeah.
It's just the tweaking on the numbers sometimes feels a little bit off.
They've captured a victory point.
Yeah. Oh, you know what the 221's good for, actually? Is finding the beacons, because it's a detector.
Oh yeah, because it's true. But Pioneers are also detectors. Oh, half
I mean, you
trackers
can
in
do
the
it with
pickle.
bios, but
Nope, attack on ground missed.
Rickley's map control looking good here. This double 221 appears to be working. We saw the 221 force that 30 cal out of the house, which is something that would have otherwise been pretty difficult. And he's got the answer to the half track and sitting comfortably in green cover with these grands. $200 muni banked for Theo, so I think we'll see infantry assaults chained here once he gets the CPs for it.
We have seen both Bubulo in this tournament, rifles and MGs. However, MGs have yielded more decisive victories than rifles.
We've lost a territory sector.
So yeah. Oh, by the way, Rickley went to his favorite doctrine. Terror.
Terror, yeah. It's weird to get this so late. You know, you definitely could have gotten some value out of the cloaked MG.
Probably just to stall for the KT.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure that I've ever seen Rickley do a build that isn't
Stalling?
waiting for a call-in tank. So no real surprise here, I guess, that he's playing it this way.
Yeah.
I got Theodosius picking the mortar barrage on the captain feels like a mistake.
You have command points
He's
ready.
really gonna want that mark target when the KT hits.
Yeah. Yeah, KT.
So maybe he'll let the captain die.
Captain that will be in the world of pain. Nice barrage there on the Jaeger Grand combo. Jaeger Flamer Pio. More beacons are coming down.
Yeah, that's a couple of good spots for them on this map. Not as many as on other maps, but on both sides. Like behind the little house is another pretty good spot. But Theo having a hard time keeping Rickley off of his side of the map for now. But here's the first infantry assault, and with only one MG, and the
The NPC horde is coming.
yeah, not a lot of good answers to this right now. It feels like. I think this is going to give Theo a lot of momentum.
Why are those two squads moving further? Meanwhile, 3 or 4.
The bazooka squads are hunting vehicles. I've never seen that. I thought they stopped and shot infantry, but I guess they've got target vehicle on, so I guess they're just not going to stop till they meet a vehicle.
I have
I've
never
never seen
seen that before.
It's kind of it's like much better because you're spreading out the blob so it can't get AoE'd as much too. That's pretty funny.
Resources
Is
cut
that
off.
it? Was that something that was changed in bug fixes or?
I don't
is this just
know.
a new bug.
Might be a new
Wait, where are
bug.
they going? Where did he call this in? Are they like they're not chasing these 2-1s? Okay, he called under the cutoff. Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, man, they know.
Yeah, look at the map now. Look at what this blob has done.
Yeah, immediate map control. Immediate map control.
Yeah, because he's forced to answer it, and even though they're all gonna die without doing much damage, the damage has been done. Theo's back on the map in like really good position now, and now it's Reekly that has to figure out how to come onto the field against all this MGs in green cover and buildings.
Yeah, the slow push from MGs is something really hard to deal with. Once you're off the field, it becomes increasingly hard to push back on the field.
Yeah, some miss macro there from Theo. Not targeting the flamer with the MG means it gets cleared pretty easily, and this may be a short-lived map control advantage.
2-1 number 1 died though. The most important one, the anti-infantry one.
Yeah. Reekly's got a ton of fuel. It looks like he's banking for Brumbar. No, he is going to go P4.
I'm not a big fan of P4 still against tier 2 USF.
Forces are converging on a
2
fuel
half
point.
No, the
tracks
bazookas do
counter.
pretty well. Yeah, and so does the half track. I think I prefer Brumbar here. But this is, I know I've said about this a bunch, it's a big map, so mobile units with turrets definitely gain strength on Twin Beaches. So we'll see if he can make it work. But with the second bazooka squad coming, I think Theodosis rightly anticipating the timing of this medium. So
Do we
he's going to be in a
have
really good
improved
position.
Zooks? Yes, we do.
He's ready.
He was born ready, Kappa.
Yeah, and improved Zooks, I think also a good upgrade if you are using the infantry blob, because
Territory lost.
it applies.
New beacon is coming up.
Oh yeah, that's the other spot I was talking about. So, yeah, gonna be pretty hard to contest the middle with these beacons up. Beacons plus MGs is rough because you want to be in green cover.
Yeah, you
and
don't
the
want.
beacon
You
then
can't
makes
be
a
on.
move.
Yeah, big. Against the big, you want to move, but against the G's, you want to stand still.
Yeah, so pretty brutal combo.
A munitions point is being attacked.
Sherman on the way. So Theo is actually also even. He's trading slightly worse regarding infantry. But I think that's to be expected. MGs tend not to kill. They're just suppressed and then
Yeah.
you retreat.
The enemy is stealing our munitions point.
Yeah, and it's USF, so as long as it's 2-1 or better, you're doing fine.
The enemy has taken territory from
Yeah, the power of advanced logistics.
Yeah, looking like he wants to give away another 30 cal here. This has been the theme for him.
Running a donation service.
Before not accurate enough though.
I think Reckley is donating an MG42. Nope.
Yeah, Beacon being a huge difference maker in this fight. And feels like Reekly's window here to control the game has been shut now with the Sherman here.
infantry assault underway. The men will retake the field.
The man will retake the field. The NPC horde is back on the menu. It looks so funny how they run.
5 command points available.
Yeah. Yeah, the animation sped up is pretty comical. Uh-oh. P4 might get chased down here. No, 2-1 coming to cover. Actually, could end up being a trade in
Half-track is scrapped.
Ripley's favor. Nice micro there, gets the 2-2-1 in position. And
Where's the
killing
Sherman?
half-track's not nothing.
Oh, it's an important pickup.
I'm worried for this Shrek, though.
Um,
Looks like it's gonna get away.
The blob not having the biggest impact this time.
No, map control was already going in Theo's favor, but it is letting him like very calmly set up position in the middle. So he's got, and you know what? He's got so much good muni income that I think you can't.
You
kind of
spam
do
it.
that.
You have it up, you use it. It's up, you use it. It's so cheap. And on Twin Beaches with the two 16-pointers, once you apply enough pressure, the enemy will never cap them back because it takes forever to cap them.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna be probably over 50 muni a minute very shortly. Plus, there's also the advantage if your opponent's anything like me, they get super butthurt when you continuously spam the infantry assault. And so there's just the psychological factor of having to constantly see the blob come at you.
Even though if you with the
discount
now harder
that.
hitting nades, I think it's worth to throw nades at them. It's a lot of free veterans.
Oh, especially with the buff nades. Oh yeah, if the blob's all together, the vet you can get and you can clear it a lot quicker. PG grenade's great against the blob. Yeah, these
KT,
third
by
kills
the
are
way,
becoming a
is
serious
unlocked.
problem.
The fuel point is being seized by the enemy.
Yeah, probably regretting making this P4. Or rather just have a KT.
I have to admit I'm a little bit hyped to see the KT.
Yeah, and this time there's no
It feels less
Rocket strike.
cheesy.
there's not a good answer in infantry. You can kind of use the
We've lost a sector.
rapid fire artillery barrage. It works for sure, but you have to get a snare off on the KT or something.
It would be hilarious if he loses the KT to the budget artillery. KT, but it will make the the KT will counter the Zooks also pretty well.
Yeah. But yeah, I think off maps plus snare is like best way to kill the KT. Safest
Yeah.
way.
Ready at the rear.
Um,
Give the word.
By the way, I wanted.
He-
Yeah, go ahead.
oh yeah. I was just gonna say, I hope we see this other bazooka squad. Oh, he just upgraded it to white phosphorus. I was gonna say he should go satchel on one of these Zooks because he knows it's terror now because he saw the MG cloak. So he needs a snare. I guess actually the he can go white phosphorus on the. Oh no, it doesn't slow anymore, huh? The Sherman white phosphorus, so that won't work.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
I want to give Reckley some credit. It's not 100% tank bypass. He went tier 3 at tier 4, got the tank out, and then gets the Cauldron tank. I think that's okay. Look, the
Yeah.
blob splits again. The main
Yeah,
part.
it seems like there was a change to the code where like they like look for vehicles now. Wow, they're doing so much damage to this P4.
The improved
Is he gonna
Zooks.
lose it to the
Gee,
blob?
Yeah. What? That's true anti-micro from Reckley. Should have ever happened.
No. I guess he was microing topside. He does win that fight there, but that's a huge loss. For nothing. It was like so unnecessary.
Pex Micro.
Upgrading our Sherman tank.
Pex Micro. The second Sherman is out. Upgun is on the way. This P4 could have been
Yeah.
mine P4, but I don't play with tech map. So that's my excuse.
There you go.
If you
Enemy
put,
reasonable.
have us over a barrel.
well,
wonder
with tech
what
map,
the
you see how the HP gets less and less and less.
Yeah, I mean, he really tanked a lot of. I mean, it was like a full health P4, and those two bazooka squads just killed it 100 to 0.
Millimeter conversion completed.
Whoops. I was gonna say, I wonder how the 76s do against like the side armor of the KT with the upgun. I would think not that bad. They probably still can't pen the front, but
They have
I'm
access
sure
to
they'll have much
H-Trap,
trouble
right?
Getting around. No.
Yes?
Uh,
I don't know.
It's keep them firing or the white phosphorus, other two
Okay.
bed options. I think it's the
Points are in our favor, Commander.
Hellcat has HVAP. And the Easy 8, yeah.
Here we go, the big boys on the field. In 1 to 3 business days, you will be on the front line.
300 side armor, actually, so even from the side, I think not that easy to
Enemy has
penetrate.
300 points remaining.
Although the upgun does give you a lot. It gives you, what is it, 45%? Yeah. Mid-long.
There's not much to screen for the KT, it's only one track. So if
Yeah.
Reckley ever makes a misplay, the KT will go up in smoke.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He's got plenty of VPs, though, so
Infantry assault is ready at
he
the
can
rear.
play this slowly, let the KT just do work, you know?
Infantry assault underway.
Um,
The men will retake the
He does
field.
have 2 Pyos, so, you know, I think there's a world where he just is patient and one-shots every squad he meets with the KT.
That's what KT does the best.
Holy fuck.
You know, I love that those units are powerful, but I still have my problems with squads getting one-shotted.
Yeah, I'm like never happy to see a squad get one-tapped. It just feels terrible. Bazooka Squad lucky to survive. He probably needs to run
He's
this.
dead.
Equipped and ready.
One more KT shot, yeah. Oh, gets out of range, actually.
Don't
No,
stand.
Theo's on his own mine.
Oh, he
was close.
moved away.
Man, this KT might swing this here. So far, so good.
A fuel point. A weapon
Oh.
expended, crew.
KT just disrespecting everything on the earth, man. Jesus Christ, Zook's just bouncing. And no, we have no marked target on Captain Dan.
Yeah, he needs that marked target so bad. KT already at 14 kills in Vet 1. It just hit the field. Man, this thing is a beast. Meanwhile, MG dealing with this infantry assault very nicely. They did decap the VP, but at least they're not killing another P4. I'd be nervous if I was this artillery observer squad. Theo's got capping the cutoff.
50 points.
This is the exact spot your fellow artillery observers got one tapped at.
He's running. Oh, he got lucky.
Yeah, he did get Artie on his captain, which, as we discussed earlier, probably a mistake.
Been overrun. It's
He
theirs
almost
now.
certainly wanted the marked target. I genuinely think it's better to int the captain here and rebuild it.
Yeah.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory
Captain
point.
Dan is useless otherwise.
So the one thing here for Theo, it's the 1 Shrek and the 221.
Point now under
And the
enemy
KT's rotation
Everything
rate is
bounces
bad.
on and the wire. Everything bounces on the side armor.
But so, the all-in chance is real here for Theo as he gets a 3rd and maybe 4th Sherman.
Finished and ready.
You can circle strafe the KT and kill it. And there's not a ton screening for it. But it'll really come down to does Reekley do a good job protecting his KT.
Look how long the KT was inside of this engagement. It took barely any damage.
Wow, good penetrations from
Now
the
at 300 points.
the Sherman 76 here.
Is
he
he
just gonna go in
going
because
in?
it's half health? He might, yeah.
That might be a little bit too greedy though. Yeah. Nah, he was not decisive enough. He will now run.
Yeah. I think it was a good choice not to go in. There's enough stuff screening here. He doesn't know where the Shrek is. And there's multiple Grens around for snares, so I think discretion definitely the better part of Valor here. Maybe he'll wait for this blob to show up and then kind of fight behind it, but he really needs... Oh, cool. Second engineer. I was just going to say this. I like this choice from Theo. Yeah, Tyro pointing out Armored Spearhead, reducing the damage on those frontal hits, and you can definitely feel it.
Nice kiting, so the Zook squads can't get their shots off.
Oh, you know what? I'm like a little worried this infantry assault is just food now for the Tiger.
Yeah, man. You don't want to see when it hits Western C3.
Yeah, it's already almost Vet 2. This is like the fastest Vet I've ever seen on one of these. There it is. So Vet 2, it gets 15% rate of fire, 25% weapon accuracy.
A victory point is under attack. We must act.
At vet 3, it get 25 damage reduction on side armor,
Yeah.
20% rate of
good.
fire, and 100% main gun accuracy.
Yeah, I've never seen 100% accuracy on something. That wasn't like a first strike. That's crazy. Pretty scary stuff.
We've lost control of a sector.
Ooh, loses some Pyos. Easy to replace, but definitely not what you want to do when you've got the KT on the field. You really want that Vet too for the increased repair speed. So losing the Pyos definitely hurts.
Does 100% main gun accuracy mean it just doubles the accuracy? Or is it
I would think
up
so.
100% accuracy?
It says plus 100%, so... Because you still have to multiply it by the target size. So my guess is it's probably something like, you know, whatever, 0.8 at close to 0.6 or 7 at far. But yeah, I'm not sure what that looks like if you 100% that. You'd think it'd be over 1. So,
Yeah.
that's a good question. Maybe it is. Maybe it's the accuracy's over 1. And then when it's moving, it goes, you know, you lose whatever, 75%, and it goes back to being able to miss. I don't know.
Pushed us off a sector.
So basically the gunner gets some Panzerschokolade in, gets high on it, and then just goes into overdrive. Remembers the good old days in France.
Something like that.
Jesus
Wrigley
Christ.
keeping all his Grins alive is huge here because that +5 Panzerfaust range makes them really good screening tools. You know, it makes it much harder to dive the KT when you've got those potential Fausts ready to rock all around.
Everything bounces!
Another infantry assault is ready at the rear.
I don't think Theodosius should use infantry assault. He should bank up for off-map.
You know what he needs to do here? He needs to take all the Shermans. He needs to go all the way around the bottom of the map and start killing the base.
Krauts are pushing
Oh, is he going to do it?
We're
I
down
think
to
he's going to do it.
And he hits the mine.
The KT can't rotate fast enough. Like, what you have to do here is take advantage of your mobility.
Yeah.
And like punish the base and make the KT rotate. And when the KT has to rotate, then the Zooks can run up and shoot it in the butt, right?
Yeah.
I think base attacks really slept on by a lot of the top players. So much of the game revolves around these like late game heavies, and the weakness of the late game heavies is mobility. So we'll see if Theo wises up to that.
We have a new P4 on the way, which is kind of telling considering how much upkeep the KT has on the field.
sector
That you can
Yeah.
afford a P4.
contact.
KT kind of all alone now. Don't think Theo knows that, but
The KT is
going, dude, all the way to
blocking
the
the
base.
building. Never mind.
oh yeah.
It looked like the
Going on
KT's
here?
blocking the mine.
Okay, he might sense that this KT is alone. This is bad. It's like just totally facing the wrong way for these Shermans.
Men will reach
Here we go.
Will he
One
commit?
mine.
enemy
Yeah,
activity.
good mine.
Ignition point.
That mine might save this KT.
He
'Cause now there's only one
Oh, he has
Sherman on the
steady
flank.
firing. I think that's the worst choice there. You don't want to fire.
Yeah, you want white phosphorus.
Yeah, you want to go in.
Oh, he might actually lose this other Sherman now, potentially. Oh man.
The horde is coming.
I think this is such a classic mistake to think that you have to kill the heavy tank. You don't. You just have to avoid it.
Yeah, be there where it's not and force it to move.
Commander, we've lost the sector.
The wounded Sherman makes it out. Will be repaired soon. New
Yeah.
Sherman is on the way.
I
To be-
thought that Riku was in a bad position, but that mine there, I guess he knew he was relatively safe because of that mine on the flank.
To be honest, I wouldn't replace the lost Sherman. I will get Hellcats now.
Deploy.
If you want to kill the heavy
For the
tank,
dive, yeah.
get the Hellcat. It's 10 pop cap. It has HRAP, so it actually has the chance to kill the KT.
Victory point.
Yeah. I mean, you can go 4th Sherman, but again, I think only if you're going to play the sides of the map. If
Yeah.
you're trying to kill the KT, yeah, other Sherman, not the way, probably.
Fallen into enemy
Oh,
control.
we're going
KT's
to see
button.
Vet 3 pretty soon here.
New try. Oh, the Pioneer disappeared.
Oh, he's got to be careful repairing. He could lose all those engineers in
To
one
one
shot.
shot,
Oh, he's
yeah.
so lucky that hit the cover.
Oh, it might be the perfect time to go in. KT is alone and isolated.
Yeah, and it's half health. Imagine if he had white phosphorus.
Nope, it's not
Oh,
alone
before it's
anymore,
dead,
but
help,
before
yeah.
it's dead.
Oh, it's so dead to the bazookas. Oh no!
It nearly went flying.
221 goes down, meanwhile.
Does he have the satchel? Has he the tash?
I think he went white phosphorus on all of them. Which I think I already said is, I think, a mistake.
KT went free.
Yeah. So let's see this 100% accuracy on the main gun. KT still not fast enough to catch this Sherman, but it makes the mistake of firing.
Should hold fire. Yeah, it's gone.
Losing armor. Sherman gone.
Will the DR save the MG?
Ready at the rear. Give the word.
What happened?
Mind
Misfire or what? Did you see that? The gun did the recoil, but it never fired.
Yeah, didn't quite get the angle. Wow, just one tapping. Yeah, man, this KT really the hero of this game, no question. 42 infantry kills, 2 vehicles, 1 building.
Under our control. Defend our victory
KT's
point.
getting into low HP territory though.
Yeah, he should be a little careful. There are 2 healthy Shermans on the field. And Theo did go the rapid artillery barrage at the end of that tree, so...
How much is
And look
it?
where the KT's positioned. It can't reverse right now. So,
But you kind of want to be able to
realizing.
reverse. You will never get penetration from the front.
he's realized his mistake. He's getting out of there. Yeah, it just feels like Theo really continues to play the game Wrigley wants him to play and just fighting pitched battles in the middle of the map.
Bazooka squad reporting in. A munitions point is
This
being
artillery
attacked.
observer being sacrificed, I guess.
He will die like a hero.
We've lost a scout squad.
I just don't get, why aren't these Shermans just on the beach?
Does he need the Germans though on the beach? He could set the MG there. Keep the MGs there.
Gun crew has been
And keep
killed.
the KT busy. So he is not
I just
able
think
to deal.
you want to, yeah. You just want to force the KT to move. We're up to 5 bazooka squads.
You mean it's only Bazooka Squad army?
Yeah, he's got almost nothing left. He once again has gotten rid of all of his MGs. 230 cows in Riku's hands now. AT at the over the 50 total kills threshold. Oh my god, the bazookas do no damage now. Oh man.
Victory point has fallen into enemy control.
Just keep the beach. The damage, man. The Zooks are not. They're doing chip damage.
Sherman tank destroyed.
Oh no, he lost the Sherman.
Infantry assault initiated.
So unnecessary. Yeah, just feels like this KT really stumped Theo.
Whole bazooka squad has been killed.
Didn't have an answer.
Yeah, and you will go 1-0 for Wrigley.
GG, man, kind of feels like a throw from Theo. You know, I think that he was in a great position, but he just let that KT take over the game when he maybe didn't need to.
I want to see the KT efficiency.
Oh yeah.
Infantry damage 10k. Only 2.9k vehicle damage though.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. That'd be more. 4.64 efficiency.
But
Not
83
bad. That's very
infantry
expensive.
kills.
Yeah, I wonder if it counts the fuel drain as part of its cost or something.
Yeah. Well, that's a good question.
But yeah, that's crazy. 83, is that right? I guess it got a bunch more at the end, huh?
Yeah.
Because last time I checked, it had like 50, but I guess it killed all those Zooks.
Yeah.
Wow.
At the infantry
funny.
horde, I guess.
Yeah,
But still, holy smokes.
crazy.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen.
GG.
We will be back with game 2 in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 between Reckley and Theodosius. Reckley won, had an amazing comeback with Mr. KT. Will he be able to replicate that in some way with... or Theo Jesus, this duel. Theodosius as Wehrmacht and Reckley as USF. What are we expecting, my dear friend?
We're expecting this Ketten to drive backwards. We're expecting Reckley to call in a Pershing. And we're expecting Theo to go triple P4 with a loiter. Those are my predictions.
Damn, sounds like you have seen some games prior to that one.
Yeah, Theo, I'll say mixes it up sometimes. Reckley is very consistent in his playstyle, so I would be shocked if we don't see him click heavy weapons here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Or on that.
First prediction already coming through. This Ketten continues to drive backwards, so someone's got to DM Theo. Let him know. Don't bother.
I think it's one of those things that you picked up once and then you're just running with it.
Yeah, I mean it worked before. It worked for many years, so you can't blame him. And I have a lot of respect for someone who can perform at this high of a level without having really any idea of the changes that are present in the game. Basically, he's playing the same meta from a year ago, and it's working out for him.
A really long time ago, that was Code 2, where I was beginning to figure out what I'm doing. There was a German caster I watched a lot to learn the game because he was doing play-by-play casting. And then he said a phrase that I will never forget. If Theodosius would spend more time playing the game and practicing, he would probably be the best player in the whole community. Because he never played that, he still performs decent.
It's really hard to know, yeah. We have a few guys like that. Jibber's another one who plays at a pretty high level, despite basically never playing. Now Orange Pest too, unfortunately. But these guys are playing now, and these rifles are not playing around. Easy victory here. Theodosius probably should not have opted into this fight at all. This is not the first time he's, taken a fight he probably shouldn't have against rifles in the early game.
Yeah, going hill is so weird against USF.
Yeah.
I would say 9 out of 10 times you will lose it.
Rifleman ready.
Meanwhile, we have a
looking
small
for...
Mexican standoff on the right-hand side.
Initiating construction of the infantry.
Yeah, this favors Theo, though, because he's got that point cap, so he's probably pretty content to let the scouts shoot at him.
See some heavy grenadier play.
Yeah, 3 grins. I wonder if we'll see OQ. I feel like when you get 3 grins, it can be,
Point is no longer under our
I
it can
usually
be worth it sometimes.
I usually get it up to if I play 4 grenadiers. But yeah.
Depends, though. Delaying the scout car does feel bad. This is a great scout car map, as I said last game, so he may just rush that. Meanwhile, Reckley's getting grenades. That's also... Really, I should have made that part of my prediction. He's very consistent with his grenade tech. He pretty much always gets it. And it's nice to have grenades. You just never know when the opportunity will arise. Maybe you can, get one on the Ketten, or your opponent miss micros and you get a wipe. It's such a cheap upgrade. It's one of the best ways to spend 15 fuel in the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. Even though, as an next season player, after the 3rd rifleman, that's usually the standard timing for grenades. You should expect them. Even though if you didn't see them yet, you should expect them. Ketten will die to a snare.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. You can't do this unless you
Have snares.
upgrade grenades, so worth it. Great vet, too, that you get for killing the light vehicle. So that rifle now at vet 1. Gotta feel good.
Theo looking for some Flamer Grenadier action. So far, no targets though.
Yeah, this is something I've noticed, I feel like in the last, 3 months or so, people have gotten much better at always pairing a Gren with the Flamer Pile. Like, they just move around as a unit, and it makes it very scary, because you've essentially got a 9 model, or 8 model Flamer unit. Although not so much anymore. I mean, it's a 60-second cooldown on merge now, so I guess you really only get the one merge. But
Well, in the combat
say, yeah.
situation, one merge can be enough to turn the tide.
yeah, it's still very valuable.
Commander, we've lost a sector.
Good use of the pour it on him here, targeting the flamer. There's a good micro there from Reekley. Oh, and a
Nice
good-
nade!
Wow,
Wow.
that's on retreat. It kills 4 models, so gonna maintain control of this cutoff, and things are looking dire for the German player.
Guess what he rebuilt though? Mr. Ketten.
Again, oh my god,
God.
it's back. All the more reason to get OQ if you're going to rebuild your lost tier 0 units.
Map is really blue though at the moment.
We've lost a territory sector.
Yeah. This is a pretty classic Twin Beaches. Yeah, and there's the surrender. Wow.
That was fast.
Yeah.
I think
Can't
he
say I
was
blame
really
him.
tight. Oh, yeah, 8:24. Jesus Christ.
KD looks bad. Map control is bad. And Reekley has shown, that he can play late game. He has the stamina. So, yeah. Theo probably just wants to go to bed.
He's German, right? He's German, I know that.
He is, yeah. He is German. So
Maybe he has to go to work tomorrow.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would explain why he doesn't play this game 24/7. Maybe he actually has a job.
Imagine having a job.
Not me. Couldn't do it. Bad for you. But that means we get to hop right to the finals then.
Yeah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with the finals in a sec. And it's time for the grand finals of Eagle Strike number 5. After a really long double elimination tournament with a lot of interesting strategies, a lot of different build orders, especially 1 week after the patch where the meta was not settled, we are here now to see who will become on top. Will it be Ray as USF? Or will it be Rackley as the Wehrmacht? What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend Daniel?
Well, Ray continuing the trend of doing the WC Open. This is a fantastic map for 30 cal spam. Stick one in a building on the south side of the road, stick one in a building on the north side, and you've pretty much got map control. So we'll see how Rackley manages it. This is also a very good mortar map, and mortars have seen some changes that let the shells come down faster, which makes them much better counters to machine guns. So I hope we get to see the mortar. I can't speak to whether it makes sense in 1v1 or if it's too much of a tempo hit, but I'd like to see it in any case.
Will be interesting for sure. No MG power drop. Maybe Ray does not
He's leaving
like.
his options open.
We have seen plenty of that British actually.
Yeah, on this map, the pair drop not as useful. You know, you're not really gonna unless you want to be really aggressive and drop on like one of the far plus 10 fuels. You can just build it from the WC. It does cost you a little bit of time, but it leaves your options open in terms of picking. You know, he's got heavy weapons and advanced infantry as the other options, so he may want to go with one of those.
Yes, this is the grand final, so we're definitely in for some treat. Poor Ray has to be tired as hell. Mule was not feeding the meta currently, or the gameplay, and Ferry has like an important exam on Monday, and he said he's not feeling prepared for that. So he dropped out.
Whoops. Yeah, I was gonna see, you know, as late as it might be for Rackley, it's much later for Ray, so
Yeah.
definitely curious to see if we see any micro Ray usually very solid player. He makes few mistakes. So if we see any mistakes from him, we can definitely blame that on the time zone.
He prepares though. He knows how to prepare for that. He adjusts his sleep schedule, but still it's really late. So reaction times will be slower.
Wow. Really good damage from these scouts in this MG. This Gren not able to hang on to the building.
HMG team deployed.
Not that it would have anyway with the flamer
5-0 starting KD.
Yeah, pretty rough start here.
Commander, starting ISC upgrades.
Second MG42 though.
But
no, got cancelled.
good map control though for Rackley. He's gonna decap the +10 of his opponent's muni in the top. He's got both of the middle munis, so he's got a slight lead in terms of munitions income, and I think I'd be pretty happy with the start if I was him. I mean, Wehrmacht's weakest part is the very early game, so the fact that he's actually ahead in map control in the first 5 minutes, I think he's going to be pretty pleased with himself.
Oh yeah, I agree. But it's for me personally, it's a tough question if it's really that important to deny ammo for USF. Don't have many ammo things.
It's not a huge game changer, but you know what? Wehrmacht getting ammo is really important because there's so many upgrades you need. You might want to get a Shrek, you might want to upgun the 221. If you're playing Tier 2, which everyone seems to still be doing, the ammo is really big. And great flame flank here.
Oh, that was really well
be able
played
to push
there.
and take the cutoff.
Get ready.
Yeah.
And a captain has been assigned to you.
Well, I like what Ray did here. He actually went and punished that Pioneer cap and killed it. He sent a 30 cal all the way up there to take it out. It will mean he's going to give up some map control to do that, so he's going to have to make sure he can leverage that unit advantage he's generated for himself in some other way.
Rackley getting officer quarters, Ray getting heal and half track, and Rackley is denying some fuel.
Yeah, half-track's out, though, so field denial not going to be as impactful. And officer quarters means no AT, so we're going to need to see some really nice stalling with the Grens. Otherwise, I think this half-track's going to be a problem.
M3 half track moving to the line. sector. Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
Half-track going north. This is really weird.
Yeah.
What's he doing? And he stopped the cap. He messed up his cap on that +10. I think we're already seeing fatigue
No, he's.
come
I
into
know.
play here for Ray.
What is going
I-
on? Excuse me?
He knows this isn't open-topped, right? Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay, that's unexpected,
He's just
but a
gonna get
welcome surprise. But he
immediate-
gets immediately snared. But look at
Yeah,
the
but look how little damage,
damage
it
it
does.
did.
Is that just because of how much HP that thing has?
I think
Or
it's
is there like a
I think there's
Oh,
a
no.
modifier if you squat this inside.
50% damage reduction when health is above 90%?
Yeah.
So you can eat those first 2 Fausts and take and still not be damaged engine. Wow. So good baits there. Getting a ton of ammo off of Reekley. That's really cool. I don't know if I knew about that passive. Oh, this flamer pile might be in some trouble. Can definitely get ran down by the assault carrier if this Gren doesn't stay there.
Someone hit the mine. Captain Dan is in the pickle, but Flamer Pioneer is also in the pickle.
Yeah, good job leaving the Gren there. Screen for the.
The captain's
Oh,
been
Captain
killed.
actually goes down to a second mine.
That's
Wow,
a big
really
brain
nice
gaming.
use of the munitions there. Going back to what we were saying about the munitions early, that's something I didn't list, but I should have.
Mines.
Is that mines are another thing that are really great if you have good early mini control.
Yeah. Ray immediately rebuilds Captain Dan, has 50 kills unlocked.
Yeah, it's good. The veterancy on the captain's great. He gives vet to other units, so I think it's almost always right to rebuild him ASAP.
We have... Oh, we're getting Dan counter 2-1.
Yeah, wants to answer the half track for sure. But despite what I would say was pretty good play from Reekley in the early game, there is still a 50 cal in the middle building, and map control is now dead even.
Yeah, have fun killing 50 kills. It still has the ODR from the 30 kills.
Yeah. And really the only answer, unless he gets a mortar, is this one flamer pio.
He's getting a mortar.
Overrun.
And
Why does Reekley keep Fausting? Like, it's such a waste.
maybe not.
Right, but if he had just waited until the 2-1 fired, then the Faust would actually...
Do some damage. He does not know about
Damage
the
engine, maybe.
passive.
He might get this kill, though. Is he gonna chase?
One more. He will chase. It's Reekley, man. It's the
Of
Reekley
course, what am I
great.
saying? Greedkly.
That's actually pretty
Gonna-
nice.
He's gonna go... Oh, he got it!
Eddie will get
Now if
away.
he's smart, he'll just drive around the edge, and
Yeah.
he should be able to get out. Oh, he did get a mortar, and look at it fire quickly at this MG in the house. Okay, so I got my wish. We've got a mortar. It's also got immediate vet 1. It has, I would say, one of the most useless vet 1s for artillery, which is plus 10 HP. Or plus 15, excuse me. But it's like, who cares?
Okay. Yeah, but because survival, if you're getting counter barrage, it's basically.
I think something's wrong. I think something's gone wrong if you need to take advantage of plus 15 HP in
Yeah.
your mortar. It does mean you get to be a little greedier. Yeah, he did retreat the Gren. He did not lose it.
Advanced logistics will reduce the
Ooh,
cost.
good heads up play from Ray. Focus fires that MG42. Satchel? Satchel? Yeah. Really nice play.
Take it. He should have taken it because they would only have killed the models but not destroyed the MG.
I think the problem is it's possible that you lose both if you do that. Right?
Oh.
Because the Grens are going to kind of converge. I thought about that too. Maybe it works. Maybe you lose the whole Gren. I don't know. It's a gamble. I think either way.
It's the Reekley, man. I like he loves his gambles.
It's true. I did think he was going to right click it, but not willing to take the chance.
Exchangeable parts are available to rapidly retrofit our half-tracks. A munitions point is being attacked. Bazooka squad reporting in.
Got 250 cals on the map now. But good flank from the Grand Mortar making the other MG move. I think we're in for a good game here.
Yeah, but
put up
Ray
a really
has
good
triple
fight.
cap.
Yeah, for now. I don't think for too much longer. But we'll see. We'll see what Reekley can do. He needs to drop some smoke so he can start capping this mid VP.
Enemy movement near a victory point.
Enemy infantry! Hold it in!
They have taken our victory point. A victory point is under attack. We must act.
Good defense on the Southern VP here. Not a triple cap anymore, but still no VPs in
Yeah.
Reekley's hands. So.
I know the 50 kills are converging there. He needs to make the game a little bit taller.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
Yeah, and he's not taking advantage of like he needs to be on the edge of these points. He keeps walking too far
Now under
forward
enemy control.
and getting into the vision of the MGs.
Mortar's actually doing some decent damage, but I think one Mortar's not enough to deal with the infinite amount of MGs.
You know, I think if Reekley would consolidate his Grens, it would be. But the problem is he's playing way too wide,
Deploy.
and so it's just Gren versus MG everywhere. Whereas if he grouped up and used the mortar for smoke, I think he could actually get something done.
We have a surplus of command points.
Oh, scouts are rushing in with Captain Dan's help.
Okay, look south here. This is so greedy with this two-man Pio.
He will die to the
Will the
side
side
gunner.
gunners switch targets and kill this Pio?
No,
It's like, no.
but he has to retreat soon.
Completed, Commander.
The dance of the MG, bro. I know he's dead.
Oh, this Pio's dead now. Such a mistake. Oh. Oops, and he lost a Gren.
Ah,
Right, at
yeah,
the same
and
time.
the concert.
That's game, yeah. Whoops.
Whoopsie poopsie.
He,
Didn't work out
he
whatsoever.
had a good start. He just misplayed really badly. There's one moment where I had the TAC map open, and he was sending like one Gren to each VP, and that was just the beginning of the end. You just can't play that way against someone who's got an MG sitting everywhere. GG.
I don't think the beacon bug is a bug. I think it's intended. Therefore, it's not under the bug rule. But I need to talk with some of the devs to confirm that.
Is this one of those bugs where no one's actually gone and tested it?
Yeah.
They just think that it's happening?
No. We know that's happening, but I think it's intended. That's why I'm not calling it a bug. But yeah. 1-0 for Mr. Ray. And we will be back with game number 2 in a sec.
Oh,
All
that
right.
swaps sides. Wait. Oh, whatever.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 in this epic grand finals. We have Reckley as. Why does it not show Ray as? I switched that. Jesus Christ! No, it should be correct. We will see. We have Reckley as the Brits and Ray as the Wehrmacht. It changes the VP thingy, but not the. Okay, it will be, I think, more
Infantry
confusing.
section trained and
But
ready.
chat have
Yeah, it doesn't. You
to.
can't change the color. You can just change the side that it's on.
Yeah.
So that like red is, so the base matches the.
But I think that's fine. At least something.
Yeah.
You can find the VODs on Twitch, on YouTube. It's also Meta Plays, RTS. You can find all the VODs there. You can watch the live stream, and later we will upload them into separate sets. But yeah, feel free to go over on YouTube, drop a follow. You can watch the VOD there from the stream, or watch the stream right away there, or later the YouTube videos, or check out the other games that we are featuring on this channel, like Halo Wars 2 or Age of Mythology. I think Halo Wars 2, people will find it to some degree appealing. It has roughly similar gameplay. It's just faster paced, I would say.
A new infantry section is ready for battle.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. What are we expecting, my dear friend Daniel?
Well, Reckley's gone Brits, which is fun to see. I'm a little surprised. This is his first Allies game this set, so it's not like he's already gone Pershing. So I guess maybe he feels on this map. It is a small map. Maybe he's going to go Black Prince instead. That's the only thing I can think of for why he'd pick this map. This is one of the better Brit maps, I would say, because it's so small. So Tommies are very comfortable sitting in cover. REs have a lot of opportunities for good flanks. And there's also enough room for the Humber to drive around without there being too much obstacles. So, yeah, I think we'll see a Humber. I think we'll see a Black Prince. For Ray, I'm not sure. It's mechanized, so maybe we'll see the Stubby Stug call in.
An infantry section of Tommies has been trained.
Stabby stuck. I don't know. I think it will be Luftwaffe gaming, because people love the infantry reserve so much.
I wonder if we'll see officer quarters. Ray getting a third Gren to go with his MG. And a really aggressive play here from Ray, just taking over the center of the map happily. But he may have overstepped here. There's going to be a Flamer in the building behind his MG, so...
Oh, Flamer will get around to
Yeah.
flank the MG from Ray. Gren is in position though, but I think MG is going home.
It just has to leave.
Might get
Yeah, a
wiped
little bit of an
though.
overstep there.
Nope, he decides not to go for it.
It feels like
The enemy have taken our territory.
Ray a little too confident there.
Our finest
There's a
vehicles
window
will
where
be
when that
reallocated.
first Flamer comes out,
Vehicles shall
where your
arrive at the
Flamer is on a
field
pretty
commensurate.
squishy platform as Wehrmacht, but your opponent has a 4-man tanky Flamer. And so you've got to be very careful on a map like this, where the fighting is so condensed that you don't let that RE get around you. But that's exactly what happened.
By the way, Tony Montana in chat is pointing out Ray will get A-Rod, so I think that's true.
Yeah. I do think Mech is the best, if not the only option besides Breakthrough. He doesn't have Breakthrough on. And against stuff like the Matilda and the Black Prince, if you don't have the Panther or the Tiger, I think you just die. So I'm sure Dumay's going to pop up and say build 88.
And then
do
it will
think
get
that
countered by the
changes-
mortar.
The changes to emplacements make them more usable. Definitely more usable, but I think pretty tough in a high-level game to keep that thing alive. As you say, the mortar will counter it. There he is. Thank you. I'm ready to become a believer. I want the buildable 88 to be an option.
Look
I
at
don't like
the Grenadiers without a helmet and their bandages. I think they have seen some shit there.
Oh wow! I like how they're all bandaged.
Yeah,
Like
clones.
real Walking Wounded battalion energy. That's funny.
Yeah. So that's the famous scrapping the barrels.
Yeah. You know, this is a pretty good 88 map, though. I'll say that. You can build it in such a way that it kind of covers 2 VPs, especially if you roll good RNG on these buildings and they get totally flattened.
It's not
Then,
RNG.
no, they said it. They changed it. It is.
No, it's not. It depends on the type of damage you do.
They changed that this patch.
Jesus, imagine if you did patch notes. I'm sorry.
So it's now just a coin flip.
Oh, that's bad.
I didn't find it really was a consistent anyway. I tested it because people claimed that different ammo would always do it, but it didn't. So at least now it's consistently inconsistent. Ray holding on to the minimum amount of territory, I would say. He went tier 3 actually, which is nice. I don't think tier 2's been working that well for people. And if he is indeed going to go 8 rad, then
According to chat, Stummel always
the
destroys
pack's a nice combo.
down to the nothing.
I don't trust chat.
Fair
all.
enough. It's a good
Quite
point.
frankly.
Never trust chat.
Someone will say in chat, I tried it and it always does this, and they tested it 2 times.
Why they just tested it once?
Yeah. Which is always. It's 100%. and
Yeah, it's 100. He did it 4 times though.
Okay, so we do have Rigger's vehicle training. As anticipated, he's headed straight towards the Churchill Black Prince.
I was thinking Canadian.
And
But
Ray
well,
is headed towards the 8 rad, looks like.
Jesus, the bug going straight out all in with I trust the chat once, no ever incurable transmittable disease.
See, this you can't
Jesus.
trust this guy. He doesn't even know you can set the HP of the building to 1.
Points, Commander.
So how can we trust his methodology if he doesn't understand his tools?
Alright.
But yeah, just FYI, guys, if you are testing stuff that has to do with destroying buildings, you can edit the HP of the building in cheat mod, just like you can with the unit. Okay, so I think Reekley has read the situation very well, I'll say. He insta-built a 6-pounder after his Humber, so he's anticipating the 8 rad. And here it is.
Packages are inbound, Commander.
Adrad is on the field. Reckley getting infantry training. AT gun is on the field. White phosphorus rounds going in against those infantry sections, but Reckley has the balls to stay.
Okay, will Ray chase this? He has smoke, so he could theoretically...
Get it?
Armored car is gone.
Oh, he...
Nice
Nice!
pathing. I love that. Really great pathing from Ray there. Avoiding the trap of just driving straight backwards and getting attack grounded. He actually jukes and dodges through the smoke and avoids the attack ground. So well played to him. Big pickup, getting the Humber. And I'd say that gives him a slight lead. He's still a little behind on map control.
Yeah, but this will shift now with the Adrad. Once Adrad is fully repaired, I don't see Reckley
Yeah.
gaining flank control anytime soon. AT gun can't be everywhere.
I almost think Reekley might want to rebuild the Humber to give him like a mobile soft AT answer, because otherwise it's just 6-pounders, and 6-pounders alone feels pretty bad. He also probably wants and/or I'd say needs grenades to avoid getting all-in. He still does not have grenades on his sections.
You need AT nades if you want to play AT guns, because 2 Adrans will just run you over.
Yeah. And they're here, and he's upgrading Stewart instead. So there's definitely a window here. The thing is, I doubt Ray will disrespect the Tommies. You know, he'd have to assume they don't have nades to all in this.
Want to take a bet that he will do it anyways? He will do one probing attack, realize there are no snares, and then he will go
The
in.
Beggars are threatening a victory point.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think maybe he'll test. He'll see if there's... Oh, the friendly fire on the section. Oh, he's destroying himself.
Lost. The enemy has control.
Oh my god, he lost so
Beggars are
many
threatening
models.
munitions point.
Earlier today we saw full unit wipe by this.
Forward assemblies.
Dude, this is the best change.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry.
amazing.
It's so... Only because I love watching Brit players walk into their own arty. It's
tasting
so
their own
great.
medicine.
We're losing a
Amazing.
victory
Yeah,
point.
not looking good for Reekley here. The Stuart tech is done. He's building a Stuart. And, okay, I'll say this. Ray has no AT.
Victory point under enemy control.
So... I don't think he's expecting the Stuart. I know I wasn't. He has almost enough manpower for a pack, so it'll be interesting to see... And he has no muni for a snare. The Stuart might be able to get something done.
This isn't good.
Its damage
The
kind of
enemy
sucks,
have
so
the upper hand.
maybe not.
Territory lost.
Well, that's an interesting point from Dumais. The bunker was to get the A-Rad faster. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for the CPs.
We're losing a munitions point.
Mr. Stewart is
pretty
on the
giga.
field with the still best looking camo in the game, with woodland camo.
Oh yeah, I'm glad we're on the same page with that.
A sector
And
is
Stewart
under
hits the
enemy
mine.
control.
Such a good mine from Ray. Great micro there to lead the Stuart over it, and now his pack's on the way, so that small window that Reekley had is now closed. He does have a sweeper, but it was in base, so unfortunate for him. Once again, I think Ray has overstepped a little bit with his MG.
Overstepping with an M. Yeah, he's way too used to play with 30 cal Scamper.
I think you're right. I think he's used to the DR.
Capture point is
Reekley
being
doing a good job saving his cutoff. A lot of resources on the line here, so he definitely wants to stay in that capture area if he can.
Shouldn't be that hard though. He will eat a nade though, I think. If Ray. Oh, no ammo for a nade. And
Pretty low on muni there.
Rickley should realize, oh, there was no snare, so... And no nade, so there's probably not enough ammo there. Obviously, this might change really quickly.
I'd really like to see the tier 3 officer quarters from Ray. Get this other 8-rad to vet 1, get the pack, first strike. Certainly get the feel for it.
Infantry closing on us! Landmines in place.
Cool camo on this pack too. Oh, it's the same one, this wounded guys. I gotta say, I don't think every dude should be wounded in the same way. One guy
It
should be
looks a
missing
bit
a
silly,
leg.
right? Like
One guy
clothes.
should one guy should just look really sick. It's like they just all have terrible head wounds.
your tag.
Yeah, a lot of concussions going around recently.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess they just only drafted soldiers from the head wound
the
section
head
of the
wound.
field hospital. That seems like the worst place to take people from. But what do I know?
Actually, the head is the most injured part. That's why helmets are so
We have
important.
300 points remaining.
Right. Makes sense.
Due to artillery and flying debris and so on.
Maybe the reason that they have the head wounds is because they weren't given helmets.
Look, makes sense.
The enemy has our victory points now.
Ooh, good grenade on this section, but at full HP, still doesn't do that much.
If someone is interested in this topic, there are some great statistics and books about it in the First World War, where you see the shift from helmets that were mainly about blocking attacks from sabers, from cavalry, to steel helmets to be guarded against shrapnel. Really interesting topic.
Starting requisition of
Is that why they had the little points at the top? Was to catch
Sabers, yes.
weapons? Oh, that's so cool! I didn't know that. I love these fun war facts. Oh, Faust not quite able to go off there on that Stuart, so it's gonna get away. I gotta say, this Stewart tech seems to be working for Reekley quite nicely. It's giving him an answer to the 8-red that's mobile. He's got 2 out now, and
Pushing hard.
he can just refit him when he wants, assuming he keeps him alive. Although that looks like it might not be so likely.
That's a goner.
Bishop self-propelled artillery.
Yeah, this is where the 8-red long-range pen buff is going to make a big difference, right?
The beggars are threatening a victory point.
I don't know. Yes.
The Stuart tank has been lost to enemy action.
Okay, so Stewart goes down, doesn't feel great. He teched bishops.
I think he will
Which-
regret this. I think double Stewart with Bishop would have been fine.
Point belongs to the enemy.
We need, if he gets the AT guns contested, he's super fine. He does not need to take beyond tier 2. Stewards are more than capable of dealing with everything that Ray can throw at him, except the Panther, and for the Panther he will have later the Black Prince.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just not going to go tier 3, and that's why he's so comfortable just spamming Stewarts and unlocking the bishop. And to be fair, there's 1 MG, so not a ton of targets like that, but there are 2 packs that the bishop can also shoot at, so
I think the packs are the main target.
yeah. He doesn't know there's a med bunker, but if he does, that's another good target for the bishop.
Stuart's light tank tracked and ready.
I wonder about light vehicle training at this point, if you're going to be spamming Stewarts and bishops.
Nice hold. Nearly nice hold fire. I thought he will not get shot whatsoever.
Territory sector lost, Commander.
But the Stewart, man, Ray has such a hard time keeping up on the flanks, and I think Ray is making his first major attacking mistake. Never mind. He cancelled the sniper.
Victory point is in enemy hands.
AT gun
Yeah, don't think
misses
sniper's what he needs.
against 2 Stewards. Enter the bishop on the way.
I think he just probably wants the Panther or a third pack. What he needs is to be able to put packs on both sides of the map, so that he doesn't have to chase these Stewarts around.
So 2 more packs, 2 for per side.
Yeah, 2 per side. That's optimal. Panther's even more optimal. I think he is building tier 4, so I think he's going to go for the buildable Panther.
Makes sense. He has the resources or the fuel soon.
Yeah, it just lets you go down the other side of the tree faster, so it's nice.
Stewart's a little bit too ballsy for my liking.
Yeah, I think the packs could find an angle
Did
to
Ray
do that.
cancel tier 4 or did it got this? He
No,
cancelled it.
he canceled it because he didn't want it to get hit by the artillery.
I wasn't sure
Which I
for a
think was
second.
smart.
Yeah.
Just needs to remake it somewhere else, probably. He also might be deciding to just get the
Wait.
Collins, which does have the advantage of no build time. So it can come in clutch in the late game if, like, you're in the middle of a fight and you lose your Panther and you can just call one in. But it does delay that
We're losing a victory point.
mechanized assault, which is a great ability, so definitely a tough call.
Radio's
Whoa.
dead. Victory
Stewart
point
just got
lost.
annihilated.
Enemy has control.
Okay, can the bishop return fire? Oh, it looks like he knows about the med bunker,
I think.
because that's what he's targeting.
Yeah.
But he has to back off, so oops. Only gets a couple shots off. You know, I see people build their tier 4 here a lot, like where Ray's putting it. I think it's a mistake. I think this lets people kill it. I think you need to put it, like, on the north side of your base.
Just auto build it and it would be next to your base. Ah, you didn't see my clip, did a clip from me, right? So,
Oh, the tiger that
yeah.
got stuck?
Commander, you have
Yeah, I did see that. Oh, Gren goes down. A little bit of a
And
micro
see
slip
what
up
goes
there.
down. I think Reckley's in the
Stuart's
pickle.
tank has been lost to enemy action.
Well, now his AT is just the 1 AT gun. He still doesn't have snares, so
Well, it's minute
not a lot of
20.
answers.
You would expect snares by now, so he's probably banking on that fact.
Singing from the same
Well, he cancels tier 4 again. Okay, he does get to call in Panther. And he's just calling it in.
My favorite unit. Or
The
one of
Panther?
my
Yeah,
favorites,
it's
yeah.
great.
Even though
I
it
really
could
like the
use a
Panther.
slight front armor buff, it feels that too many units penetrated too good.
It's got 330. It's pretty beefy, but it does seem to get penetrated a lot. You know, it's really long. I feel like it just the side armor gets hit a lot.
Have been made available to serve.
Okay, Black Prince unlocked, but he's many, many, many barrels of fuel away from being able to actually pull it out. And here's the all-in. Panther coming from one side, 8 rats from the other.
Victory point is
This
being
might be it
overrun.
here for Reekley.
The Ooga
And for
Booga
his
all
round
it is on the
tournament.
way. Sadly, no. Mechanized assault.
Yep.
Victory point.
I think Panther might be a little slow. Because its whole job is chasing down vehicles, and it's just not that fast.
It's
Maybe
just
at vet 1 or 2 it should get a little bit of speed.
it's insult to injury though.
We're losing a victory point to
Hey,
enemy
Reekley locked in
action.
his base now.
Anti-tank weapon and crew on the victory
Second
point
AT
under
gun.
enemy control.
Reekley probably should get team weapon training now.
Definitely extra
difference
rate of
maker.
fire and I think
Enemy
penetration.
has our
Yeah.
victory point now.
And it stacks with entrenchment too, so
They've cut us off. Territory's out of supply.
definitely a lot of value there.
The enemy has pushed us back from our sector.
I don't like the bishop
Because it's-
positioning.
No, it's very risky. Okay, AT guns kill 1 8 rad, but now, because they're stacked on each other, they can't cover each other. This is why you should never keep your weapons teams directly on top of each other. It makes
This
it
is
just
game.
so easy to
The
dive
enemy
you.
holds all victory
Yeah, this
points.
is game for sure.
Jerry got
He's
one
still
of
80
our
fuel
squad.
from the Black Prince.
We've just lost an anti-tank. The day is
The
there.
loss of this one stew had really kicked him back, right?
Yeah.
Like this 45 fuel had made such a huge difference.
Well, GG well played to Ray. Despite being up very late in Korea, he really showed himself the better player in this series, I'll say.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that was Eagle Strike number 5. Thanks for watching, everyone. But before you send you off to someone, I want to do a quick act break and insert some shameless self-promotion. If you like what you're seeing, feel free to drop a follow on Twitch. It's greatly appreciated. Or a subscribe on YouTube. You can watch the streams there as well. Or you could go over, and watch the videos later on there. It greatly helps us. Or you can drop a sub on Twitch, which goes 100% towards the staff who makes everything possible to work. It's basically our pizza money. It's not much, but it's a little bit of showing appreciation what the other people are doing, including me. Then, if you want to support us even more, you can become a patron of RTS on our website, which is basically our in-house Patreon, which helps us to keep not only the lights on, but also to improve quality, as you have seen with this casting overlay. Many more things are planned, and if you want to help us out there financially, it would be greatly appreciated. Or you can directly donate towards the prize pools. There will be no funds going away from that. 100% of your donation will go straight into the prize pool. So, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for Daniel for joining me and all the other co-casters across the this weekend. We will see each other in a month. Bye bye.
All right. Thanks for having me, man. It was a lot of fun. Glad I got to do the finals. Yeah. Have a good night, man. I'll let you go to bed. All right. Take care.